Hello and welcome to Sci-Fi Vision presents Phantom Axis or From discussion for November 3rd. It looks like my co-host is running late, unfortunately, but I am going to get a link right now to put into YouTube to opening it on this tab over here. Sorry about that. Hello, I see Captain Kaboom and Nikisha. Thank you for coming. I'm going to get a link here. I forgot to add it to the YouTube. And then anybody that wants to join me on the panel can do so. The only thing I do ask is if you want to join the panel, and I don't know who you are, if I haven't talked to you before, please tell me in the chat that you want to join, because we do not want porn to pop up like before. So we'll make sure that that doesn't happen this time. Let me really quick pin this to the top. There we go. Let me let in Julie. Whoops, sorry, my other window. Hi, Julie. Thanks for coming.
Hi, thanks for having me. Sorry, I'm a minute late, but I've been literally 20 minutes late to my own lives lately.
That's okay. You just freaked me out there a bit for a second. And Roger, you're more than welcome to join us. You know that. I don't know if you watch From, but our discussion is all From tonight. Roger is the one who runs NDB Media, who is very nice and lets us use his StreamYard, which we always appreciate. Nice. So tonight is, I have the little thingy up here. Where'd it go? Actually, I don't have I had the name of the episode. Now I lost it. That's how not in with it I am right now. These, what is it? These remind me here. I'm drawing a blank. Sorry. These Fragile Lives. There we go. These Fragile Lives. Yeah, I was trying to think of the name of the episode. I was drawing a blank there for a second. Yep. All right. Let me add Roger in for a minute here. Hey, Roger, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good. We did this stream last week. You weren't here. We've been doing our deep dives into the episodes, but Julie's a bit better at it than I am. She's been doing it longer. Are you watching From?
Oh yeah.
Well, let me ask you then, since you haven't talked about From on our show before, what did you think about this episode for tonight?
For tonight. Okay. Well, I have my notes. Forgive me. I have 4 pages of handwritten notes. I know. Wow. I'm sorry. It's sad.
Mine's longer than that, so don't feel sorry.
Well, fair enough. That's good to know. Let me see. Oh, actually, you know what? I was wrong. I miscounted. Oh, no, wait. Yeah. It's not 4 pages. No. I enjoyed the episode. I was shocked at the very end. I was a bit disappointed. If she's not dreaming, Fatima, that was a bit of a disappointment as to what happened. But there was a lot of good stuff that happened in this episode, and I am hooked. It's good. I like where it's going, even though I don't know where it's going.
Well, yeah, it's hard to know where this show's going. It goes all over the place sometimes, but in a good way. What did you think about the episode, Julie? Did you like this one?
There were parts that I liked, but to be honest, in my opinion, out of the 7 episodes I've seen so far, this was the weakest one for me. I just wanted more. There were hints of things that I was excited by, and then we just got a little taste, and then it would move on to the next the next plot line. And with Elgin, for example, I wanted more from that we didn't get enough, in my opinion, the kimono lady appeared to him, but she didn't say anything this time, and we still just don't have any idea what could be going on with that. It's no clearer than it was before. Now it's just even more confusing for me. So yeah, I was frustrated with it, but I mean, there were great moments. There was Boyd and Acosta. That confrontation was fantastic. The scene with Fatima where her stomach was being sucked into her ribs, and that was crazy. So that was a memorable moment. Great special effects. I thought that was really well done. And then the ending had my jaw completely on the floor. So I was impressed with that. They managed to shock me for sure.
Yeah, me as well. Yeah. I'm going to bring in Scarlett here. She just came in. Hello. Thanks for joining us.
Hey.
Oh.
I kind of feel like
what is my name? What is the secondary line?
I don't know. You did it when you logged in. It's covered by SciFi Vision. I think you can't see all of it. Let me see if I can.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a foreign, like a bunch of gibberish.
Lucky that I still
That's
live.
fine.
That's what
As
it
you were.
says.
Sorry.
No, it makes sure it's small for some reason when I do it that way. I agree with you, Julie. I think that out of all the episodes, maybe this one wasn't one of the best. But I still liked it, and I think that the stuff that moved on along with Fatima, it finally moved the story on a lot. So I think that was really, an important part of it, a big part of it. And I also, when I first saw this, was very shocked by the ending, and left kind of wondering, was it an accident? Was it something made her do it? I think that was kind of my biggest question with all this, Let's see. Let's bring in. While I'm looking at the chat, I was going to bring in some comments. But what about you? What did you think? I don't. You want me to call you Scarlett now this time? What did you think about?
Oh, sure. I just lost another live last weekend, so that's cool.
That's okay. What did you think about the episode?
What did I think about the episode?
Yeah. We just kind of gave a quick what we thought.
I actually liked it because I like the character development episodes a lot. I really like the scene between Acosta and Boyd because I think Boyd needs somebody in his face.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I liked I don't know, the Tilly scene at the end was kind of spoiled for me because somebody came into our chat and spoiled it for us, so I kind of knew that was going to happen.
I thought they were joking, though. I did not see it coming. I thought it was just a joke. Like, someone came into our chat and said, that Fatima is going to, unalive Tilly. And I did not see that coming at all. I thought they were kidding. So I'm going to make sure that person is. I just have to figure out how to ban them when the live isn't currently going on. I don't know how to do it. I have to figure it out so they don't come back in my chat again. That's upsetting. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know how to tell you how to do that, but we should say that for anybody who doesn't know, we are not doing spoilers, so please do not, say anything about spoilers, and do not post anything about the leaks, or we will kick you out.
Absolutely. Spoiler-free zone right here.
Yeah, but we are talking about the third episode. Let's see. We have Dieter. Hey, Dieter. Thanks for coming again. And we also have
Yes.
Fletcher. These are I know some of the people that came last week. I appreciate y'all coming back. Let's see. Fletcher says, what about Diner Magic's jukebox? It looks a little bit, that's coming up different on the way the screen looks for some reason this time. I don't know. I couldn't at first even get it to change to the brand of my show. It's still showing somebody else's show brand. So that might be why the colors are a bit different, I think. But oh well. So what did you guys think about the jukebox in this episode?
I loved it. I was so happy to see it. Like, I knew that there was a second jukebox. I know Kenny smashed one. I knew that there was another one. I love when they do that. I think it's just it's really amusing the way that this place uses music to kind of manipulate people and mess with their heads, kind of troll them. So I enjoyed that. I felt like it was very a fitting song for both Kenny and Acosta. She was upset there, as a new resident of this place and asking all these questions, and Kenny is grieving his mom. So I felt like the song, like the lyrics, "Ooh, child, things are going to get easier." Like I think it was just messing with them, and it was amusing in a dark way. I liked it.
Yeah, I feel like Kenny's mom. I feel like Kenny's mom talks through the jukebox. I feel like both of those songs had to do with. Kenny's mom. I just watched Julie on an interview. Hannah.
Yep.
Kenny's mom, not Julie's mom. Kenny's mom. I think with the two songs "Celebration" and "Ooh, Child," I feel like she's almost talking through the jukebox to him. And maybe they'll be revealed later. And then I thought, but then I also had a second thought that Acosta was going to say, "Oh, this song reminds me of this," or when Becca came in, I thought she was going to be, "This song reminds me of this," and none of that happened.
Yeah, it still worked though. It was a tune that was there to piss her off. I think is kind of the point, Let's see. We have Biggerford who's saying hello. Thank you for coming. And Whitney is back and says the jukebox is the best supporting character. Yeah, that's
Jasper.
a lot. So let's see. What was I gonna? Okay, so so obviously the episode, if we kind of go a little bit chronological so we know what's going on. It starts off with Fatima still getting her ultrasound and disagreeing with all of them. Do you guys feel bad for her in this? Because I noticed when I watched it this time, I kind of felt bad for her because nobody will believe her, even her husband. Nobody's listening to her. And she's like, there's something in there, whether you believe me or not. And I mean, I think we all think something's going on more. I mean, they've said multiple times in this episode, either there's something they can't see or I will still say island a lot. The town is breaking her. So obviously, I'm assuming they want you to choose one of those two things, but I think most people definitely think it's something other than just in her head. And I know both of you have said previously that you did.
Yeah. I think that there's definitely something using her as a vessel. I don't think that she's turning into a monster. I think that she's right. She said she feels like something is inside her for sure. It just can't be seen on an ultrasound. And it's just like, it's this frustrating thing that keeps coming back again and again when characters experience really bizarre, uniquely bizarre things in this place. Others don't believe them, even though they live in a town full of shape-shifting monsters. It's frustrating. Like, didn't they learn their lesson when they didn't believe Boyd? They even mentioned in this episode multiple times about the worms under Boyd's skin. They didn't believe him at first, and it turned out he was right. So it's like, okay, then why don't you believe Fatima? It's frustrating. It's really frustrating.
I have to ask. Sorry. No, go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead, Roger.
What is the significance of the ambulance showing up with that machine? It's almost like to prove her wrong.
Ooh.
Think about that.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's exactly what they needed, and they didn't find anything. And I'm surprised no one is questioning that. And go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to say, you missed Karen's comment last week. She was making this point that maybe we've talked before about things maybe manifesting themselves when they say things. And Fatima said she didn't want to see it. So maybe that's why she didn't see it, which could potentially be, accurate. But yeah, I definitely think that the ultrasound, I mean, the fact that it came there was a little obvious, but I mean, they needed a way to get it there. So it works, even if it didn't necessarily make 100% sense that it's there,
But it's now sowing the doubt in everyone. Yeah. So yes. I believe it was manifest for a reason specifically, and no one believes her.
I like that. I agree with you. What a weird coincidence, like that shows up in town and then this happens. Yeah, there aren't any coincidences in this place. There just aren't. Just like Marielle showing up there for Christy, like that wasn't a coincidence either. And it's also interesting that she happens to be a pediatric nurse and she showed up in town right before Fatima was told she was pregnant. These are not coincidences. There's just something going on with that. I completely agree. The ultrasound showing up on the ambulance. Yeah.
Can I answer the original question about sympathizing with? Okay. Like I am starting to sympathize with Fatima in the same way I sympathize with Sarah, because I feel like they're kind of cut from the same cloth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's really all I had to say. I was trying to get it in before we started talking about the ambulance.
That's okay. Sorry, I know I didn't move on. And before we answer, let's back up.
My answers are usually really, really short, so I'll just get it out within a sentence.
Yeah, no, and I'm trying to do everything at once. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to ignore you. But okay. Jumping back 1 second, Fletcher's asking a bit about the jukebox. Now, Julie says, and again, I still haven't looked, but that apparently there's 2 jukeboxes.
Isn't there 3 of them?
And then there's at least 2. I don't. There are 3.
At least 2.
At
I
least
thought there
two.
might be 3. Yeah, at least 2, but I thought there were 3.
There might be. Okay,
Well,
well, so
didn't
it's not the
someone
broken
break one?
Well, there was
Sorry,
there.
what, Roger? Okay, I didn't hear what either of you said.
I'm sorry. I asked, didn't someone break one in one of the prior episodes, like 2 or 3 episodes ago?
Yeah, that's what Fletcher was saying, is that Kenny
Okay.
broke the one, but there's more than one. So
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you know something though. Someone just pointed this out to me. Kromanockle. I don't know if he's in the chat right now.
yeah, he was the one that just said that.
Yeah, Fletcher. Yeah, Fletcher said that, and I didn't notice this. He said this in my Discord that somehow magically the jukebox that Kenny smashed in this episode, it's intact. You can see it in the background. It resurrected itself. It must be a mistake. Like they must have just made a mistake. I think.
I
I don't know.
Is that an inconsistency, or did somebody fix it?
Right? I don't know. It's weird. He smashed it to smithereens. How is it intact on the right? It was the one on the right of the door that he smashed, I believe. I don't know.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if the town somehow brought it back just to drive them nuts, like they do everything.
Or-
you know?
I always thought Jim's phone was gonna come back in the wall in the kitchen.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still surprised it didn't ring after it went off.
Me too. I expected it to
Yeah.
ring when he ripped it out of the wall.
Yeah, but I think that's like the trope of every horror movie, you know. So maybe they're trying not to do that. So Whitney says she doesn't feel bad for her because she's been a pill since the start of the season. If she communicated, then I think for sure let's help. But no, you want to eat your rotten veggies alone, deal alone. That's a good point. That's what has not really shared with people, has she?
No, she has not. Yeah.
And Whitney also says, and sorry guys, I'm trying to go through everything on the chat. I'm still slow at it. She says, I think she's making a human body for the entity. The monsters have a tunnel all set up for the child. No way, that's just for giggles. And you know, I know we're kind of jumping ahead here, but you know, I kind of wondered at the very beginning, or well, not the very beginning, I guess it's the middle of this episode, but you know, Elgin finds a room and they need a place to put, you know, that she can, Dawn is kind of saying, you know, you shouldn't be staying at Colony House. So I don't know. We know that whatever's going on with him and Kimono Lady is related to Fatima. So I don't know. That I kind of wondered if there was something with that.
There's a baby carriage down there. She does actually have a baby inside of her.
Yeah, there's a baby carriage down in the cave. They just showed it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. I'm sure they have everything there if she needs. Let's see. Grova Super, thanks for coming, says, did Victor's dad probably manifest Victor's death by saying things? You know, things were better if he was dead. You know, if the manifestation theory is correct, that's a very good point. I hadn't even thought about that. That's scary. I hope not.
That's dark.
I definitely hope not.
I hope not. Yeah. I already
feel
was
bad.
worried about him. Go ahead.
Because Henry never says a bad thing, and the one time that he for a second says something like this, it would manifest. It'd be horrible.
And he literally said that he only thought this for just a moment and he felt horrible about it. That what kind of father would think that? And he's a human being. He thought this for a moment. It's understandable. So I hope not. And in the previous episode, I was already kind of worried because that monster telling Victor, you know, if you keep coming down here, one of these days we might make you stay. I worried it's kind of foreshadowing something. I hope not. That would be depressing.
Yeah, it would. I've said before, I don't think they'll get rid of Victor soon just because they just reunited them, but that doesn't, I mean, that's not proof of anything. That's just my thoughts on that. But that would really suck. Maybe he should have kept it to himself.
You know? Yeah.
Don't
it was
speak
a
it out
Bruce
loud.
Willis talking. It was that moonshine or whatever they're making.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, definitely.
200 proof.
Yeah, 100. Dieter says, I wonder if Fatima's going to run like Tilly said and where to. I mean, what did you think about what Tilly said? I mean, I kind of feel like she meant, you know, I know you didn't do it on purpose, and that's why she's telling her to run. Like she doesn't want anything to happen to her. Is that how you guys took it, or did you take something different from it?
That's what I.
Or she could be on the side of the monsters. telling her to
You
run
still
so
think
a
she's
boy
crushed.
or
You're
somebody
getting
doesn't
to
kill
bed
her.
and you still think she's.
Oh, she's still
Like-
sus enough.
No, I know. A lot of people think that. I just think it's funny. It's like the poor lady dies, and everybody still is blaming her. Let's see. Whitney says, but the monsters are having their own baby shower. They're probably down in that cave
Well,
partying,
Jasper
right?
spent a lot of time decorating the downstairs.
Yeah, they've been moving things around. Maybe that's what the dining room was set up for, you know? Okay, let's see. Taran agrees. He says Tilly's still sus to me, even in death. So
Yes.
yeah,
R.I.P.
I don't know. I
But
never thought she was. I thought it was too obvious. I mean, not that that means anything, but that was why I never thought that that Tilly was bad. Did you ever think that, Julie? I can't remember.
I have found certain things about her suspicious. I don't think that she was consciously bad. I never thought that. If anything, I just thought that she's being used as kind of a pawn, like without her knowledge or awareness. Like when she showed up with the morphine and left it in the clinic, I don't think she was doing that on purpose because she knew Mari was an addict. I think it was just kind of that was orchestrated by the big bad, kind of just putting those pieces together. I don't think that she did that like to consciously harm anyone. So that's what I think. But I did find it suspicious that she was so unusually interested in Fatima's pregnancy, and she knew that she was pregnant before anybody said anything, and especially since I knew this wouldn't be a normal pregnancy. So I'm like, okay, what is she sensing? Is she sensing something nefarious? This is like a nefarious thing going on with her. So that made me suspicious. But now, I don't know what they were trying to do with that. Maybe they were just trying to drop a bunch of red herrings with her and troll us, I think.
Yeah, well, they've definitely, if she isn't, there's definitely been a lot of red herrings, a lot of different things. There's the whole tarot card thing. I mean, there was a lot.
Yeah.
What about you, Roger? Were you suspicious of Tilly?
No, I was not. But I believe that when she told her to run, it was to run away from Ellis and everyone else because they don't believe
I
her
agree.
anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
take
well,
the initiative
hopefully-
and run.
Yeah, hopefully Ellis
But
will
also
come
she's-
around. But sorry, what's
But also, she needs to attend the baby shower that's set by monsters, waiting for her to come be part of them.
Yeah, they need to go down into the cave and do that. Let's see. Taran is asked. Whoop, I lost it. Is asking about the interviews. If you look on my Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, I have that. I am like not good at putting these things up quick. But on the link on the screen, I did post a little bit of Pega, who plays Fatima, her interview tonight, a bit that wasn't spoilery about eating the rotten food and blood and everything, because the rest of it's going to have to be held till the finale. But I have, let's see, I am talking to Elizabeth tomorrow, who plays Donna. That's separate from our live thing on here. And though that will probably be up after the next episode, it kind of depends what I asked. I haven't decided yet. And for people who don't know, I should probably remind everybody that on the 12th, we have Nathan Simmons, who plays Elgin, coming. And on the 19th, we have Avery Conrad, who plays Sarah. And then on the 26th is Elizabeth Saunders, who plays Donna. And those are all live interviews where you guys can, put your questions in the chat and we'll ask them. That's all part of our regular Tuesday night shows, which start at 9 p.m. on those.
Jamie, let me ask you, the banner that you just posted, the SciFi Vision, do you want it to run along the bottom of the screen all the time?
Yeah, but it was covering the chat question. That's why I took it off.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Well, I'll give you an idea what I'm talking about. I'm going to switch it to a scroll, and look, it'll be at the bottom all the time.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I thought it when I tried to do it, it covered his question. That's why I took it off. All right, let's see.
I had a question. I had a related baby question. Can
Okay.
you guys hear me well? I moved a little.
Yeah, you're a little bit like cutting out every once in a while, but you're okay.
Okay. Speaking of baby stuff, what did you guys think of that Blair witch project folk horror looking, I would say, baby mobile that Elgin was making.
Yeah, interesting,
Well, we
right?
didn't have a lot to work with.
Was that creepy or cute?
It was a little weird, but
It reminded me of Yellow Jackets. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but people who watch Yellow Jackets will know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
okay, I'm not sure what that refers to because I need to catch up on that. But yeah, I don't know. It was a little creepy, but hey, he's working with what he's got. Right?
It was baby shower gifts across the board, like either in Yellow Jackets or in From. Just creepy bones and pearls and stuff stuck to a stick.
Yeah, it was kind of creepy looking now that you mention it. And like it looked like it was all hanging from a really old hanger or something.
Yeah,
I guess
coat
that's what you
hanger.
can find. Yeah.
Art.
Gotta put the what was it that Donna gave her, the dream catcher. Should hang that up. It just reminded me when you said that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see. Whitney's. Whoa, where did that go? Nope, that's what I said before. Where the heck did the other one go? It moved on me here. Sorry. I'm doing this here. Okay. Whitney says, I still think Tilly stayed close because she was going to die from sickness anyway. She'd rather be the one hurt than anyone else and had a better chance. Yeah.
100%. That's what I was thinking. We were just talking about this. Sorry, I cut you off. We were just talking about this last night.
Yeah,
I
we were.
100%, Whitney. It's like you're in my head. I was literally just saying that to Jamie last night. But sorry, continue.
No, you're right. Yeah, we were saying that maybe she foresaw her own death, but yeah, I mean, it would make sense if Tilly isn't, bad, that maybe she didn't want anybody else to get hurt and would rather it be her since she's going to die anyway. So
And then she could be there for Fatima. She felt for her. She knew that Fatima was going through something horrific, and she said right before Fatima stabbed her, you're not alone. You're not alone. She knew she was going to pass away anyway. So I really think that she just kept herself close, and maybe I thought she was sus for following her around because of this pregnancy, but maybe it was just something she sensed, and she kept herself close to offer her support since she wasn't going to make it anyway.
I think those are cursed words. Anytime somebody says you're not alone, they get their foot stuck in a bear trap or they get stabbed.
that's a good point. Yeah. I don't know. I like her comment to Ellison. She's like, I just got cancer and I like a good love story because it's like he didn't trust her either.
She had that kind of tropey soliloquy where she was talking about the greatest adventure has a beginning, middle, and an end, and no one lives forever.
Yeah. And then I know I thought about that after. I didn't think about it till after, but yeah, that was definitely foreshadowing she was not to be there long. Let's see. Rova says, so on another stream, the body of Elgin found could possibly be Martin's. What do we think about that theory? I don't know, but I think that if it is, we don't have information that it is. Like, I feel like it's supposed to, I don't know if we're supposed to think it looks like somebody because we talked about this last night when we were in Discord, but the only person's, clothes that it resembles that I've figured out so far is Jade. So is it some, version of Jade from the future, alternate Jade, or does it have nothing to do with Jade and it's a red herring? I don't know. Could it be Martin?
It's Jade. It's just become the movie The Endless. Everybody watch Endless.
I don't want it to be Jade. I like Jade. Jade is my favorite. I'm going down with that ship. I like Jade.
Yeah,
but
in this show, I think people might be able to exist dead but also alive.
No, yeah, I agree with that. We don't know if there's some form of time travel or what. We're not sure, but it's definitely with everything else that's happened in this town. I would say it's possible. Anything's possible, but it could also be Martin. I mean, I feel like there's more to Martin's story because people do bring up. Martin
seems pretty casual wear for Martin. He seems pretty casual for Martin.
Wasn't Martin shirtless? Because all his clothes had worn away or whatever.
Oh, that's true. Then it's formal for Martin. Okay.
Yeah. But do you guys feel like there's more with Martin? I feel like that was too important of a storyline to just drop.
I think that maybe there is something that could come back again with Martin because he said such important like that significant line that we all quote so many times, that the monsters are just the tip of the spear, and maybe they're going to bring something back. Maybe they'll bring him back as an apparition Yeah, like in ghost form. I mean, we've seen it with other deceased people from this place. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the body down there is Martin. I mean, I don't think Martin would have been wearing jeans and a shirt like that. Martin looked like he was from like, the past. He looked.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's more of a modern. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, more modern clothes.
Yep. Yeah, and it's not Jade. I mean, I looked like, I think they want us to probably associate it with Jade's shirt. This is the season of trolling us. I keep saying that. They're doing
Yeah.
this on purpose because they know we go down rabbit holes. We dissect every single frame. But
Oh my
I
God,
looked at the
Kenny's lying tonight.
shirt. The
That was
shirt,
totally telling us.
Yeah, the Kenny
Yeah.
line. I actually took pictures of my TV with that line. I
what? Wait,
sent it
what
to you,
line?
Julie. The theory line. The line Carrie says. The line that Kenny says about theories is basically the audience are from.
Right? Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
most
100%.
definitely.
They'll
I
either
agree that.
drive
I
us
like that.
crazy or we accept it.
Yeah. We've already gone way past the level of crazy, I think. If Roger hasn't listened to our show, I don't think he knows how far down the rabbit hole we go.
I have. Yes, I have.
Oh, you did listen to our From show? Okay, because we talked for like almost 4 hours last time. So
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all.
I guess for you guys that isn't that long, but for me it's long. Fletcher asked, why haven't we seen nighttime in Camden? That's a good question. Do you think that's significant? I mean, we didn't really see that much of Camden. But that's a good question. I don't know. See, I never questioned. I mean, I guess I questioned it a little bit, but for the most part, I took at face value that she went home. But then if you guys listened to that interview I did with David Alpay, he really made me question that. And I don't know if he was just kind of like saying, you don't know what's true, or he was, serious. I don't know. But he definitely made me question it after that. Like, did she really leave? So I don't know. What do you guys think about what Fletcher said?
I personally think that she did get out, but I can completely understand the argument against that. There were some strange things. That the priest that she met was strange, and the bracelet, the song playing in the car, in Henry's car, the Blue, that her favorite song, and there were some strange things. There was a random lady who looked like she teleported across the street, and that's an interesting point about not seeing night in Camden. Could it be another part of Fromville with monsters or something? I personally think that she got out, but I could see it being like, I hope that this isn't true, but if she didn't get out, then the only thing that would make sense to me is that it's a simulation, and like that was just like a level 2, or she really got out and they basically knocked her out and put her back into the simulation car accident, took her back to the hospital. I mean, because we don't know. She woke up in the ambulance, and how do we know that in the car accident they didn't just take her back to the hospital and put her in the sim? I'm saying this, but I really hope it's not true. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't like that idea.
I think it makes sense that Henry came back and Acosta came back. I guess it would depend though. If we go from what you're saying, if it's a simulation or a game, it could make sense because they could pull in new, NPCs or whatever. But if it's not a simulation, not a game, then I don't know that it makes total sense to me. But it's interesting that we didn't see night. They just showed them waking up.
Yeah,
but that could also be the way they wrote the script.
I just assumed that she was down in the basement all night looking at paintings.
Yeah, she was.
There didn't really have to be. There didn't have to be a nighttime scene of her doing that. It was already implied. And the other time she was sleeping, I think she was kind of knocked out.
Yeah. She spent the whole night.
Are they just gonna have a nighttime scene of Henry just sitting on his porch drinking a beer? I mean, I don't really think that really makes a difference to the, plot line of the show.
Yeah, that's why I said it might just be that's the way they wrote the script and not. Sometimes I think there's really not anything deep, but we put deep meaning. But that is interesting though to think about it, right?
Yeah. And I don't want it to be a simulation.
Me neither.
Yeah, I don't want him to be in a simulation either. And thank you to Rand. He's talking about my interviews. I have Sylvester Stallone up there from before. Yeah, that was from Algo from his reality show. That was a fun one that I never expected to happen.
That's cool.
Thanks. Let's see. Dieter doesn't think it's important, so maybe that's why they didn't do nighttime. So yeah, Dieter doesn't think that it's relevant, I guess. Okay, let's see. Elgin, that's more about interviews. Okay. Whitney says, what does annoy mean is Boyd had worms that people do not believe he had. So I assume they mean what annoys them. What Boyd had worms people didn't believe he had. Yeah, it's kind of, and I even wrote this. I finally did get my recap up, by the way, for anybody who wants to read it. But yeah, I mean, even Henry's like, telling Victor, toys don't talk. Like in this world, I wouldn't be so surprised if they did,
Yes.
So much shit has happened on this show and people still refuse to believe. So
that's so frustrating.
Well,
I don't understand why that is. Yeah.
And I also think that the worms, there's a correlation, and this might happen to Fatima, is that Boyd had worms and people couldn't see it. Then they could see it. But Fatima doesn't have a baby in ultrasound, but maybe they'll see it later. This manifests itself same way.
Yeah. Yeah. What was it? Wasn't that last night? I'm trying to remember exactly what the person said, but I don't know, I'm losing my train of thought. But that maybe Boyd found out about the worms because they needed to transfer them on to the monster. I forget.
Yeah.
Do you remember that conversation we had last night? I don't remember who said it.
Yeah.
Exactly what they said, but
I remember. I was saying that that maybe so nobody could see the worms in his arms and in his arm until the moment that the monsters were outside and nobody was believing Boyd. What was it? Kenny pointed a gun at him and was telling him, give Ellis your blood, give Ellis your blood. And they weren't listening. So, I mean, it got to a point where I think whatever entity is in charge here, allowed people to see those worms, because then what happened? Boyd, they believed him, and Boyd went out and he gave the worms to a monster. Clearly it needed a vessel that's a monster. Because after that, we saw the cicadas unleashed. Once they opened up Smiley, it needed a monster vessel. So this entity wanted that to happen. Yeah. So I think that was why the timing of that happened. And, it's just all those ballerina visions, they were giving hints to Boyd about transferring the worms to a monster. She was showing him worms in her mouth. She covered her mouth with his hand. She was basically trying to give him hints. It was all it was orchestrated for all of that to happen. So that's what I think. So it could be something like that with the ultrasound. They wouldn't let this thing be shown because it wasn't the right time.
Maybe we'll find it out when it is the right time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Let's see. Whitney, which that actually makes sense that if because I mean there's a lot of theories about reincarnation, that if they are reincarnated, that they could have a dead body from a long time ago. So it could be whoever, but I'm assuming that she means Jade, if it's Jade's old body from a different cycle, whatever.
Oh, interesting.
That is interesting. There's so much cyclical stuff going on here. Let's see. Ant wants to know what's going on with Elgin. That is a good question. That is a very loaded question.
Yes, it is.
I just want to know what he means by, is this where it happens? Happens in the present.
Yeah.
In the root cellar.
Where what happens, right? It's so confusing.
He says where. This where it happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
I kind of assumed when he first said it that maybe he meant it about the body laying there, but I think if that was the case, he would have said happened in the past tense.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Maybe that's where they shed their body to get their soul ready for another body.
Yeah, maybe they transfer. Maybe that's
the
the
soul
only
chamber.
way out of this town. They jump bodies, right?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I
don't think we know. We all could come to the consensus that kimono woman is bad.
Definitely. I was just hoping we'd get more in that vein. It was so confusing. It was interesting. I thought we'd get a little bit more than we did. But yeah, I found it interesting that he had to open, he happened to open a door, and then like the creepy knocking.
Yeah, that
creepy
was
this
that was
season, like
all the comical doors revealing
and then,
another
yeah, then
door, revealing another door.
another door, and then it was a red door, which to me indicates the presence of evil. Anytime you see red, like, they
yeah.
love to play with colors in this show. Elgin had a yellow backpack, which stands out. There's so much of that same mustard yellow all over the show,
You know,
which I think it
Julie,
symbolizes.
Julie,
Yeah.
you know that the man in yellow in the painting is standing in front of something red. He could be standing in front of that red door.
Mm,
Oh,
I want to go
interesting.
back and look at that scene.
Since I
Look
think
at
he's the guy on the
it.
rock anyway, that's his favorite place to be. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's where the guy on the rock was. He was in the root cellar.
Yeah.
Or under the rock. I guess he was under the rock, not on the rock. But yeah,
Yeah, under the rock.
yeah. Whitney's asking if we're eating Halloween candy. I put mine away before I came on. That's
Ooh,
my-
can we get some? I have some right here. I have some in a bag.
I don't know.
What
It
do you
makes
guys
too much
want? You want a
noise when I do
Snickers?
it. I had
You
it
want
last
some
night.
Pops? You want some Twizzlers?
When we were talking last night, I'm like thinking,
You go for the Twizzlers.
I'm just popping cough drops because I have no voice left from talking so much on lives
Well,
and in the
that's
voice
what you
channel.
get for doing 8-hour streams.
Yeah, and then talking all night last night too.
Yeah, we talk too much.
I have gummies.
I'll probably end up like that
I have
eventually.
gummies that are bats and pumpkins and skulls and mummies.
Mm.
So,
I would
Nice.
share if everybody was in the same room with me.
lots of sugar. Yeah. Whitney says if it's a simulation, I think it happened during the time that Jim was yelling about when she went away after after near when Ethan was going to die, or does she mean Thomas? I'm assuming that she means Ethan, but that could mean Thomas too. I don't know. Ant says that if it's a simulation, it would hurt the show a lot. I think a lot of people wouldn't like that. I agree. It's kind of like everybody would have been mad if they were dead on Lost, which some people still don't understand. They weren't dead during the show, but that's, a whole nother issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I think a simulation would not be a good answer. I mean, and Dieter says no aliens either.
Yes. Yes. No,
Little
thank
green
you,
man, Dieter.
Yeah,
Little green man.
Whitney says it's nothing more than someone's sim game. That's why you get into, I think, of like Cabin in the Woods and stuff like that. You don't want it to be something like that, but I know people were pushing around that image from Cabin in the Woods, trying to pretend it was that it was a spoiler.
Then that Costa line rings true. What kind of psycho designed this place?
Yeah, again, trolling us, right?
I like that line.
Yeah. Let's see. Sounds so bad that someone has worms. Yeah, it does. Okay, we have
Gross.
Infinite Umbra in the room too. Hello. And Vanessa Wicked. Hello. I recognize, I think some of you from Julie's Discord, I recognize the icons, but not necessarily who you are. Let's see. Maybe the town will suck in an Amazon truck. I don't have a dewormer. Okay, yeah. Let's see what else. Golden Child's here. Hello. Okay, let's see. Grova says, I like when people act like they don't believe stuff. It adds to make up what makes from. Yeah, that's true. Because I think if everybody believed everything, it would be kind of boring if all the characters just accepted it all,
Oh yeah.
So that's
Definitely
a point.
Yeah.
And by the way, Roger, if you want to say something in between us, just jump in.
I'm listening right now, and when the moment is appropriate, I will. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Ant says, I think the town cursed Fatima on purpose, put Ellis in the same position that his father was in, because they're going out of way to break Boyd. Yeah, we were talking about this last night, that maybe they're going to make her go nuts so that he has to potentially kill her like Boyd killed his wife. I think that would make sense. I mean, I don't think it's all in her head, but I definitely think that that, it could come to that, and it would parallel that. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think she may have been targeted on purpose because of her proximity to Boyd. I mean, the place is trying to break everyone, but Boyd is definitely the number one target, and anybody close to him is going to be caught in the crossfire. So that may be why Kenny has suffered so much loss. He's close to Boyd. Now Ellis and Fatima, like I could see that. I could absolutely see that.
It would also have a 1-2 punch because it would break Donna too, because she's kind of like, Fatima's kind of like the beauty in the art of the colony house, and when she goes out, colony house suffers.
Yeah, everybody likes Fatima.
I always saw them as the romantic, idealistic side of the town. You crumble that, then the other side's going to crumble.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're definitely right. Talking about breaking Boyd, I did want to ask you guys, because I want to somewhat make sure we don't skip things, but he yelled a lot in this episode, like he yelled a lot in the last episode. What do you think about his conversation with Christy? Like, I get that she wanted him to tell her everything, but I kind of agree with him that he shouldn't, because it was their job to tell, not his. But he's at the same time is also yelling at her to come up with an answer, so he kind of wants it both ways.
Well, I think she wanted to know about the eating rotten vegetables thing, so she could diagnose the pregnancy as like hysterical pregnancy, or what was the other term for it? What was the other term for it? Psychosomatic. Thank you. And I think if she would have known she was eating rotten vegetables, she may have come to that deductively a little faster.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's definitely true. But I mean, I don't know. I think that if he had told them, that would have been mean, though, at the same time, because they didn't necessarily want it out. And that was up to them. So, yeah.
Yeah, but I think it'd be probably the time that people stop playing nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they have to worry about other people, too. Like what Donna said in this episode is totally legit. Like, you may like the person, but you got to worry about everybody else, too, because you don't want them to, kill them and end up in the box.
Kill all your people.
Yeah. Or end up like Acosta, just shooting around everybody. Let's see. Golden Child says, I think Tilly foresaw her death by viewing the tarot cards. That's why she told her she'd be there for her. Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. I just kind of hope that, like, I mean, I think Tilly, well, she stabbed her. It looked like she stabbed her in the heart. So I think she's a goner. But I hope that, at some point we either see more of her as a ghost or a Father Cotton type thing, or find out more about her.
I'd love her to be a busybody ghost, like a busybody that's in everybody's business like she used to be in life.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Bring over the gossip.
Yeah, is there more than one? Okay, Dieter's saying he likes the theories. How are they gonna win over this entity, or is there more than one? Because it seems like the cicada entered. Yeah, I think that's one of the big questions I have, is how many different like entities / monsters / apparitions, whatever you want to call them, are there? And I think there's quite a lot we can discuss about that. Like, what do you guys think about that? Because I mean, we have the creatures, the ones that or the regular monsters, whatever.
Like the low level.
Yeah,
working class, low level.
And I know when I was talking to Julie
public
before,
servants,
that there might be. You were saying something before to me about you think there might be one. I think it was you that was saying that there might be somebody above them all that's like the leader or something. Wasn't that you that said that to me? Somebody said that to me. Maybe it wasn't you. I don't know.
I think that there's one kind of big bad, that kind of controls all of it. They're all a part of that one big bad, and it's a hierarchy. Like the tip of the spear comment makes me think that, and it just seems like there's a hierarchy where like the monsters are just the tip of the spear. They're like the lowest level entity, and then above that, the cicada entity, which the monsters seem to not be able to mess with. If someone is, if someone has already been targeted by the cicada entity, the monsters leave them alone. It's like they stay away.
Well, to be fair, they didn't leave Randall alone, though. I mean, they didn't kill him, so I guess maybe they did.
They didn't kill him.
Yeah, that's just it. That's just
leaving them alone.
if he had been anyone else, I think they would have.
They would have killed him. Yeah.
They
But
also left him laying out in the woods when he first got all the cicadas like flying in his mouth in season 2.
That's
He
true.
was laying out in the woods all night, and he didn't. They could have gotten him then, but they didn't.
Yeah,
So
that's
I think
very
it's a hierarchy, and the monsters are like a hive mind connected to the big bad.
Yeah.
Okay, but do you guys remember
So,
when they gave Boy the choice of saving Randall or not? It was also
Mhm.
another setup again, where they actually told him you can only have this one, or you can only have that, or you can have Randall, and
Yeah.
Randall made the choice.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have a
it's not
question for
like
Julie. Oh, never mind.
no. Go ahead.
No, it was back to what we were talking about before. I was like, do you think the voice is what I call the voice is the entity, the highest entity?
Like the whatever's making the voice on the radio and the voice on the phone and
Yeah. Well, I like
voice.
to call him the voice.
Yeah, I think that's the big bad. Yeah, like that's the big bad manufacturing the voice on the radio, the Thomas voice on the phone, and now that whatever voice came out of Jasper or might come out of Jasper, it also I think is just the big bad speaking through different things. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, it could
Yeah.
be. But back to just hitting on what Roger said really quick. I think that
Yeah.
the whole point of that more than anything was just to make Boyd feel guilt. And I still think he needs to talk to Randall. I've been saying that from the beginning. I think they need to have a conversation and he needs to be like, yeah, I know what I did, but you know what? I saved him. I keep saying that. So what else? Oh, so we also have the, okay, so we have the cicadas. We have whatever these, manifestations of the ghost are, unless some of them are their, in their heads. We seem to, I think we've kind of come to the conclusion that they're probably not, but it seems like some of them are helpful and some of them aren't. So I don't know whether they're all the same, but
well, like the boy in white and that level, the boy in white level.
There's the boy in white, but I mean, we have like Father Kotri, and we have who else? We have somebody else. Tom, dead Tom.
Yep.
I have Abby, dead Abby.
Dead Abby, yeah. Dead Abby seemed to be more I don't necessarily want to say evil, but she didn't seem to be helpful at any rate. Where I feel like Kotri has maybe been more helpful. Tom was kind of somewhere in between, I feel like. We also have the worms. So there's a lot of different entities.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then the companion ones like ballerina.
Yeah, then there's
Music.
that's true too.
And
then we have Kimono Woman, and that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Why does the Kimono Woman look like emaciated, dead, whatever? Because she looks different than all of them, which I find strange.
Yeah, that's a huge mystery. I don't know what to make of her. I don't know. Like I all I know right now is I don't trust that entity. I think that she's manipulating Elgin. So she may be another manifestation of the big bad, in my opinion, or something connected to it, because it just sounds a lot like what Sarah's voices were telling her. I can help you. I can help you all go home if you listen to me. Yeah,
I can save you. I can save all of you.
Yeah, but why she looks like
exactly.
that? I don't know. Why does she have this kimono on? Why it doesn't really seem to fit? That's the confusing thing.
Yeah, they all seem to be so different. It's hard to tell. So yeah, I don't know.
And she's always damp.
The same one. Yeah, and then we have the boy in white who, and the Nkui kids. I mean, we can't forget them either.
Oh yeah, don't forget them.
Wait a few.
We forget them.
I feel like the Nkui kids, though, might actually, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like the Nkui kids might actually be more ghost, or at least ghost-like. Same thing with the boy in white. Like, I don't think that they're necessarily the town trying to screw them over like some of the other ones might be.
I don't either, actually. And I only just kind of came around to this way of thinking with the boy in white, because I was very much like anti boy in white. Boy in white is evil, but I shift my theories if I see different evidence coming up in this season. It just seemed like a helpful thing, sending Miranda, Tabitha out there to find Henry, get all this information about Miranda, and then it seems like she was sent out to help usher Henry in. Maybe he couldn't have gotten in on his own because he's not like a hand-picked person who's meant to go to Fromville. Like, so I think he was I think he was helping. So I've changed my mind on Boy in White. I think that he helps as much as he can, but he doesn't have enough power to get everyone out, like to show everyone how to escape. Like,
right.
and
You know what you
include
made me
too.
think when you said that though, and I never thought about this till now, but if he did bring Henry there for a reason, like what would the reason be? Because maybe the reason is simply he knew Victor was lonely. And he's like, well, I can bring him somebody, you know? It could
I
be
think
something simple like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was to help him give him support as he's trying to remember all of these buried memories. And Victor's dad can help with that. He's never had this kind of support from a family member since he was a kid. So I think it was to help with that, and also to give Tabitha all of that insight into Miranda that she wouldn't have had otherwise. So yeah.
Okay, let's see. Whitney says, is this going to be biblical because she has an immaculate conception or the Antichrist baby? I think we need to know if she's pregnant first, then maybe we can answer that.
Oh, I think all of From's pretty biblical. You got Mr. Loaves and Fishes, you got Adam and Eve in the garden. There's a lot.
Yeah.
Lots of biblical references. Book 74, the Revelations episodes coming up.
Revelations.
Title Revelations. Yeah.
Let's see. Anne says, I just think it's something that happens in the past that he's seen. I'm not sure exactly what that was in reference to because we got too far behind on the chat. Sorry. Do you guys know what you think he meant?
What is that? Something in the past.
Jade, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
The body of Jade? Or
yeah, we were talking about that, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that.
Maybe something earlier on since the chat's a little faster.
Yeah. Let's see. Did the tower have a red door as well? Hi, Garrett family. I don't remember the tower having.
No.
I don't even really remember a door in the tower, to be honest. I remember the numbers scratched into that wasn't even the real tower. That was her dream. Yeah. So
there's a video.
Yep.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, there's a great video on Vimeo about the production. And our production team, you can see them building the lighthouse, and it doesn't have a red door. And it's lovely. Recommended.
Yeah. Let's see. Something either happened there or is going to happen there. Aunt said, and I'm assuming might be in reference to the Elgin thing.
It seems true.
Yeah.
Either heaven there is going to happen there. He's right.
Yeah.
Under the sun.
Let's see. If we don't, I don't know. We want aliens, but human terrarium maybe. That could be
under the dome.
Let's not have under the dome. Human zoo maybe. Under the dome, no. Would it not be cool to see a cycle of the town where no one speaks the same language?
Yeah, like 1899, everyone was speaking. So many people speaking different languages made it a lot more difficult for them.
It's kind of like Dark, but don't spoil Dark for me. I've heard the same thing about Dark, but no Dark spoilers, please.
Yeah, no, I think they all speak German in Dark. I think. If I remember.
Yeah, that's just the language of the shows in German. That's not on the show. All the actors are German.
Yeah,
it's a good show though. Let's see. Rick Ford says when Fatima's stomach did that thing, I think her organs are drying out like Smiley's. I think that's a good point that they could be, but we can't see it maybe, and it was kind of showing that.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool effect.
It was a cool effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Cool. Aunt says, I think they're kind of afraid of Boyd in some way. They could have killed him. Yeah. And I think we've talked about this before. I think that they just, they want to break Boyd. I mean, I know on the other show, Karen and AJ have kind of questioned why don't they just kill him though, because that would still hurt the other people of the town. But I think they just like screwing with him,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not just about killing. It's not just about killing people. It's about breaking them down. I think feeding off their pain and their fear and suffering. It's like savoring a meal. They're like look at it that way.
Mhm.
Like they feed off of that, and it's not just about killing everybody. I think if they really wanted to, I think the big bad could just take everybody out at any time. Personally,
Mhm.
if it can see everything, like it saw Tabitha digging in the basement, it heard Boyd yelling in the middle of the woods. I honestly think it's just a game. Like I think it could take
Mhm.
everybody out at any time. Like before the talismans, when everyone was hiding in holes, if this entity can see where everyone is all the time, then it could have just taken everybody out. But it was all about taking some out bit by bit and then terrorizing the survivors. Like that's what I think.
I hadn't even thought about that when they go in the holes. You're right. It probably could see the holes they went in. I think that would be too boring for them, though. I think they want to play with their food.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah, I was
thing.
gonna say when Julie already said it, I was gonna say that they treat it like a game.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely. Ant is saying about nobody talking to each other. Yeah, I think if people talk to each other more, they definitely would solve more. But at the same time, we know how well the meeting went when they try to tell everybody everything, it doesn't go so well.
Yeah,
Nope.
they had that scene between Donna and Boyd, and within one scene, they said we shouldn't keep secrets from each other. Then they talked, and they're like, we should keep this between us, like in the same scene.
Yeah, and sometimes they
It's
try
like,
to
please
share.
talk to everybody.
But sometimes they try to share though. Think about Jade in the last episode. Like he was so excited to tell Boyd, "Look what I found out," and Boyd's like, "I thought you
Yeah.
had something exciting." It's like, well, no wonder why he doesn't tell you. You know. Okay, let's see. The thing no one has tried, as far as we know, is ritual sacrifice. Time to take one for the team at 17. Nobody likes poor
Covered
Jim.
in jam.
Nobody likes.
I'd like to see that. That's cool.
Yeah. I still think they need to investigate more of the place. Like, take the talisman, put it in the van, and go around and see what you can
Get the
find.
Polaroid. Bring the Polaroid,
Get the
too,
Polaroid
so you can
and
document
the
it.
ultrasound and take it around at
Yeah.
night and see how far you can go. Because I don't know, I just feel like they haven't ventured very far because they're too scared to. I mean, I understand why they haven't, but I think sometimes it maybe if they would do that, they could find more answers, maybe. Okay. Aunt said Alice is definitely going to cover up the murder of Tilly. Yeah, I think personally that Ellis will help her. I mean, I don't think he's going to turn her into everybody.
So
but
you think it's going to become a Weekend at Bernie's subplot?
Well, that would be funny. I don't think so, no.
They're just like, well, Tilly doesn't look good. It looks like she's stabbed with something. This wave her arm. Like, hey, it's Tilly. She's good. She feels good. She's going to go lay down.
Yeah. That would be funny. Let's see. I agree. We don't.
Yeah, they're
let
definitely
her
going to
drink
cover
her
it up.
blood. Yeah. What do you think she's going to try to eat or drink eat Tilly or drink her blood?
Oh yeah, she looks delicious. No.
Maybe Ellis just caught her, so maybe not. And she looks distraught at what she just did. So she might not. But I mean, maybe she'll go back later. Like, I don't know what they do with the body. She might go back later. She might not be able to help herself. I hope not. I don't like cannibalism storylines, but it looks like it could head in that direction. It's just one step away once you start drinking blood. Yeah.
I don't know. It might be different though since she killed her too. Like the other body, like Nikki was already dead.
Right.
And I feel like maybe she'd feel more guilt because she did kill her, whether it was intentional or not. Let's see. Peter says no baby. The entity could mess with the baby monitor. Yeah. I mean, we don't really know. I do agree with whoever it was that said they should check the baby monitor at night and see if it changes.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah. Let's see. I think we can win over the entity by showing it no matter how hard they try to break everyone in the community. They all stand without showing whatever they expect them to show. I don't know, though, that everybody is as strong as Boyd, though. Like, I feel like if they do things to some of the other people, they may break, you know? What do you guys think? Everybody got quiet.
I
We're
think,
thinking.
yeah, I can win over the entity by showing it how, no matter how hard. Yeah, I like. They would have to be. Marielle is a good example of this. Actually, Marielle is surprisingly strong. She just said in episode 7 that she does still feel the sensation of the cicadas attacking her, and she just tells herself that it's not real, and she doesn't let the fear get to her. So maybe it could be a matter of trying to just not give into the psychological warfare and just be strong against it. Maybe it is possible to do that. It's interesting.
Or is she manifesting that it doesn't hurt her because she says that?
That could be too.
That
could be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think Boyd can withstand them. I don't know that everybody else can. That's my answer anyway.
I mean, even Donna is so tough, but I mean, Donna, look how much she's broken down, sobbing and saying how so scared she is this season. So
yeah, definitely. Let's see. I think there has to be a creator of the town, because what else could have come from? I don't think it just appeared. That's a good point. But I guess the question is, what are they if they created the town, or if they sucked these people into the town, or whatever? Like we said earlier, hope it's not aliens, but
yeah.
That all seems to me like more Team Fairy or Team Fae. Like just taking bits and pieces and making a town, and it's not really complete because that's their idea of what a town should be.
Yeah. Let's see. Some of these are more like joking, like I wish there was a save point to respond to. Yeah. Might make it easier. Then we can bring back Tian Chen, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Team Entity, not a baby because of the whole rib cage. Do you think it's... See, I don't know. I don't think that she's imagining things, but I kind of wondered with that moment if she was maybe supposed to be imagining that part, because Ellis came in and it wasn't there. But I guess that could go back to, again, just that she's seeing it or feeling it and other people can't see it.
Yeah, I think that there's something in there, just not a human baby. Something in there.
And she wasn't. Sorry, Julie. She was measuring herself, and she said she was bigger, so there might be something in there.
Right.
Yeah. Other than rotten vegetables.
Yeah, and the blood. They became a little more cautious after Boyd killed one of them because they might be afraid. Yeah, they did kind of, I think, after he killed Smiley. I would agree with that statement. Let's see. And if I'm going too fast with the comments, please tell me. I'm trying to go slower than I did last time. I don't think it's powerful enough yet to appear. I think it was using Randall. Julie had sacrifices before he... See, we get behind on the chats and then they're talking about different things and it's confusing.
It happens to me too.
Before I could finish them off, Boyd's best music box. Yeah, I think that I'm guessing that's going back to the comment where we were saying that the worms didn't show up until they needed them to. At least I'm thinking that's what that comment's about.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Whitney says the boy in white, more like that boy ain't right. That's good. Grova says, I think they want us to believe the boy in white's good, but he's part of the bad entities gang. Yeah, I know on our weekly show, Karen and AJ and I had a conversation before about, is it possible that the whole reason they made the boy in white because they want you to think he's good? Because you always think white's good. I mean, that's just white's good, black's bad. Goes back to all the, lost symbolism. But it would be kind of interesting if it turned out that he was the big bad, I think.
Yeah, it would be. It would be interesting. I've gone back and forth because obviously it looks like a misdirect that he's a little boy dressed all in white. And so when you first see him, the very first appearance he made outside the window looking at Ethan, there was a creepy little stinger in the musical score, and he's waving and he does the shush motion. And yeah, he looks creepy, but I don't know. I think his creepiness could actually be a misdirect because I've always thought he looks creepy from day one rather than like sweet and innocent. So maybe it's like a double fake out, you know? He's dressed all in white, he's a little boy. So okay, we're supposed to think he's good, but like I think it's like they faked us out 2 times over, and I think he probably is helping. Because they expect us to think he's creepy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've gone back and forth.
It could be either. It could be a double negative, right?
Right.
And just a
Well,
reminder.
And plus,
Oops,
oh, sorry. Plus, Sarah said he was. She said, "I don't think he's a little boy."
He's definitely not a little boy, no, because he's been there since Victor has. So definitely not a little boy. Just a reminder to people that I did post the StreamYard link if you want to join our panel. But like I said before, just make sure you tell me in the chat so we know that you're coming in. Unless we know you, then that's a little different. But and also, I didn't say it at the beginning, and I should have. In the description of the episode is Julie's YouTube. So make sure you check her out, her deep dives at some point too, when you get a chance.
Thank you. Thank you very much for saying that.
Yeah, of course. I am not good at remembering to advertise things. So if I don't do it, it's because I forgot, not because I'm trying not to.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
I'll have other creators on with me, and then I feel so bad. Like sometimes I've forgotten to plug them, so I plug them once they leave, or have I don't have them. Like I'll forget. it's totally
That's why
understandable.
I keep feeling like too. I should remind people about our live shows coming up probably once in a while because people are joining as we're talking. If you did miss the announcement that not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday, November 12th. We have Nathan Simmons, who plays Elgin, coming on. November 19th, we have Avery Conrad, who plays Sarah, coming on. And on the 26th, we have Elizabeth Saunders, who plays Donna, coming on. And those are all live interviews. And you can, of course, see all our other interviews on our YouTube as well. Okay, let's see. I think Henry was brought to break Victor. Hey, remember how you thought your dad was fine at last? Oops, he's dead. Wendy's got a lot of good lines tonight. Yeah, we talked about, I said maybe the boy might brought him to give him somebody because he was lonely, but that's a good point too. It could definitely be for the whole reason of breaking him. What do you guys think?
Yeah, maybe it's possible, but if they bring him in and then kill him off in the show like that could help break Victor. That would be the thing that I think would break him. It wouldn't be Henry being there with him, because I think Henry has really shown so much support for him already. He's so good with him. He doesn't push too hard. Victor didn't want Henry to come with him at first because he didn't want to, put him at risk to go to the cave. But so Henry just said, can I walk with you? Well, Victor said, you can walk with me. And Henry said, okay. And then once they got there, then he said, I'm not going to lose you again. So, it seems like he's really going to be there for him. And so I think he'll be a source of support. A lot of people thought he might be abusive until we met him this season, because we didn't know. He never mentioned his father. So it seemed like maybe something traumatic happened. But I think it was just too painful for him to talk about him. So, yeah.
Let's see. Gerwa says, I think it's a misdirect as well. The kimono lady might be the good one. That would be interesting. We saw it the Monsters to Sarah. And, to be fair, we really don't know that even the stuff Sarah said wasn't true. We really don't know that if she had killed Ethan, they wouldn't have all been released. We're kind of assuming things, but there's only, you have to assume some things, but yeah,
Well,
I still think
there was one. There was one part where Ethan was getting real dark, and I began to think that maybe Sarah was right and she should have stabbed him, because I thought maybe he was going to turn evil and do something to the Fromville townsfolk.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like Abby.
I still think Kimono Lady's bad, but you're right. They could be wanting us to think that. It's so hard to tell with this show, I feel like I say one thing and have one theory, and then the next day I'm like, nope, that's wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, it could make sense to have her say all the same things and then be the exact opposite.
Yeah. And Grova added, will think she's doing the same thing to Elgin. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my thought is I think this is going to be like a Sarah thing. That's what I've thought before. Whitney says they need a trail cam by the monster tunnels. Yeah, they need to like hook up. Well, their cell phones probably don't have batteries anymore. I was going to say they can hook them up as cameras. Let's see, rotten food. Okay, let's see. Victor was already broken because of losing his mother and sister. I believe Henry was brought in to break Henry. Well, that's a possibility too. Could go the other way around. If they kill Victor, it could break Henry. I'm not sure though. The only comment I have though about that is Henry wasn't in the town to begin with though, so I don't know if they would care as much at the beginning about breaking Henry. Like it makes more sense to me that they're trying to break Victor than trying to break Henry.
I think so too.
They probably tried to build up people like Henry and Acosta, then try to break them down.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Dieter says they could have brought Henry in when they won. It's probably so Tabitha could learn from the paintings. Yeah, I feel like I want to go, and I said this earlier tonight, I want to go back and like study some of those paintings because I think there's probably a lot more in them that we didn't even see that we've missed, you know?
So much. So much of the paintings.
So much.
God, yeah.
So the same thing with the stuff in the basement of Colony House. Like I want to go through and look at the stuff screen by screen if I eventually have time and energy to do that. Golden Child says, I hate to say it because I was a denier, but Henry might be an alcoholic. Who knows what else? Yeah, I definitely think Henry's an alcoholic. I would agree with that statement, but I think he has a reason to be, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say not necessarily an angry way, but a way of coping.
Yeah. Right, more like a sad way.
Yeah, sad way. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think Nikisha says, I think they want to use Henry to distract Victor from remembering what happened. That's a good point, too, because he hasn't really, I don't know, finished what he's been trying to do because he's gotten sidetracked from his father. So, yeah, he definitely could be there as a distraction.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, look at the timing of it. Right when Victor is finally, after all these years, actively trying to recover buried memories, and he was working together with Sarah to do that. It looked like it was going to be a big distraction at first. I mean, I was thinking he would even be too distracted to go looking for Jasper in the cave. At first, they were going to do it. He found out his father had just arrived, and he said, "Oh, we'll get him later." What I was relieved, actually, that the very next episode he was on that with his father, so that was a good thing. But it could be, that they're using him as a distraction. I still think it's for support though, because like look what they did. They went right to the cave the very next episode.
Although they also, in a way, could use him. I mean, I don't know that they would plan it, but use him to break him down too, because I just think about the fact in this episode, he's like telling him that the doll won't talk. Like Victor's so adamant about it and he's being discouraging. Now, whether that has anything to do with the entities wanting him to be that way, I don't know, but he was, telling him in this episode that it's not going to talk. And, we talk about manifesting. I don't know him being discouraging is really helping,
No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I think Henry's just overwhelmed. I think he's overwhelmed the whole situation he finds himself in.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my chronological thing to see what we missed. A lot of this we talked about. Let's talk about Elgin and the. Oh wait, Nikisha's saying thinks they wanted to be a distraction, but it didn't work. Yeah. I mean, it maybe worked for an episode, but yeah.
Right.
He's looking for it now. So let's talk about Elgin a minute and the camera. I kind of question, like, would you follow if you saw pictures like popping out, giving you directions? Would you just follow it like that?
No, not especially not alone. Why would he do this alone? That was crazy to me. It was
Yeah.
really creepy how like just the picture popped out of the camera by itself. And so now we have a haunted camera, we've had a haunted dummy, a haunted jukebox, a haunted phone, a haunted radio. None of it should work. Like,
No,
it's so funny to me.
we have an
Now we
ultrasound, although I think the ultrasound probably runs on batteries, maybe. But
probably. Yeah.
The moment I saw the Polaroid, I totally thought they were just ripping off the Endless, because that's how the entity in the Endless talks to people, is through film, like film and Polaroids. So they want the person someplace to go, they just kick out a Polaroid with the picture of where they want them to go, or they want them to jump in a lake or whatever. It's a picture of that.
yeah. Well, I don't even know that it's necessary either, because he can hear what the kimono woman says.
Yeah.
So like,
she could
what
say,
is necessary
go to the
for-
root cellar.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to be creepy. And yes, they could have taken it from the Endless or from, another type of show like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it's not really necessary. I mean, maybe I assume it's from the kimono lady, but I guess it's possible. Well, then she talks to him though when he goes down in the root cellar. So
Well, I guess it's probably just a cool visual thing to do.
Yeah.
Because like
They
Julia
didn't
was
even
saying,
show
everything's
us.
possessed.
Yeah, they didn't even show us the first picture though, I think to make you more, tense. Because we didn't see that it had a picture of the root cellar at first, at least at the beginning.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't I don't know why he would do this alone. And I got the feeling that
Yeah.
it seemed like she told him something off screen that we didn't see, because he goes in there and she's right there. And he's like, is this where it happens? Like, what did she tell him that we didn't see? Clearly there must have been something. Like, or what happened? Unless he's talking about something he saw in his dream on the bus. I still believe that he saw something other than the boy in white saying the nursery rhyme, because that's not enough to make him so terrified that he threw up, freaked out, so we have to turn around.
Yeah.
So maybe he saw something else. That's why he said, this is where it happens. Might be something related to that.
Or maybe something happened to that person that's now a skeleton, and he saw that in his dream.
Maybe.
Yeah. I wonder though, do you think it's something off screen, or maybe I kind of wondered if maybe some of it she's talking to him like telepathically, but I guess if that was the case, they would have shown us that. But you're right. It does feel like we're missing something.
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
I found that super confusing.
Okay.
Me too.
It says, I think Elgin's behavior adds even more credence to something in the water, keeping people docile or just stupid.
LSD water.
Well, to be fair, there's always that stupid person in a scary movie that does the thing. You're like, don't open the door. Don't walk down that hallway.
Oh yeah.
Elgin, don't open that door. Don't open that next door. Now don't open that other door. Now definitely don't open the red door, Elgin.
Yeah, if you're gonna open any of them, don't open the red door, right? Biggeford said that he lost his black card for that.
No.
That's funny. Let's see. Dieter says he doesn't have a choice. Maybe he thinks he needs to help her get away. And yeah, don't do this stuff alone. Yeah. I question though, is he trying to help her or trying to help them? Because I don't know. Didn't she say something like she could help him get home? Or am I just imagining that because I'm thinking of Sarah?
No, she said that. She can.
Okay.
I can save all of you. I can help you get home.
Yeah.
So
you just need to do this one thing, like murder somebody, right? That's what it always is.
Let's bring people to this murder basement. Let's bring some people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Need more skeletons.
Let's see. Kenny talks about how people want to maybe more when they first arrive, they adjust, and that maybe the water builds up and they're more compliant. That's a good point. They do want to leave more when they first get there. Do you think that there's a reason for that, or do you think maybe it's just they give up?
I think it's something in the water. They definitely had so many scenes of people drinking water out of the tap. It was almost ridiculous.
That's true.
Like early in the season, Jim drinks water. Then there's a scene where Julie comes in and she doesn't even want lunch because she wants that sweet, sweet LSD water. Then there's another scene of Mari handing Fatima water right out of the tap. Like every single episode had a very obvious drinking out of the tap scene. I was convinced it was some kind of MK Ultra affair or something.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, but you're right. I still think maybe they shouldn't have eaten the food from the woods, but
Or that meat, the monster meat,
yeah,
like the tainted monster.
or that meat that they could. Which, by the way, I'm just thinking back to something. I know I had mentioned this before in another show, but Victor knew that the one person he talked about got onions or whatever it was from the forest, and he never bothered to tell anybody when they were starving. Did you notice that?
Yeah, that was weird. I thought of that too.
I don't know if that was just a little thing they made a mistake or what, but I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Well, they also, Mari and Christy had Randall looking for medicinal mushrooms in the forest.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's got to be
But,
wild,
yeah, it would be
wild
interesting if
stuff
this was
growing.
all like a. Well, I don't know if it would be interesting. I don't want it to be, but I mean, if like a lot of this is just like a hallucination because they're on some kind of drugs from the water, makes me think of the episode of X-Files Field Trip a little bit. The mushrooms get them high. Let's see. There's a lot of water scenes last night too. Yeah, the tea, the water. There is a lot of water. I just never noticed it. Yeah. So you guys are noticing details. I'm not. That's for sure.
This drinking out of the tap is just so obvious. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, and then you're like, "Oh, that person's gonna grab a cup and drink right out of the tap." Is there something in the water? And Julie didn't even want lunch. I mean, that was enough for her, that water. So it was like, maybe there's something in there.
Yeah, definitely could be. Let's see. I think we've talked about a lot of this. That was about Marielle feeling violated. We talked about this. I don't know. What do you think about the fact that Ellis won't believe her? Like, do you think it's just because he's worried? Like, do you think he really does? Like, I don't know. I just wonder kind of why he doesn't listen to her more sometimes. Like, I feel like out of everybody, Ellis should. And I don't know if it's more because of what happened to his mother, if he just thinks she's nuts. I'm just kind of, why do you guys think like out of everybody he's not, I don't know, listening? Because like she says, everybody says her theory is wrong and she's the one it's happening to. And I just kind of always feel like with everything that's happened in this dang town, you would think that maybe somebody would think it's possible, but nobody seems to.
Exactly. I don't understand why they would default to, a real world explanation like hysterical pregnancies or something like that. And I just don't understand why. They said multiple times in the episode, they mentioned Boyd's worms. They should have learned something from that experience that, maybe listen to somebody when they're telling you that something bizarre is happening to them or their body and like this place. Why are you so skeptical that something like this could happen in a place like this? It's an interesting kind of social experiment, really, to look at this because the monsters are their normal, like that's their new normal. But other random things that happen, like all of a sudden, like, oh no, that's crazy. That I can't believe because like the monsters were normal, but everything else,
And then Ellis, instead of listening to her, goes and gets like schizophrenia meds, like those are going to help her. That's his solution.
That's not a good solution. I mean, I get he's trying to do something.
Just drug her up.
Not a good solution.
Drugs are always the solution in Fromville, apparently.
He said he's drinking the water too. Yeah, they're all drinking the water. So it could
just
be
add some schizophrenia meds to that too, and you'll have quite a wild ride.
Yeah. Grandma said Elgin just needs to remember his dream and it's game over. And maybe this will open up his memories going with the kimono lady. Yeah, could be. I do think there's more to his dream.
Yeah, I think the one reason he didn't bring people with him was probably because he didn't want somebody to say he was crazy for seeing this kimono lady. Maybe Julie would come with him, but Julie was learning how to drive, so she was kind of taken.
That's true.
Well, kind of learning how to drive.
Yeah, trying to learn. This goes back to though with people not telling each other things, and a lot of it's because they're worried what they'll think. And if you just think all you had to do was talk about it, and that maybe it would have solved the problem,
Right.
And Nikisha says she's surprised nobody else got pregnant before. They're supposed to be having enough sex in Colony House. That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they have condoms there, so.
Yeah.
But that is, in all seriousness, that is a good point that nobody else got pregnant in all that time. Dieter says infinite water drowned the monsters. What is this? There's like a big theory going on, and I don't know if it's in part of that just reminded me when you said that it's in part of the Victor's drawings or something that people keep talking about flooding. What is that about? Do you know what that theory is about? Either of you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
because he draws pictures of the flood. There's like a boat going through those arches that Julie and Randall were at. There's what appears to me like Boyd and Donna standing on a roof. And the figure of Donna really looks like Donna. And then there's a
Yep.
person laying on the roof that people think is Boyd. And that might happen. Like it's like a prophecy thing that he's drawing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's many. There's many. And there's one with rain and a spider.
Yeah, well, like huge raindrops and a spider and water
Mhm.
underneath. Yeah, so it's these drawings that make people think that it's possible that Victor can foresee future events. We saw that he was able to see the Matthews car accident before he actually, like, he never actually saw it with his eyes, but he was drawing it. So maybe he has visions of the future. He definitely didn't see everything in his drawings with his own eyes. There's just no way he could have possibly seen all of it.
I kind of wonder though, we talk about like cycles and about reincarnation and everything. Is it possible that he did see these things happen to like other people and they're like happening again, I don't know. I just think there's definitely like a cyclical nature of this.
Oh, definitely. Like, yeah, all of this stuff could have happened in the previous cycle that he just doesn't, he doesn't remember if it was real or not. Like so like all of this stuff, it could be, but if that's the case though, and he's got all these drawings and they're supposed to be there for him to remember that they happened, why isn't he showing them to other people? Like, hey, like this, all of this stuff happened. It's like, once again, no communication.
Well, because in the beginning, everybody treated Victor like a freak, like in Colony House even. So they just don't give him a chance to actually explain himself.
Yeah, they don't.
That's 100% true. Yugisha says she thinks he's witnessed several cycles. I think it's possible. I mean, he's been there for 40 years. So I think that Victor has seen a lot of things that we don't even know he's seen.
Mhm.
And, nobody talks to him. I mean, some people do, but not enough.
Mhm.
And Nikisha
when,
wants to
uh,
develop
when,
personalities. I think we just discussed that before that we want him to voice the dummy. I think that's the main thing.
Well, I mean, Elgin and Julie found a box of 80s clothing, so I'm assuming people were there after 1978. And what happened to those people?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think people have definitely come through the last 40 years, but it's curious, like, did they all just die?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. And she's saying about Victor, I do think that he's a really good, Scott McCord is a really good actor. I think that I'd like to see that too. Like, I don't know that I necessarily need it for the story, but yeah, I think it would be fun to watch, if it made sense.
Do you think it'd be fun to watch him voice Jasper?
Yes, I definitely would like to see him voice Jasper. That would be cool. Golden Child says maybe that's why Victor didn't like Elgin, because he saw his connection to Fatima. Yeah, there was that whole thing where Victor didn't trust him when they were in the Peaches truck.
Yep. He said, I don't trust him. And he had just met him. He didn't know anything about Elgin. That's what made me first start to think the kimono lady is bad, because maybe she tricks him into doing something that causes harm. And Victor saw something happen in the previous cycle, and he just has this instinctual, like, distrust of Elgin, because whoever filled his role in the last cycle did something like that caused harm unintentionally to people. Because we know Elgin is a good person, so why would he distrust him? He didn't even know anything about him. It's a definite clue.
Yeah. Yet he hangs out with Sarah.
But I was going to say, though, we don't know. I mean, is Sarah necessarily a bad person, though? I mean, Sarah was turned too. Like, Sarah seemed like she was a good person originally until before everything happened. So
maybe.
Well, I mean, we don't know, but I
there
definitely
was
think
that one scene. There was one scene that Julie pointed out where there was like like she was taking a shower and Nathan said, "What did you do?" as opposed to like, what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it implies
Really
like she's
sure.
done something before. Like she's possibly killed before. He was like, "What did you do?" Yeah.
Maybe, I guess. Could be. I don't know. I just think she seemed like she was nice. It's hard to tell.
No, I
Um,
think she was. I think if she killed anyone before, it may have been her abusive. I think her ex was abusive based on the
oh,
way.
that. Yeah. You were talking about her past. Yeah, I kind of wondered if like she had an abusive father or something, like you said, abusive ex, something. I kind of got that opinion. I forgot about that. I kind of got that opinion when the show started too.
Yeah, she said that, she was asked about how she got there, and she said that her brother saved her, and her ex, she said, like, it's better that he's not here, but that she didn't say anything else. You got the sense that there was trauma there.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. She could have killed him. Who knows? We don't know. But I mean, again, if there was trauma, that doesn't necessarily even mean that she was bad for killing him because we don't know
Mhm.
what
Right.
happened.
Right,
So
exactly.
we'll have to see. Keisha's going back to I was saying about all the people that came, the past 40 years or whatever, or what happened to them. Some died, some became creatures. Do you think, I mean, we see certain creatures over and over again, but do you think that like the ones that die will come back later as creatures? Maybe. I mean, I
It hasn't
could see
happened
that
yet.
happening, but they haven't done it yet.
Right.
Yeah, it's been a while. I would think they would have shown that by now, but who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe there could be a Tilly monster. Tilly monster would be cool.
Yeah, at some
Dale
point.
monster would be cool.
A what monster? What was the other one?
Dale monster.
Oh, Dale monster. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. Let's see. One of Victor's personalities to be either a creature, having worked through the creature. Yeah, I do think that would be interesting. I don't think they're necessarily going to go that way, but I do think like Scott McCord would be cool doing that. Like he would be good at it.
Oh, yeah. Stellar actor.
So, how about the scene with we've talked about this a little bit, but let's go back to the scene with Boyd and Donna. And Donna's kind of like, she can't live here, which I don't really blame her for that. But that's when they start talking about Abby. I do think it would make sense if, and we talked about this last night, I know, but makes sense if maybe Ellis like has to kill her or something, and it would be like the same thing that happened to Boyd. I don't know. Maybe not. I just find it strange that they do keep like commenting through the episode that it could be that they can't see it. It could be that the town broke her. Like they keep saying those two things. It's said quite a few times through the episode. Like I don't know if it's just like in case people didn't get it, or if they're telling us it's one of those two things. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, they were really kind of hitting us over the head with those ideas. And it could be we just can't see it, the town broke her, or and mentioning Boyd's worms like 3 different times. And it's like
in case you didn't remember, or you were looking at your cell phone while you were watching at the same time, like that crowd of people.
Yeah.
There's that.
Yeah.
Keisha's got a good point. She says she doesn't think you have to die to be a creature. But that's if she says like Fatima, but we don't know for sure yet if Fatima's turning into a creature. But that actually is an interesting thought, though. There could be other ways that people turn.
That's true. That's
I mean, who knows? Maybe if Boyd had kept the worms in his system, maybe he would have turned. We don't.
Maybe
he got rid of them, so we never found out what happened.
Right. Yeah. And we don't know what would have happened if he hadn't smashed the music box, because I forget who was it who said that, if he didn't make it in time, if he didn't figure this out in time, it would be too late. I forget who said it, but it was like
Martin.
Too late
I thought it was
for what?
Abby. Wasn't it like Ghost Abby or something like that?
Was it her that said?
Yeah, it might have been Ghost Abby.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what would have happened if he hadn't done it. Like, what will be too late?
Yeah,
like,
I'm curious about that too. What would have happened?
I think part of it was with the 3 with the cicadas, maybe, like that they wouldn't have survived.
Like they would have just died.
Yeah.
or just gone into a coma or became
stayed-
monsters.
Yeah, or stayed
Maybe
in
their
coma.
coma. They might
Yeah,
become
both-
monsters if they were still in that coma.
Yeah. Both hello Amy, both Nikisha and Amy think it's Martin. I thought it was Martin, but it could have been his ghost wife, but I think Martin said something
could be
like
Martin.
he was telling him he had to get out of there before the music started playing. I'm not sure if he said about the music box breaking it or not though.
He was just like, kill me first, like, kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's all
he said-
I'm
That
concerned about.
would have stopped the music box from even starting, I think.
Do you guys think, going back to Martin a second, do you guys think that like that was legit, or do you think that he was just trying to trick Boyd and he was evil in the first place?
I think he was just trying to trick Boyd. I think it was a mind game. Yeah,
get,
I don't.
get the
I don't
worms. I
think-
kind of wondered.
Yeah, I think it was a
Mm.
mind game at the start.
Yeah. I don't know. Martin's an interesting character, and I said that before. It keeps coming back up. I want to know more about
Mhm.
Martin. All right. So
Maybe you can believe that thing that we saw that the actor is going to be back in season 3.
yeah, that was on his page or whatever.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it might have been typo.
Yeah, it could have just been that's true. Could have just been a typo of what season.
I wish he would show up. That'd be very, very interesting.
Yeah, they definitely need to do more with Martin. Maybe okay, wait, what'd she say? It says maybe those that turned to monsters got chained up, and that's Martin, Julie, Randall. Yours, future C.
Right,
I don't know what that's
really.
referring to.
Mhm.
But Mariel. Okay, that might have been an
Mariel.
autocorrect. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish those three would get together and talk.
Right.
And by the way, who was it that called them the Cicada Three? Because I like that. I wanted to adopt that, but I didn't come up with it.
I don't
Yeah, I want to
remember.
adopt it, but I didn't come up with it either, but I am also adopting it. So whoever
Yeah.
came up with it, you have a legacy.
Right.
I kind of wonder if, and I didn't have time. I meant to look it up and I didn't have time, but I think about it because I seen the movie. I don't remember exactly all of what it was about, but when I was saying that the Cicada Three, it made me think about how there's this. Well, it's a movie, but it was based on like a real life kind of like an ARG that they think was maybe to recruit people, where they like went through and tried to figure out really hard puzzles, and it was called like Cicada 330.
Yeah.
I believe it is. It would be interesting
Yeah.
if like maybe they use those particular bugs to reference that because we're like those people,
Yeah, I thought they referenced it, but then when I put it in chat rooms, nobody responded to me. So I was like, okay, I guess this is just something I just thought about, because I thought
Yeah.
that was really interesting. There was a podcast about it, so I listened to the podcast. It was really amusing how they it's such a mystery still
Yeah.
about what they
I
were
don't
using
think a lot
those
of people know
posters
about
and
it.
all the
I
other
just knew about it because I had watched the movie before. But but yeah, very interesting. And it sounds like it's full of people like us that go down rabbit holes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. They need to do more real life ARGs and stuff. They need to do more of one for From. They did the thing with the moving company and they never really did much more. Amy says, I feel like those three will go back to the spot where the dungeon was. Yeah, I feel like that would make a lot of sense.
But instead,
It would.
Julie and Ethan are there. I don't know
Yeah,
why
I kind
Ethan's
of-
there.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, you mean in the trailer?
Yeah.
There's
It's
a
in the
photo.
episode. In the
Oh,
episode
okay.
description, it says that Julie and Ethan investigate mysterious ruins. So it's like, why is she bringing Ethan there? That's so
Could be.
strange.
Although I question, do they need a torch? And I think we were talking about this last night. Like, how do they even get in there?
Yeah, I don't know. Like without a torch, I don't know. Maybe it's possible because the three of them still have some part of that entity with them. So maybe they could travel back. Maybe if they all traveled back together, if they went there together, who knows?
Yeah, maybe it's like their mind's still connected to it or something like that.
Yeah.
Robert says the Cicada Three aren't all trustworthy. Marielle seems fishy. That's a good point. I was thinking today how it's so strange that like she seems to be the one that's not affected, but she could also be hiding it too.
Yeah.
Well, she's
yeah,
also considerably
I know.
older.
She's what?
She's considerably older
Yeah.
than Randall and Julie.
Older and wiser. But I
Randall and
mean,
Julie are
she does
quite young.
say that
And
they,
she's like
you know,
47.
yeah, yeah, she does say that she's, you know, if she doesn't feel fear, it can't hurt her. I mean, it could just be that simple. But I really wish they'd have a conversation together. Maybe not all three of them go down there, but they at least need to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that'll
I mean,
happen.
Yeah, I don't understand how Marielle is doing so well. She ended the season 2 in horrible shape still after, the withdrawals, and yeah,
Mhm.
maybe this place helped her with that, but how is she still so fine after the cicada experience? I don't get it. She's just so together. She's like a different person this season. It's almost like being in that
Well,
fixture. I don't get it. Like,
Well, Mari this season has had a whole lot to do. I mean, she had to take care of Nikki.
Busy.
She had to, there's this stuff with Fatima. There's Randall. I mean, the woman's gotten busy.
how is she so effective at it, though? She's so effective and level-headed. It makes me.
Well, you
she's
get
a little
real
bit better
busy.
than
Christy,
You get
though.
busy. You stop thinking about the cicadas and all that. You just focus on your job.
Well, let me ask you this though. We know that Julie used pot to quiet the screams, and I know we had said maybe other drugs did the opposite. We didn't, because so I forget why we said that. Somebody that helped with their visions, but
Yeah.
But my question is it possible that Marielle's still taking some kind of drugs and we just don't know it? I mean, she doesn't seem to be, but
I think it's possible. They just got a bunch of new medication on the ambulance.
Just got an ambulance.
yeah.
And Kenny was so quick to. I mean, she was so quick to shoo Kenny out of the clinic. He was asking.
That's what I was gonna say exactly.
Yeah.
No, we don't need your help, Kenny. I gotta go through these drugs. See you around.
So, she was right in front of the wide open cabinet of drugs when she shooed him away. So I'm suspicious. And if weed calms down Julie's issues, then some kind of drug might help with Mari. On the other hand, a drug like acid intensified
that's
from
what we're
with Miranda.
Well, I don't think they have acid there, so unless they make it, I think we're okay.
No,
maybe Randall will find some shrooms.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good point. Veek says that, it's been bugging me. I'm guessing that's in response to the cicadas, but I'm not entirely sure. Grova thinks Mari's the mole. Do you guys still think there's a mole? I mean, I don't know.
I never thought there was a mole.
You never
I never thought there was a mole. I think that's on Randall's head.
Yeah, I feel like if there's a mole, that's kind of like the same idea of if they're all in a simulation. Like, I just don't want that to be the case. So I just kind of don't think about it. Not that it's not possible. I just don't think about it for that reason because I don't want it to be that. There's another creator pointed out that Mari gave Fatima medicine, and that's when the craving started. That's a good point. That's like they talked about Tilly's tea. I mean, I don't think now Tilly's gone. I don't know if it matters. They talked about when Tilly gave her tea and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it depends if everybody's trustworthy. And the thing is, we don't know. Everybody acts like they trust each other for the most part, but we don't know that's necessarily should be done.
Right.
Let's see. I think that's about the drugs. Remember when we thought that Randall was going to be a mole after the monsters left him alive? Huh. That's interesting too. I hadn't even thought about that. I guess I missed that conversation because I didn't remember that. But yeah, I do kind of wonder if he still has some kind of the connection to the monsters. If maybe he's going to be like we've talked about them having maybe a hive mind or something.
Right. And actually, my friend in the fandom, Robert Saunders, had a really interesting point that he noticed in the show that I thought at the time, it could be kind of a hint that maybe Randall is, now working for the evil entity or part of it in some way, because when the monsters dumped him on the ambulance hood, the hood of the ambulance.
Oh, the squid thing.
The squid thing. There was a red, like the
Mhm.
blood streak looked just like the red squid thing, which seems to be kind of I think it's a symbol of the big bad from the cave painting. So I thought that was.
I need a clearer picture. To me,
So-
it looked like the blood running over the Caduceus symbol on the ambulance. I don't see a squid. I'm not saying it's not a squid, but I couldn't see a squid.
So Julie,
Yeah.
So Julie, do you
Yeah.
think that the monsters took Randall to like the bigger bad, who didn't kill him because the monsters don't touch him, but did they deliver him to like the cicada entity or the voice, and that guy roughed up Randall and then put the squid thing on the ambulance?
I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. I don't know. That's a good point.
He's like my calling card.
Yeah, it's like yeah,
calling card.
signature. He left his
Like,
signature
when I'm
there,
not
right?
sacrificing any Cootie children, I make this little squid thing on the ambulance.
I mean, it could be, it's an interesting thought. I mean, I tend to think that Randall is not working for the evil entity or part of it. I think he's just they just did this because of what Boyd said, because they wanted him to be a living, breathing reminder of what's waiting for them at night. That they can't pretend during the day anymore that everything is fine. Like I think it's more like that, and like that. And that scar on his face now will look a lot like a creepy smile from one of the monsters. So that's fitting.
Mm-hmm. I think it would be interesting, though, whether they have any control over him. I don't know, but it would be interesting if they tried to make them think they did that, because like it would make sense because they did take him, that they were doing something to him.
Ooh,
and I could see them like trying to convince, like maybe it not being true, but trying to convince people that.
Oh, I like that idea. Like, yeah, I mean,
He
that would
be like, no, they didn't do anything to me, but nobody would believe him because, well, he was the only one that survived an attack. Why would you believe him, right?
Yeah, and it would fit in with the whole psychological warfare thing going on here. If they wanted to just make people afraid even more and not trust him. Yeah, I could totally see that. It's like the old sitcom trope, like someone plays a practical joke on someone and the other person, like, instead of retaliating, just lets them think that they're going to retaliate, and like, they torture themselves more than this the other person possibly could. Yeah. It's like, it's a mind game,
Yeah. I don't know, but I do know he keeps seeing the cicadas. Maybe that's a way they're trying to communicate. Who knows? I don't know. Let's see. Amy says that there's a mole. It's probably Clara. Clara does kind of pop up at odd times. I don't know if she's just kind of like that extra red shirt that's there for no reason, or if there is a reason, but she does kind of pop up at really odd times.
She does. She popped up right when Elgin had his vision of the kimono lady whispering in his ear. She's like right there. She does seem to pop up all over the place. It could be.
Yeah. I did have a question that's kind of retrograded back to Randall. Why is Randall the only one that sees the cicadas?
I have no idea.
I was going to say that when we got to that point, because I'm curious. I would think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Julie, no, just because I was trying to go in order. But I would think that Julie would see them too. Right. I was very surprised she couldn't. I found that very interesting.
I find that really strange. I think all three of them were targeted in the same way. I mean, when I think back to how all three of them were targeted, Randall was the only one who we actually saw, like, him fall. We saw the cicadas fly into his mouth. With Marielle and Julie, we kind of didn't see it happen. I mean, maybe one of the three is targeted more than the other. But the other two
got saved quicker, right? I mean, didn't they bring the two of them into the house, where Randall, they just kind of left there again? Poor Randall.
Yep. He was out there all night in the woods. So maybe he had a worse experience than the other two.
Yeah. The only other thing I can think is that maybe Julie is still on pot. Like, she took some before they went in the car. That was my only other explanation.
Before she drove a car. That's great.
Well, I don't know that she always makes great choices.
No, she doesn't.
He's like, hey,
Umber
hey,
says-
Julie, try to drive this car. She's like, I'm so high right now. And I'm like, oh, great.
Yeah. Infinite Umber says, if everything turned out to be either all a dream or nightmare or simulation, I would look so unfavorably on this show. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that just because I think people would be too pissed. But I mean, there's no way to know what the writers are really, thinking. We won't know till the end of the show, I guess.
Yeah.
And Keisha says, I'm starting to think Randall might end up being a secret hero.
Yeah.
I definitely think that they're setting up Randall to be a good guy, at least more so than he was. I mean, he's not being quite as much of an asshole as he was.
He did say please. He used the
Yeah, I
please
know.
word.
You know that you need to, if Randall says please, you know you need to get the hell out of there. But I thought when he said that, Julie, he's being nice to leave now. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe Randall would be nicer to people if people would be nice to him. Like he's one of those people that like he's so used to people treating him like shit that he just treats everybody else like crap too. Because I mean, he stopped being as nasty to Mariel. I mean, he was at the beginning, but he stopped after when she started to help him. And like Julie's actually been paying attention to him. Like she's the only one that's still talking to him, really. And so he's kind of like taking on like a big brother, helping her out there. I think it's nice he took her out to drive.
Yeah, his whole demeanor.
Though he did that one.
Hmm?
Julie did do that one joke at Randall's expense though, which I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah, because he wasn't listening.
The idiot.
He's like, yeah, I'm something tied Dawn
A
into a tree.
total idiot that tied down to a tree. And he's like,
Yeah.
what?
And he's like, yeah, that's when he knows somebody isn't listening. I love the part though, whenever he's like, I'm going for a walk. And she's like, do you want company? No, wait, I'll go get my bag. Like she totally is like, screw that. I'm coming with you, whether you like it or not.
Yeah. But yeah, Randall, I've changed my mind about him. I mean, I disliked him from the start, but I think that he probably has just had a lousy time in life. People aren't nice to him, so he's just got a chip on his shoulder. Like we don't know his whole story, but
well, he was nice to his nephew. He bought his nephew a drone for his birthday. So
right, and like we do
family
know
law.
that when there's a crisis or an emergency, his first instinct has always been to help, even when it's complete strangers. He did that when he first got there. Julie came running out of the house and said her dad needs help digging her mom out of the basement. He was the first one to volunteer to go into that house. The house ended up falling on him. He could have been killed. Like these people were strangers to him. And now look what he did this season. He came off the bus in the first episode during the night when Julie and Sarah and Ethan were outside. He ushered them onto the bus. On episode 4, he's like running out of the bus with Boyd without a second thought.
He went and got the tools, even though Boyd told him. Basically, Boyd said not to. I mean, he sort of warned him, don't go. Went anyway, and he, helped save them.
Yeah. So I think he's good at heart underneath all of that, like, that nastiness, that attitude. That might be a defense mechanism, just pushing people away because people have been, unkind to him in his life. So
yeah. Let's see. Nikisha says somebody made a good video about Clara being the mole. Haven't seen that. I'll have to look for that. I need to watch more of the people's videos. I tend to not do that just because I'm afraid that I'll accidentally like pick up people's theories, and I don't want to like take people's ideas and be like, I thought of that and not realize I didn't, because sometimes you do that without even meaning to. But I need to start watching some of these.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I've listened to yours because I've been, going on when you've been on live, but other people, I haven't really listened to the, the separate deep dives and stuff. Let's see. Other people see things we just don't see it, like Kenny dreamed about the cicadas. Yeah, we talk about, I can't remember if I was talking to you guys about this or if I was talking to Karen and AJ about this, but Tabitha had visions of the town before she got there. Elgin had, or dreams. We don't know whether they're visions or dreams, but Elgin had, a dream, a vision of the town. But Kenny had visions too, because he had that whole dream with the cicadas, and like nobody talks about it because they don't tell people very often.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I forgot about that his arm got burned. It's kind of like how Elgin almost drowned when he was in the tub having the dream. Like it's like things can come out of their dreams too.
Yeah.
but wasn't the music box in that scene too? Like little
In
bits
the
and
dream?
pieces of the cicada scene
Yeah,
with
it was to
Elgin?
do with what do you mean? The music box was already there, I think, when he almost drowned. If that's what you're saying, was already turned on.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's what I'm saying. There's this little bits and pieces of the cicada stuff in both
Yeah.
Elgin and Kenny's visions or dreams or whatever they are.
And yet
But
they
I
were
don't
not
think Elgin.
supposed to be in the 3, which is
Yeah.
weird.
Well,
Yeah, I don't think Elgin told anybody about the music box like Kenny didn't talk about the cicada soup.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's strange. I
I
didn't
think he
understand
said something
why.
to Boyd whenever Boyd had the worms in him. I think he mentioned it. I'm thinking for some
Mm.
reason, and I don't even know why I'm thinking that, but it wasn't. Other than that, it was never talked about again. You know, people do
Is that
not
that scene
talk
with Sarah?
enough
Oh, sorry.
because no, I was just saying people do. I mean, we always say people don't talk enough, but it's like sometimes you don't even realize they don't talk. Because like when I was
Mm-hmm.
talking, somebody asked me when I got sent a fan question for David Alpay. They had asked me, which I thought was a really good question, why did Jade not, you know, approach, you know, confront Sarah because she killed his friend? And the one thing he said is true. I hadn't really thought of that. She made it look like the monster did it. They may not have realized it, but
Mm-hmm.
I was under the opinion that everybody blamed Sarah for all those deaths that night. But some things I think maybe Kenny and Boyd talk about, and like the whole town doesn't know everything, and we just make assumptions they do. And I never really thought about it because they do not communicate enough. But I don't know. I thought everybody knew that Sarah did that. So
Yeah.
so many different interpretations for things, you know. That's the other thing is one person thinks one thing, like they're not necessarily wrong.
Well, I think they know that Sarah opened the door, but I don't think they knew that she kissed and then stabbed Toby.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would think they'd still blame her for Toby. I would think she would have been blamed for everybody that was in that basement, not just Kenny's father.
Well, I think
definitely.
she is blamed for in the basement. And like Kenny's dad, like Kenny really blames Sarah for that, smashed her ornament and all that about it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I thought that question made sense. Like, why didn't he question her about it? But I guess he thinks maybe Jade didn't realize it. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's there's so many different ways to look at things. He could be right, or that could just be his opinion, or you know, who knows.
Yeah.
Julie should have ran out of weed by now. She says yes. Julie should have.
Maybe it's like pancakes. Maybe this keeps like rejuvenating itself.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why he's looking for he's looking for the mushrooms and stuff. They're looking to find a way to make more drugs. Well, you know what? Come to think of it. No, but you know what? I'm thinking
They're
back
medicinal.
There was a comment during Fatima's not birthday, whatever they call it, anniversary of being there. Donna made, or maybe it wasn't Donna, but somebody at the party made a comment about her growing pot, didn't they?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, they did.
So there probably was more pot.
Right.
Yeah, Donna said that Fatima grows it for everybody, and she was appreciative of that.
So yeah, there's still pot left. Just like there's still food when they need it, you know. Randall presents like someone who grew up in foster care. Yeah, he because he does kind of now he's acting like a big brother. That's definitely a possibility. I think Randall's definitely had a hard life. At any rate.
Oh yeah.
Amy agrees that it seems like he came from a broken home or foster care. Yeah. Okay, Fletcher showed up again. Fletcher hasn't been talking for a while. That corpse can't be Christopher.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Miranda told Victor to hide in the cellar because Christopher didn't know that place. That means it can't be Chris. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah.
It also
that
looks real skinny.
Well, it was a skeleton. I don't think that.
Yeah, but I mean the clothing around a skeleton,
Okay,
not the
true.
skeleton itself.
I guess that's true. Although Christopher wasn't like some huge person, though. I don't know that you could tell from the skeleton or not, but yeah, I do vaguely remember that he's Victor said something about that Christopher didn't know where it went. That's why, because that was whenever I had thought, and they never really explained that again. There was the whole thing about Christopher going crazy from the symbol. I thought that like Christopher massacred those people, but now it's like the monsters did. So I don't know. That thread sort of never. they never really explained sort of what that was about and like what Christopher did.
Right. You know,
I
like
completely
I
forgot.
thought that Christopher either sacrificed those Nkui children or was trying to find 7 children that he could sacrifice in order to get out of from.
Could be. I don't know. That was never. They never really explained that. It just that he was scared of him. That's all we ever.
Yeah.
Because I know for a while people thought maybe Christopher was his father, and then
yeah, I it's tricky because like we know he was some kind of a threat, but we don't know exactly what. And his mother told him to hide from Christopher, and I don't know. With the only thing I can think of with the hints to potential child sacrifice being in the history of the town, maybe Christopher was driven insane. Maybe he saw similar visions to what Jade is seeing. You know, like the guy drinking out of what looks like a child's skull, and the kids laying on sacrificial looking slabs. Maybe Christopher thought he needed to sacrifice a couple kids to get them all home. It's the only thing that I can think of, because I used to think that Christopher must have revealed everyone's hiding spots to the monsters because he went insane. But then I remembered, oh wait, yeah, I think that the evil entity can see everything anyway, so it wouldn't need Christopher to show everyone the hiding spots. Like it would be able to see. It saw everything. It saw Tabitha digging in the basement. So like, I think Christopher did something else that somehow triggered the massacre. That the question is what exactly. That's the tricky thing.
yeah, we just don't have details about
Maybe-
a lot of that.
Maybe he summoned Red Cthulhu and Red Cthulhu ate all the town.
You're going back to that. Did you ever find that thing that was connected with star magic? I forget what it was exactly you were looking for, but did you find it?
It's astro magic. It's just
Astro-
basic astro magic. Astro magic is a lot of New Age and other philosophies. Aleister Crowley and all that.
Interesting. Yeah,
Astral
I don't know.
projection.
Astral projection I've heard of, but you know, I
Yeah,
haven't read
just
any
stuff
of
like
his
that.
stuff or anything to know much about that.
Yeah.
Now
But it's
Grove
also
is-
in Lovecraft. It's in,
yeah, that's what I mean. That was what I meant. I haven't read
Yeah.
Lovecraft. I don't really know much about it to know, other than I know, like you said, that I don't even know how you say that. How do you say that? Chulu?
a Cthulhu?
Cthulhu? See, I don't even know how to say it. That's how much.
Say it with me. Cthulhu. Cthulhu.
Okay. Well, I have an idea what Cthulhu is, but I don't know anything of it other than I've seen pictures of it. But
He looks a lot like the red jellyfish thing in the cave and on
like
the
red-
ambulance.
Yeah, that's a good.
Red
point.
squid. Or red
Yeah,
squidwad. That's another name they've given it.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think, like some of the imagery is from Lovecraft, but beyond that, I don't really know enough about it to know. Grove was asking about spoilers, and people putting theories in from spoilers. I mean, I guess sometimes when people give theories, there's no way to know how they go, how they arrived at the theories. But I mean, if we see any spoilers, we're shutting them down. But that's hopefully when people give theories, they're being honest. But I guess there's always a possibility they could not be.
Unfortunately, I'm hearing about some YouTubers that have been seemingly doing theory, putting out theories after they've most likely seen spoilers and leaks. And it's unfortunate because then, someone like me who hasn't seen any spoilers, like I put out a theory that I worked really hard on last week, and I got 3 people in my comment section accusing me of making it based on leaks. I didn't see anything. It's just unfortunate.
You're gonna get that.
Yeah, it is. The only thing I can ever say is I can tell how I do it, and I've said this before. When I watch the stuff, I take notes and I try to remember to put down this is what my theory was at that episode. Because I have seen the screeners and I don't want to do that unintentionally. I mean, do some of my theories that I talk about turn out wrong? Do some of them turn out right? Maybe. But I just make sure that whatever I'm talking about, I thought that then. Not that I picked up this now. You know what I mean? Because that's really all you can do if you've seen them. As for people purposely doing that, I mean, I know some of the theories that are going around, and I'm not saying, which theories are right and which theories aren't right. I know some of the theories that are going around that are right have been going around for like way longer before any of those leaks ever came out either, too. So yeah. But yeah, we are trying not to post anything spoilery. Okay, whoops, was that the one? Did I skip one? Oh no, okay. Julie, did you see my Eloise theory? I don't know because I don't know what his Eloise theory is, but maybe you do.
Yeah. So it's super interesting. I've been behind and keeping up with my own Discord the last few days to the last week, but I did get a chance to read his theory, just didn't get a chance to respond yet. And so his theory is, I think we even touched on it when we were talking last night in the voice channel, that we didn't. Yeah, we definitely did. The fact that we don't know Acosta's first name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like in interviews, she's being cagey about it. She hasn't revealed what it is. So his theory is that maybe Tabitha wasn't just supposed to find Henry in the real world, but also Acosta, who he thinks could be Eloise, who time traveled, and that explains the age difference. Like maybe she escaped, but she went through time and she landed in Camden, but in a different time. So her father wouldn't have recognized her because of the age, and she wound up in an orphanage or a foster home or whatever. And so like she doesn't she doesn't know who she actually is. It's super interesting.
It is. I would think Eloise, there would have to be some kind of time element because Eloise wasn't that much younger than Victor.
Right. Yeah, it would have to be like
I mean, I would assume that at least that actress is a good bit younger than him, but
it's time travel that he thinks.
Yeah,
time travel.
I think it is interesting that she won't tell her character's name. But as I said last night, I mean, that could even just be something like she doesn't know it, so she's saying that to make it interesting. Don't know. Was she told not to tell the name? I don't know. But yeah, she said that on our show too, about that she couldn't tell what the name was. But I do feel like if the writers told her not to tell the name, or they didn't tell her the name for a specific reason, I mean, if that's the case, the name has to be important, whether it's Eloise or somebody else we've heard of. I don't know, but it's got to be something. But I think I like that theory.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I think Eloise has to be important in some way. Like they wouldn't have introduced her to the plot as this forgotten sister if she's not even alive anymore. Like what would have been the point? Was this just to prove that Victor is an unreliable narrator? That would be frustrating. So either I just think that she needs to still be alive somewhere. Otherwise, I don't understand why they wrote that into the script in season 2. I don't get it. So
all we know is she ran out. That's all we know. But yeah, that's interesting. I like well, I was just going to say the only thing is his sister had dark hair, but I guess Acosta's hair could be dyed. I mean, that's not.
Yeah, and she had dark eyes too. That's why it's confusing to me, because it's like dark hair and dark eyes versus blonde and blue. She has the actress playing Acosta either has blue or green eyes.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about Eloise. Does look like she has dark eyes.
I never thought about that. I should go back to the interview and look and see what color are they. Does she have lighter eyes? I never really thought about it. Maybe she does, and they made her wear contacts. That's something we should look into.
Yeah, maybe.
Is it your real eye color? I don't know.
But
I
mean,
know that people have dark color eyes, but.
Even if Acosta isn't Eloise, I agree with Julie that she has to have a purpose. Maybe she's the person living outside the cabins, or she was introduced for a reason.
Yeah, that's what I think too, that she's there for a reason, because it doesn't make sense that she brought back 2 people, and there has to be something about it. So Fletcher says, Rip Tilly, hope Fatima gets her fate now, Night in the Box, or Dictator Boyd doesn't have the courage to put her in there.
I mean, the box isn't around anymore.
He didn't put Sarah in the box. I don't think he'll put or at least I think he'll try not to put anybody in the box at this point. What do you think? What do you guys think? I don't think he'd put her in the box.
No, he said in season 2, no one's ever going in the box again. When Kenny thought Sarah should go in, I don't know, maybe it was season 1. Boyd said no one's ever going in the box again, and So I don't think that he'll even consider that, especially not Fatima. But I don't think if he didn't put Sarah in, it's not going to be anybody. So I don't know what they're going to do about her. I mean, if this gets worse, they may just have to like put her down in something. Like it may like if it's a matter of her trying to murder somebody, then yeah, they might have to just take action. I hope not,
Yeah.
but. Yeah.
Or the potential to kill more people.
Yeah.
I don't know. He didn't get rid of the box. That's the one thing. Like, if he doesn't want to put anybody in the box, he still hasn't gotten rid of it. But I guess he still wants the fear factor.
Well, they kind of smashed into it. Do they have a new box? Because the one that Frank was in, the monster smashed the windows out.
Oh, I don't. Have they showed it since then? I don't think they've showed it. I just assumed because they didn't say that.
Yeah.
And Fletcher says we won't talk anymore. Feel free to talk. We want to hear what everybody says. You're fine. You'd expect the weed would have died when the other crops did. I don't know, because I don't know about harvesting weed. I don't know how you do that, so I don't have an answer to that. But that is a good point. Maybe since it's not food, it doesn't need the same. I don't know. I don't know about weed, so I don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah, you would think that it would have died, though.
Yeah, you would think they would have, but I mean, they can replant it, I guess. Well, yeah, but I guess you'd have to have an original. I don't know. Again, I don't know how you plant weeds, so
I don't know.
And no, none of you are talking too much. It's good. We appreciate all the comments. You guys are fine. Talk as much as you want. I'm just behind on the chat. There are red squid mushrooms. That's interesting. I don't know anything about mushrooms either, so there you go.
All the better to call out the red squid deity with.
Yeah. And Grove is saying get a mod you can trust. Well, I mean, we are keeping them out of the chat. I've seen all the screeners, so if somebody posts something that is like an outright spoiler, I do know it. But so far we haven't had that issue. We had the issue with the person posting porn, but not with somebody posting spoilers. We've been lucky so far.
Yeah.
Because if they do, we'll kick them. My cat's breast. Oh, that's okay. That's not part of the show about cats. Let's see. I like it best. Some of them I just click on and don't read. I like it best when my theories develop in the chat organically. Yeah. I think a lot of times I've definitely developed theories when I'm in the middle of talking to people, to you guys in particular. Like I come up with something and your ideas shift and change.
Right. It's so cool when that happens. It's like collaborative theory crafting together. One idea leads to another. It's a chain reaction. Yeah, it's really cool. Like I have those experiences with my chat, like Nikisha was talking about, and like we really got a nice theory crafting session going. It's a lot of fun. It's cool when that happens.
Yeah, it is fun. Like I don't know, my theories shift and change all the time.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. She agrees about the Eloise theory because she said she didn't have family. She did say she didn't have family, really. I mean, it could have been an adoptive family she was talking about anyway, but that is a good point. Maybe that was like foreshadowing that.
Yeah, maybe. That would be so interesting to find out, like, if any member of town is actually Eloise. I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, maybe they changed their names or something, or yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
But we're all Eloise.
Is older because he has a hard life. The actor definitely looks younger than they seem to make him look as the character, or the way he acts, I guess, too. So yeah, he's lived there and had a hard time. Fletcher said there's a time element the same way Boyd traveled to 1864 to meet Martin, because he had an 1864 in his pocket. If the things in the tree are actually controlling where they go, that could be possible. Do we really know Martin was from the past, though, other than if we assume
he had that tattoo?
He had an old Marine tattoo, so that suggests he could be in the past. Plus the fact that the dungeon.
He could just be really old, too.
Could be.
Maybe.
What struck me too is just like the way it was a dungeon, and then when Boyd left it, it's ruins. That's why it made me think, okay,
it does seem that considering it wasn't ruins and it was ruins. Yeah, I do think there's some kind of time element. I don't know if it was from 1864.
Right.
I do think that there's something with that.
Could be.
see.
Yeah.
But is
Amy-
was that also in the lighthouse, or was that just in the Baldry?
what the
1864.
number? I think it
Yeah,
might have
was it
been
in
one
the
of the
lighthouse
numbers.
vision?
It might have been in the lighthouse in her dream. One of the
Yeah,
numbers. I don't
it
offhand
was.
remember what numbers were there, but they
It
were
was
Because
supposedly
there's
the
not many
same as
numbers
the
that are like that.
first dream.
It
Yeah,
was
definitely.
definitely there. Yeah.
Okay. Amy agrees that it's odd they didn't give her first name, and she says they purposely blurred her ID badge. Now
They
we had
did.
this conversation last night. Did they? Because
Yeah.
that's what we were saying. Like maybe they covered it so you couldn't even see it.
Yep. I zoomed in on it as much as I could. I got a nice clear, I paused it. I zoomed in. You can't see it. All I could see was that it's not a short name. It looks kind of lengthy,
But
but
it looks like they purposely blurred it. I didn't realize that.
it's like they didn't want us to see it. Like we were talking about, it's like they did with Lost.
Mhm.
Like all the time, there would be like little things on paper. They're like, nope, you're not going to see it. Like they know people are going to try and look, but not going to let us see it. It's interesting. I don't know what that means, but it could be a red herring. It could just be,
Yeah,
leading
if
us
they
down a rabbit
blurred
hole.
it though, it makes it sound like it's on purpose. Okay. It's a first name. It's not like they don't tell us their family name. That is why it makes sense. It could be Eloise, I think, because he's right. Usually it would be the last name we wouldn't see. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Emmy. Hello, Emmy. This is a new person. Says they have a lot of storylines to manage. Yes, they have a lot to remember.
They
More than
do.
we do. Maybe she wears contacts. Yes, that's also, but they're still talking about Acosta. She could have dyed her hair, Amy says. Okay, Dieter's got to go. Thanks for coming, Dieter. Appreciate it. I was going to say I'm
Yay.
behind on the chat. That was a few minutes ago, but thank you for coming.
Yeah. Dieter's the
Yeah,
best.
Boyd didn't even want to put Frank in the box. That is very true. I mean, Frank
True.
kind of chose to go in the box on his own.
He did.
So
He did.
Okay, let's see. Fletcher says, I guess Donna was right when she asked Boyd to take Ellis and Fatima out of Colony House. Yes, Donna was right. There was some foreshadowing there. And, I really didn't expect anything to happen that quickly. I don't think any of us.
I didn't either. Wow. Yeah, I was shocked. My jaw was on the floor. Donna was right. It seemed cold in the moment, but she was right. Her instincts were right. Yeah.
Okay, and Amy's saying they don't know that she'll put her in the box, especially if she could become a monster or having a monster baby. That's a good point. And then she also says, I'm trying to make sure I don't click these fast because I know I'm reading them fast. I'm trying to make sure I leave them long enough with their connected comments. That put everyone at risk, and I'm sure they get exiled to the cabins. The cabins would be a good place. I also said I wonder about the room that Elgin has. Like, there's a bed there because that was the first thing I thought. Like,
yep,
they could fix her a little bedroom there so she has a place to go and she's away from everybody.
You know what I'm thinking. Well, maybe you don't know what I'm thinking.
No, I don't.
You know what? They only Julie knows what I'm thinking. There's okay, Fatima and Ellis. They're like Garden of Eden, right? They're like Adam and Eve. Are they going to be pushed out of paradise to another place, like Adam and Eve were in the Bible?
Oh, yep.
We were talking about religious undertones before, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Because that would make sense to me that they would have to go to another place, and Ellis would go with her.
That's so fitting. Yeah. Wow. That is so good. Like, that's spot on. I could see that because, like they even have the painting that looks like the Garden of Eden, like a hellish version of Garden of Eden.
You mean
in their room.
Ellis's painting? Yeah.
And they're being exiled from it. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. And the cabins, the thing is, the cabin is a smart thing too, because that's like a place that's far enough away from everybody, but yet it is at least relatively safe, I guess, if they gave her a talisman. At least it's been so far. Let's see. Talking about magic mushrooms and weed. Let's see. I want to see Acosta and Victor interact. I don't think we've seen Acosta and Victor together at all, have we?
Yeah. Because Victor wasn't at the town meeting, and he really wasn't anywhere Acosta's been.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
But Henry has. And Henry has. I don't know if Henry's gotten a vibe.
I don't think Henry really talked to her. I mean, he was on the ambulance with her, but I don't know he really talked to her.
Yeah.
You know, other than the town
Not
meeting.
really.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. 1964 is in Tabitha's dream and 2 bottle trees.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the number Boyd tells Jade at the bar. Okay, yeah, I know that the one, it's from what I had read, because I didn't keep track of the numbers. That the one bottle tree that were the same numbers, I thought, as the ones that were in the dream. So yeah, I
No,
guess
they're not. They're different. They're
No, I
different.
mean, not that there isn't different numbers in the bottle tree, but I think all the ones that were in the dream were on the bottle tree, not necessarily the other way around. I think.
No.
Mhm.
No, I don't know.
Okay, the only reason I know this is that Igor has a still of all the dates, and the only
Okay,
dates
I was
that's
gonna
the
say,
same
I
that's
didn't actually look.
in the lighthouse. The only one that's the same in the lighthouse and in the bottle tree is 1864. That's why I was asking about it.
Wait,
Oh,
really?
okay.
They don't match? All the dates in the lighthouse
They don't
match the ones.
See,
They
I
don't
thought
match.
they did, but I was going by what
I
people
haven't
said.
actually
I didn't
filmed
check.
a still
Wait a
of
minute.
Igor's years.
Wait a minute, though. Did we actually see a clear enough shot of the numbers Jade wrote from the bottle tree to actually see what they were?
Yes.
I couldn't see.
Yes.
Okay.
Most of them. Well, it's because Igor's got like, ultra 4K HD and software and stuff, so you can see them.
Oh, wow. I got to look at that because I couldn't see
I couldn't
any
tell
of
it from pausing the screen, but
Yeah,
you
I
have
have a
to
still
put
from
the
his
capture
video
portion.
because I wanted to know what the years were.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, I'm sure.
Wow.
I was going by what somebody said. I didn't actually look. I never went back to check, but I
Wow.
assumed
But
they did.
there's ones like 5325 and like
Yeah, we
6248
keep
and stuff
acting
like
like they're
that.
dates, but we don't really know if they're dates.
Mm-mm.
Right. Yeah, I haven't been watching a lot of other content creators stuff because I don't want to be too influenced by it and have my theories
Yeah.
influenced by
Yeah.
it. So I avoid especially ones like him. He is so detail oriented, so I don't want it to influence me. So I missed that. I gotta see that. It's
But
interesting.
I wanted to know the numbers, and I knew he would be the guy that had the numbers.
Oh, he
So I
spots
watched his.
everything. He spotted. I didn't see the Emily Dickinson poem in the diner, and
Yeah.
he spotted that. He spots every little thing. Yeah, that's interesting. And I just assumed that all the dates from her dream would be in the lighthouse bottle tree, like 1864.
Nope.
Wow,
Mm-mm. Just 1864.
that's so weird. Then what
Yeah,
is
it is.
going on?
I tweeted, I'm just laughing. You can hear me laughing because I do check my messages as I get this to see if anybody's saying anything on Twitter you want to know about. I'm laughing because I said something really like unintelligent when I was live tweeting just because I thought it was funny. And somebody tweeted Harold Perrineau to read it. And I'm like, why are you reading?
Oh no.
No, it's just because it's like a bear. Like, I don't even know why I put it. I just thought it was funny at the time when Fatima was talking about being angry all the time. And I said, because Boyd's angry all the time. I said, maybe Boyd needs an ultrasound. So yeah, that wasn't my most intelligent comment. It sounded funny to me when I said it, but now that I'm rereading it, I think, okay, that sounds really stupid. And so, although they thought it was funny apparently because they retweeted him, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well that's enough.
And hey, PM, wait, saying what's the co-host name today? Oh, she means you probably because you were changing yours before.
Yep.
It's Scarlet.
No,
It's Scarlet. It's Scarlet Nine
Nine.
Lives because I had a near-death experience over the weekend and Julie knows about. Maybe you also know about. So, yay, I live.
Yeah.
Surprised people don't mix up who you are. You keep changing it. I usually put my site name under it. I just stopped doing that and started putting Jamie.
I'm very, very fluid. I am like the ocean.
That's funny. Yeah, we should change them for each episode or something. That'd be kind of interesting. Let's see.
Well, I used to do a cruel summer broadcast where we would just be like different characters, even animals from the show, and then we would interview each other as those characters or animals or whatever. It was a good time.
That's interesting. You guys do more fun things than I did. Give me good ideas of weird stuff to do. No, that's funny. Yeah, it does fit with the kitty picture. Amy says it fits with your kitty picture. See, I'm not even. I don't even take the time to change my icon. That's how lazy I am. I put the same icon every week.
That's my Black Kitty Friday.
Oh, well, it's a very cute.
His name's Friday.
Cute. All right, let's see. Okay, they're talking about 1864. Some of that we already went over. Okay. When Donna first saw Acosta, she acted like she knew her. I don't trust Donna. Yeah, well, I have seen theories that she's like, I don't know. I don't know if they meant reincarnated as Donna's sister or what, but I've seen things about it could be her sister, which I don't know that works, but I don't know. Did she seem to you like she knew her?
I didn't pick up on that, honestly. Like I just remember her coming in Colony House and Donna just giving her like the nastiest look, because she came in and Nikki was bleeding out on the couch, and
Yeah.
Yeah, she was happy with her at any rate, but
yeah, I didn't catch that vibe, but maybe I'm missing something. I'd have to look back at it again. Like Donna also seemed kind of like she knew Tilly. Like everyone was saying that, like when Tilly got there, it seemed like Donna knew Tilly, and there were
maybe
vibes.
Donna is a mole then.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Or
It would be
everybody wants to
interesting
find
if there was a mole.
Donna's sister.
Yeah. It would be interesting though if there is a mole. I worry that too much, and if there is, that ends up like one of the weird like overall ideas that I don't want to happen. But I guess there could be other reasons there could be moles too. Like maybe like I could see somebody maybe made a deal with the monsters, like we won't kill you if you give us information. I could see that. That could be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, there's theories that Toby got bought to come to Fromville with Jade.
Yeah, it didn't work out so well for him though.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I had a
Make a deal with the devil,
right?
I had a tinfoil theory about that. Yeah, like Toby was paid off to bring Jade in there, and the government bought Jade's tech and stuff like that. Tinfoil theories can be fun sometimes, but it takes a lot of logical leaps to get there. So I've never married those theories. It's just fun to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this show, you can definitely go off on all kinds of tangents, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Amy says it'll be cool to see what comes from the codes from the bottle trees. Yeah. I just want to know if they have to do with the travel, if it controls the traveling, because that seems to be what most people think. But I don't know that necessarily makes sense. I don't know. Well, apparently Fletcher liked my ultrasound joke. That was cute when Jade was having Ethan help him with the numbers. Yeah, I like that he's letting him help out. And I think he's less annoyed with him, because that was the other thing I said tonight, is that he hasn't been quite as frustrated with him, because he's not swearing. He's trying harder, I think, not to swear at him as much or swear around him.
I remember early on, Jade was like, "Oh, you're here again," when Ethan's around. He's just like, "Oh, great."
Yeah. Yeah, Ethan though could end up figuring something out that, ends up important, and it just because he's looking at it in a different way. Fletcher asks if we've watched Castle Rock. I saw part of Castle Rock, but I never ended up, for whatever reason, never saw the rest of it.
I saw all Castle Rock, both seasons.
It was good. I just never got done watching. It's like Yellow Jackets. I need to go back and see it. Like I watched part of it and then just never.
You totally know. Yeah, I know a lot of people do that.
Yeah, no, I do. A lot of people I know like it. I just, sometimes I have to watch so many things. I don't get to the things I want to watch.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I'm not sure if that was part of another conversation, but happy birthday to your daughter that turned 16. I missed what that was about, but happy birthday to her. Amy says, "Boy,
maybe that's Julie's age."
Oh, yeah, definitely Julie's age. But yes, boy does need a Xanax and an ultrasound apparently.
And an ultrasound, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fletcher's asking about Acosta being Donna's sister. Now, I was just saying I heard that theory somewhere. I don't know that it made sense. I just remember vaguely reading something about it.
Well, people think the swing coat monster is Donna's sister as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they do. Dictator Boy needs to chill the way he talked to Jade Christie and even accost him. Yeah, he is like snapping at everybody.
Yeah.
And I know we haven't gotten to that conversation yet, but I really did enjoy his conversation with Acosta though, because
I did.
Like, I don't know that she deserved it, but she was kind of being bitchy too. But I love that he like gave her what she asked for, and it's just like, I'll give you your gun. It's not gonna do you any good, but I'll give you your gun if you'll shut up, type of thing.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was great. You know, like she really doesn't deserve to have her gun back after what she just did. She cannot be trusted with it. I think he was absolutely right. Like like give her gun back, but keep the bullets. I enjoyed that personally. I thought, you know, and she was really like she was out of line. She just barged into where he lives and like rummaging through his stuff looking for her gun after she murdered somebody there. I know it was an accident, but come on, she was wrong. And then she had all that attitude. Like,
don't have the attitude at least.
Yeah, but I thought that was that was the best scene in the whole episode. The two actors were just spot on.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, they're good when they. Yeah, but I mean, this time she kind of deserved some of it. Yeah, maybe the other time when she was trying to like give him advice, she didn't. But I think this time maybe she did. She's got a chip on her shoulder though. Like she doesn't even want to. She even told Kenny like she doesn't want to take her her uniform off. She
don't want fresh clothes. She don't want that colony house clothes.
Yeah.
And she's a cop. She points out that she's a cop. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I liked when she's basically like, you're a pretend cop, I'm a real cop, and then he's like, well, how long were you at the academy? 3 days.
I knew that had to be coming. I knew she was going to throw in his face that he's a self-appointed sheriff and she's a real cop. It was only a matter of time, and that happened quick.
Yeah, it was worse though when he says he keeps people safe, and she's like, you haven't done a very good job. that was a low blow, man. That was a little bit of a low blow.
Yeah.
Fletcher's asking why there would have to be a mole because the entity knows everything. But maybe that's why the entity knows everything. Maybe the entity knows things because it talks to people. I don't know.
It knows.
Yeah. And Amy's saying maybe not moles, but working for the monsters like they did with Sarah. Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. People could be being manipulated like Sarah, and maybe we don't even know it. So, let's see. I kind of believe Sarah cut Toby's tongue so that he couldn't talk after death like Kachi or Tom. Ooh, that's interesting. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah.
Maybe it could affect them after they're dead. That's a good thing I hadn't even thought about. Let's see. That's about Castle Rock. That's not my moment. Okay, let's see. That's your comment. Sorry. Let's see. Don't get me wrong. Mad Dog Boyd is Emmy Harold level acting, but Dictator Boyd needs to chill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. I enjoyed a little bit of attitude towards Boyd, and he smirked at the end. That fucking kid was funny. Yeah, that was. He that makes me think maybe he wasn't quite as mad as he acted in a way when he made that comment.
Right.
It kind of made me wonder.
Mm-hmm.
It was, yeah. I loved pissed off Boyd. It's just it's so badass. Like I just love when he goes off on people and just the way that he spits out those F-bombs. It's just it's so effective.
It's like music.
A lot of F-bombs, that's for sure. What if Acosta is just Acosta and she came to replace Boyd because the entity did everything to break him and wasn't successful, so they just end up killing him? Yeah, if we go back into the cycles of things and people having purposes, I don't think they'll kill Boyd though. But I partially don't think they'll kill Boyd just because I don't think they'll take him off the show because he's the lead. I know that's not really a good reason, but I kind of feel like that. Let's see. I'm afraid. PM says, I'm afraid becoming a dictator is Boyd's version of being broken because he went through war and remained kind. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think I don't want to say breaking, but that he's not doing great, that he is getting so angry. I think it's definitely getting to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Fletcher says Elgin might be manipulated like Sarah. We've kind of touched on that. I think so too. Maybe, oh, this is true. Maybe Acosta reminded Boyd of himself when he was younger with an attitude. Probably did.
Yeah.
And Golden Child says when you die in Fromville, your soul gets stuck. Maybe. I don't know if that's in reference to the tongue thing or not, but that's a good question. I wonder what happens when they die. Do they get out of there or do they? I don't know. They still could become monsters. We don't know. And some of them seem to be there as ghosts, and we don't know whether they're really them or they're, the entity.
Yeah, I think they'd stay trapped. I think their souls would stay trapped in there.
They definitely could. Now, Amy is saying that she wouldn't be surprised if the Cost and Boyd hooked up. The whole kind of, I assume she was like, enemies to lover things. I don't know. I kind of more see Acosta with Kenny. I posed this question on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why. Like, there wasn't necessarily anything that made me think that. I just think that they'd be good together for whatever reason.
They look cute together. They look cute together when they were in that diner scene.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I could kind of see Acosta and Boyd. I mean, she's kind of young for him.
That's a pretty big age gap.
It is a big age gap, but that doesn't mean they couldn't have them together. But yeah, that's a fairly big age gap. Okay, let's see. Abby thought if he died in Fromville, you'd wake in the real world. Tabitha got murdered and he died in Fromville. Where did she wake up? Yeah, I think we've all kind of thought that that's possible, that could be the case because she did wake up. But considering she went back, I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I think sometimes it makes sense to me and other times it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know, like if she, let's say she woke up out on the outside, then she shouldn't have wound up back in there then, like unless so if this theory is true, if you die in Fromville, you wake up in the real world, then the fact that she's back in there, that would tell me that there was some deception going on and she was brought back put back into some kind of a simulation. Like that would mean it's a simulation where if you die, you wake up maybe, and it's the only thing that makes sense to me. So it's possible, like maybe she she like dying meant she actually woke up, and then they caught her, they put her back in the simulation. I hope it's not that, but
I also feel like that's too easy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I also feel she would leave a body. Where's her body then?
That's true.
I mean, if she
like
died
in the massacre, all those people that Abby shot, they were dead and their bodies were there. They didn't get pulled into the real world.
Yeah,
unless it was just their souls.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, no, I think if you died there, like you die for real, she wouldn't have woken up anywhere. Like her body would have just been there. Like that's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see, they're all kind of talking now about Acosta and Kenny and Boyd, and Amy says that Acosta reminds her of Abby. That's why she said that. She kind of does a little bit now that you said that, but I hadn't really thought about it.
It's similar in appearance.
Yeah, a little bit.
That would make it even more creepy if Boyd and her hooked up, because he does kind of look like his wife.
She's like half his age, though, or even more than half his age.
Yeah, or maybe it would be his daughter then, like an age, like a daughter looks like Abby.
Probably like at least a 20-year age gap, at least. Yeah. We can't confirm a dead Tabitha body isn't near the lighthouse. That's a good point. We really don't know that there's a body. I mean, we're assuming, but if she's still but if that's the case though, and there was a body, then she would have to still be inside whatever it is, because obviously, she's alive. Like even when she thought she was on the outside.
Right. So, yeah. She wouldn't be back there again if her body's lying somewhere in Fromville. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
inside Fromville. Yeah, I thought you meant in the real world, but I guess it could even be in Fromville too. Fletcher says people don't want simulation, time travel, purgatory, reincarnation. What do you want? That's a good point. I don't mind some of those. I don't want a simulation. I don't want a dream. I don't want purgatory. I don't mind time travel, reincarnation, but like anything like that, like they're dead already, that kind of thing I don't want. But the other things I don't maybe mind quite as much. Okay, let's see. Maybe Amy says maybe Jade and Tabitha are chosen why they come back if they die. I don't know. Let's see. What was I gonna say? Oh, the one. Whoops, where'd I go? I lost where my cursor was. I lost it. Is the stuff we didn't really talk about a lot with Tabitha. Oh wait, Fletcher says he wants time travel because he's been theorizing about it since season 1 in the time loop cycle since Victor talked about the 2 cars. I definitely think there's some kind of cycle, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so too. And like, yeah, there's certain things like certain word choices that people have honed in on. Like Victor once said, I think he said it to Ethan, I'll keep you looped. You know, certain phrases like that people picked up on.
I don't remember that. Interesting. But yeah, I just think it does make it a lot of times sound like things that are happening have happened before.
Yeah.
So there are definitely some form of cycles, regardless of what that means. I don't know, but there is. Plus, like the fact that Victor has all the drawings of things that are happening, like, is he predicting them or did they happen before? Kind of could go, either way. But we really didn't talk, as I'm looking at my order of things, we really didn't talk much about Tabitha this time and about her dream / vision / whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we know, and we did say, though, she's not the only one that's had, dreams or visions of the town outside of the town, but she's definitely connected to Miranda. We know she's not Eloise. I mean, we know that because we've seen her young now, and we know it's not the same actress. So that kind of, took care of that.
Mm-hmm.
But would she be Miranda? I mean, you're saying about I didn't see your video yet, but about a reincarnation. I think that's possible. I mean, she's definitely got some kind of weird connection to Miranda at any rate.
I think so. Yeah, I think that dream is what made me sold on reincarnation. A few weeks ago, I did say, I know this theory is going around a lot right now, and then it has been brought up by the fans for a very long time. Probably since season 1. But like recently, it seems to be really like all over the place. Like it's really picked back up, the reincarnation idea. A few weeks ago, I mentioned it in a video, but I wasn't really ready to commit to it. And then when I saw that dream, I was just like, okay, that's it. I'm sold. It just felt too uncanny. To me, it seems like that's kind of like what happened to Miranda, except it happened to Tabitha as a child because, see, Miranda needed the use of acid to kind of give her enough, open up her third eye to allow her to see all the chosen ones who came before her. Tabitha, I could understand why this happened to her as a child. Children have vivid imaginations. And so she had this dream of this little girl who looks a lot like her, who's clearly in old-fashioned clothes. And it just made me think, all right, this looks like it's probably going to be a past version of her. I mean, when you're reincarnated, you don't need to look like that person, but like, it just seems to me that she was dreaming it because it was a past version of her. And then she literally, and then the next episode that we just saw, she referred to the little girl as herself. She said she was like referring to it as her. She was like, I looked up and screamed. And so that was
rock.
Yeah. So, and that was her. So I think that was a huge clue that she's had past lives going way back in time in this place.
Or it could be a fairy tale landscape a kid would have if they had a dream like that. You know, they would
Yeah.
imagine themselves like a Little Red Riding Hood or something like that.
Yeah, because she is dressed
Which is
strange.
dark.
I don't know. I think that the big question is it a dream or is it more of a vision? That to me is what the key is, because I question, and I said this to you guys last night when we were talking, that if it is a dream, you don't necessarily know you can trust like all the details if it's a dream,
Right.
as opposed to, I mean, I still think it's definitely connected to Miranda, but you know, I mean, is she dreaming and the details don't matter because dreams are weird because they represent things? Yeah, I don't know. Like, did she actually see something, or is it just that she dreamt about the place? And can we trust? I guess it's more like, can we trust what she saw, or what she didn't see, or the way she was dressed, those kinds of things.
Probably not.
But I do like the idea, and I think it was one of you who said this that I heard it from. I've heard it from a couple people now too, but that whatever she saw maybe was at the cabin. And I noticed when I rewatched this episode that there's that weird person who we don't even know who they are, who says to Jim something like, the noise we heard at the cabin isn't the same as what we heard in town. I forget exactly what the quote is, but essentially that's what she said, that whatever's at the cabins was different. And I kind of felt like annoyed because they're not explaining what's at the cabins, and that was sort of a throwaway line. But then I thought about the fact she says that, but then we see Tabitha had a dream about seeing some kind of scary thing, and it clearly happened in the daytime. So if it was a different kind of creature, monster, entity thing, it could make sense that maybe that was kind of, you know, pointing out that it's the same entity.
Mm. Yeah.
And I know everybody seems to think it's a spider. I don't know about that, but
Yeah,
It's a flying spider.
I don't think it's a
That's
spider.
what we want. That's what the fans want.
No spiders. I don't want spiders. I'll keep
Flying
saying
spider
that.
monster.
I know you do. Fletcher says that Henry told Miranda that Miranda saw all of the previous chosen ones. That sounds like Jade. Maybe the Seller guy, Civil War guy, One-Eyed Duke guy, and Jade are previous chosen ones, but on the Jade side.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, we know that Jade has a lot in common with Christopher, and we know that Tabitha has a lot in common with Miranda. That's kind of, you know, they're each connected in some way or whatever. And that's kind of,
and I think if they're talking about the Civil War guy, the black soldier, I think he's connected to back to
so
maybe a grandfather, great grandfather.
Well, maybe, but if you mean because of the skin, because I don't know that if you're reincarnated, you're going to look the same, that matters necessarily.
No reincarnation, actual family, not reincarnation.
Oh, yeah.
Family.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Like
you think it's like an
parent.
ancestor. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, ancestor. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
That's interesting.
Let's see. Fletcher is still saying about reincarnation and their hints. Yeah, they're definitely, like I said, there's definitely connections between the two pairs. In what way, we don't know. Let's see. He says that if it is reincarnation, it could make the plot that Jade has been seeing his previous roles in other timelines, like Miranda did. I also wonder if it could be like an alternate universe type thing rather than reincarnation. That was kind of my other, I don't know that makes sense, but that was kind of one of my thoughts, is could it be rather than like they were this person, like they're a version of this person? I thought of that whenever the whole bracelet thing.
Right.
Like, I don't know. That's what I thought when they had that bracelet thing, that maybe they're seeing into like an alternate dimension or something.
Yeah, that could be. That could be.
Yeah, I don't know. Fletcher says we haven't got confirmation on Christopher's death. But if it's Jay, I mean, I guess that's true. If it is a reincarnation, he'd have to be dead, I would think. But
right,
we don't really know what happened to him.
He's pretty
I'm
old.
assuming he's dead. I'm assuming he's dead just because of the fact that Victor said that he put away or hid or whatever, buried the things from the dead people, and he needed to get Jasper because it was missing and it belonged to Christopher. So I think that definitely implied he's dead. But
I agree.
If he was,
Yeah.
he would be in his 90s if he was alive, so he'd be pretty old.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
I agree. And yeah, I had the same thought. There was something missing. Like he was surprised there was nothing in there for Christopher. That implied that he's dead and that there should
Yeah.
be something. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Christopher was, all of those guys in his visions look like they're from different eras. So it makes sense to me. Like it could be that the Puritan man, then the Civil War soldier, the manager of the Boulder could be early 20th century maybe, and then Christopher,
Yeah.
all from different eras, so they could all be Jade.
It could be. Well, that would make sense. That's why he sees them if they were him.
Exactly.
Like
they're trying to tell him something or warn him, but he's not getting the message, I think.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe, maybe it's even just like hinting at things too. Like maybe the one guy drinks the blood. Like, could that have something? And I know I'm not saying that person is her, but could that have something to do with like Fatima drinking the blood? Like,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think they're connected.
Yeah, like
everything's connected. I think everything's connected in this show.
Absolutely, like
because it was
the next
it was
episode.
like Jade well, I was just saying Jade knocking over the totem and kind of setting the skull guy free, and then Fatima was drinking blood.
Right,
Yeah.
and like the guy was the Puritan guy was drinking blood, and then he held it out like he was offering it to Jade, and it made me think of the line from the House of Seven Gables where this Puritan man was cursed. Someone cursed him by saying God will give you blood to drink, and like basically all of his like generations of family after that were all cursed. And it's just interesting that like a Puritan man is standing there drinking blood in a vision with Jade, and then after that guy in the book was cursed, like he wound up dying coughing up blood, and in the very next episode after this happened with the guy in Jade's vision, we see a member of Colony House dying coughing up blood and Fatima drinking blood. It's like I think it's kind of hinting that they're cursed. I found the timing to be like way too uncanny that happened the very next episode after the guy was drinking from the skull in the vision.
I think at any rate, they definitely do foreshadow a lot on this show.
Oh yeah.
So it could definitely be connected.
Like Tilly's whole thing, Tilly's scene.
Yeah, Tilly. Fletcher says we've been introduced at the beginning of the season to a new element, that man in the yellow painting, man in yellow suit. Yeah, and that was isn't the man in the yellow suit or whatever? Isn't that drawing also from the opening credits? Or am I wrong? Because I'm thinking it's in the opening credits. It might totally be crazy, but I was thinking
not.
It's not. Okay.
It's not.
Maybe mixing it up with the painting of the boy in white.
Yeah, you're thinking of the man in white painting.
Yeah, that one is.
So who do we think he is? I have no clue.
The guy under the boulder.
The guy under the boulder.
He's the guy under the boulder. Okay, my evidence is the guy under the boulder screams, and Jade witnesses that. Jasper screams exactly the same way.
Yeah.
And then the guy, look at the guy's face. If you get a still of the guy under the boulder, he looks a lot in the face like the guy in the painting, and there's a yellow cast on the rock. This is an intentional thing done by production to cast this yellow glow on this rock. And I think that he's tied to Jasper, and he might be the voice of Jasper that Victor heard. So it's all connected.
The guy under the rock went through a faraway tree and got stuck. That's
probably. Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's not out of reason.
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't really seen anything else. I mean, I do think that painting's got to be important though, because it like kind of sticks out when we talk about like the colors and everything. So regardless,
and it has the red behind him. That kind of looks like the red door that Elgin found.
Yeah, I want to go back and look at that. I did not notice anything red behind him. That's very interesting.
Yeah, there's like a red aura, a red background.
Then maybe he's the body. Because he's about the red door. Maybe he's the body. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing as I'm talking. Amy says, what do you guys think of the dead body that the kimono lady showed Elgin? I see a picture in Discord where it looks like the outfit is when Jade wore. Yeah, I think that she wasn't here when we were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like Jade's shirt. I don't know if that's a red herring or like Scarlett was saying that maybe it is Jade and he's dead and alive at the same time, a different version. Yeah, I don't know, but it does look like Jade's shirt. I couldn't find anybody else that I noticed or thought of that it looked like, but I hope it's not Jade. But I guess you're right. If it's Jade, that doesn't necessarily mean Jade's dead. So maybe it's another version of Jade.
Alive.
Maybe it's if he's reincarnated, maybe it's an old Jade. An old Jade isn't the right description. An old Jade. An old Jade, you know what I mean. Okay, let's see. Fletcher says about the paintings. There was a bottle faraway tree painting behind Henry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that, but I mean, I assumed it was hers, so I never really thought much about it. I mean, she had painted the faraway tree. So I don't know. It's interesting, though, that it was up in the house rather than down in the basement. Hi, Susie. Susie's here. Hello. Let's see.
Hey, Susie.
Hey, Susie.
PM says, I think the man in the cellar is the previous Elgin. That's interesting.
Well,
I hadn't thought about that. Could be.
That seems
like one of those things. Like it's like such an easy thing. I'm thinking, why didn't I think of that? But that actually makes sense.
It does make sense.
It's like
in a weird way.
This is where it happens. This is where I die, and I become alive again. And the cycle.
He didn't seem very scared, though. Like if it was him and he knew he was going to die, wouldn't he have been a little bit more scared? I don't know.
You would think, he's an odd one. He has these looks of dread, but he's never gotten flat out terrified and freaked out since that one time on the bus. Ever since then, he's just like, I don't know.
He kind of got freaked out when Kimono Lady put her hands on his face.
Yeah, his eyes bugged out of his head. His eyes
also that drowning scene.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you'd think that he would have been more scared. He was very composed down in the root cellar, wasn't he? He was very chill about it all.
That's the only thing that makes me think it might not be Elgin, because he wasn't freaked out. But that does kind of make sense in a weird way. So I don't know. Fletcher says that the body looks like Jade. Yeah, we just talked about that. Let's see. Fletcher says, I believe there's a major twist to Christopher. Victor's memory has its flaws. I definitely think that Victor's an unreliable narrator. I mean, I don't know about Christopher, but I definitely think that you can't necessarily trust everything Victor says.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I really want the scene where there's Jasper and then Scott McCord's like doing his voice and he thinks that he's talking, but he's talking to himself. I really want that scene.
Yeah, and that was what I think it was PM, wasn't it, that was saying that earlier about wants to see him with split personality. It would be fun to see. I think he would do good in that kind of role. Let's see. Do you think that guy in the weird prison cell could also be one of their line cycle? He has that shirt. Okay, we're still talking about. See, some people missed the conversation. That's why it's being repeated. Yes, we think it could be Jade. We don't know. Amy says it's reminding me of Rick and Morty with portals and such. What if when they go into a portal somewhere, another version of them dies?
Yeah,
like a mirror going on. Yeah, maybe it's Mirror World or something. I don't know. I've never watched Rick and Morty, but interesting.
Did you ever see the movie Primer? Either you see the movie Primer?
Yeah, I've seen Primer a long time ago.
Yeah,
isn't that's
kind of
there's like multiple versions of him and he keeps like degrading.
Yeah.
I've seen that. That's too.
I got another one I gotta check out. Yeah, and the mirrors are very, very common. Like it's a common theme in the show, which is super interesting to me. So yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah.
Through the looking glass.
The end of that sentence was the talisman. She said something else. I think that was the end of what she was saying.
The talisman.
Yeah. Mirrors features of the talisman. Yeah, I want to get all pictures of all the different talismans and compare them and try to figure out what they look like, because I know they are different and they do look like reflections. She's totally right with that.
Right.
Okay. Let's see. Fletcher says the one-eyed dude looks like he's drinking from a child's skull. Could he be the one that little Tabitha's scared of? Oh, I hope that skull doesn't. I don't know that he could be drinking out of her skull and she could be scared of him at the same time. But
Is that my skull you have?
like a brown skull. I don't know. I didn't notice that. Maybe
Dare
I just
you.
didn't go down that dark path.
It did look like a child skull for sure. Yeah, another reference to child sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it looked like something high up though was coming down at her. She was looking way up. It almost
Yeah.
sounded like something was flying down at her. It was a weird sound
Flying
effect.
spider monster. Flying spider
Maybe,
monster.
maybe.
Maybe. We don't know. Let's see. Grova says the man in yellow might be good and his role could get them out of from.
Maybe.
Don't know. But I do think that he's important, whoever he is.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. I mean, I never expected everybody to jump on that in particular. Like it's something about that. There were all kinds of crazy things in those paintings, including this crazy colorful monster that looks like a cyclops with one eye, and yet everyone is focused on the man in the yellow suit. I find that funny.
It's because of True Detective and the King in Yellow. That's probably why people are fixating on it.
I don't know, but I'm trying to think. There was a cyclops. You know, that like an eye like that though could more represent like a third eye.
It
Or like
could.
some kind of psychic ability. I don't remember that painting. That's why I said I need to go back. I want to look at the paintings better.
It's really cool. It's one of my favorites, probably my favorite in the whole thing. It's this really colorful, giant monster looking thing with a huge eye, and it looks like it's sticking its tongue out with like a bunch of yellow bile looking stuff. And there's little kids, it looks like it's about to eat. I made it the thumbnail for one of my videos. It was such a good painting.
I'm gonna have to look at that. I see that PM's in the bring her in. I don't know if I have to unmute her or she can unmute herself. There we
I
go. She
can unmute myself. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, PM.
Hi, Julie. Hi, Sci-Fi Vision. I love your background with the like cult. It reminds me of a cult.
Yeah, kind of. They're worshiping the TV shows. That's why I made it. It's for our regular podcast.
That's how I feel. Like I'm a cult member.
Oh, me too.
We're going too far down the rabbit hole, I think.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about Jade, right? At the people are calling it Cannibal Village, but we haven't really seen that really. And something that really struck me as important is when Jade mentioned Aristotle and determinism. I feel like he's giving us the answer. We just have to like look closer, because a lot of people interpret, like he said it before as well. You look at a certain theory and you interpret it incorrectly, like a lot of the people do. But determinism doesn't mean fate. It's more like cause and effect. Like there are events in people's lives that are caused by previous events. So not necessarily a fate, but the choices that are made kind of snowball. So their ancestors or whoever was before them made a choice that now kind of like condemned them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that actually makes some sense.
Sins of the father.
Yeah, I do think that part about whether it's determinism, fate, whichever, I do think that that's kind of the big takeaway from that scene is his idea of that. And that, you know, she was always meant to come there for whatever reason. Who knows? Maybe all of them were meant to come there. They all seem to have, you know, a certain purpose.
Right. Yeah. I mean, some of them might have just gotten unlucky and been in the same vehicle as someone who was meant to come there. But most of the people, I would say, yeah, they were meant to come there, and there was nothing they could have done to avoid it. Like Tabitha, that was so interesting how he was talking about free will versus fate. And if she had that dream as a child, then I definitely think that there was nothing she could have done to avoid it. It's just like when she escaped, she couldn't avoid getting pulled back in. It's if she's meant to be there, that she can't escape it. So I definitely think that it goes back to reincarnation, and yeah, like they've kind of been cursed to be pulled into that place over and over again based on something that might have happened centuries before. Yeah, that's what I think.
Well,
Exactly.
I was going to say, if they are reincarnated, that definitely, I mean, they're fated to be there if they've been there before.
Exactly. Like they're stuck, like they're trapped in this place like, over and over again. Their souls
Which
get
would really
terrible.
Which can seem hopeless. I think that's why it's so important to notice the difference of fate and determinism. Because with fate, I was, kind of disappointed when everybody was saying like, like it's their fate, because then there is nothing you can do. You cannot change it. It is what it is. Basically, we're watching the show to find out what their fate is, but it is what it is. But with determinism, they have the power to change what will happen after them. So not necessarily what happened to them because they're already stuck, but what's going to happen after them. So to their children and their children's children.
So it's more like a cause and effect type thing.
Exactly. It's a cause and effect. So that gives our characters a little bit more power, and it makes the story still interesting.
Yeah. Susie, I just want to pull up what Susie says here. Is talking about the guy with the railroad spike. And maybe Ellis is going to stab Fatima with the railroad spike. I don't know, but it probably means something. I mean, they've showed that guy a couple different ways to Jade, so I just hope it doesn't mean Jade ends up with a railroad spike or something through his eye. Let's hope not. Let's see. When are we going to get the women in white? Yeah, I'm with her. We need a woman in white, or a woman in black. I guess it's woman in black. Woman in black, woman in white. We need a female version of the boy in white anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a kimono lady.
Yeah, kimono lady. Let's see. Fletcher says that whole fate and destiny talk by Jade was pointing at it. They probably have to break that curse. Yeah, there definitely could be some, and that's what you were saying, Julie. There definitely could be some kind of curse that's making this happen over and over again, these cycles. Like maybe they need to break it. And I see somebody said something to me in the private chat and I missed it. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. Ellis made. Oh, that's your quote. See, I'm putting up your notes. See, that's how much I'm going messing up. I'm putting up what you say. You can say what you want to say. I don't got to put it on the screen.
You can comment on your comments.
Yeah, I know. Clicking the right. It's hard.
That's like the best comment I've seen.
Yeah, okay. Fletcher says, could the corpse of that girl's boyfriend that was attached to the tree in season 2, we never got caught? Oh, that's interesting. Well, oh wait,
that's right. Brian.
My only question
Brian,
with that was, would it be that decomposed in that much time? I don't think it would be a skeleton.
Probably not.
Yeah, not that much
That
time
takes
has
some time.
passed.
Yeah, unless they like poured acid on it or something, I don't think it would be a skeleton.
Yeah, or something supernatural. Drained it of its vitality, or curled it up.
And Susie said, I'm not sure what she's referring to, but says you guys were talking about issues with his dad. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. I'm not
They
sure.
might set up issues now that Henry had that one thought. That could be a seed for something else.
Yeah, that definitely could be a seed for something else. I would agree with that. Do you all think Elgin will hide Fatima down there and everyone will blame it on Boyd, even though he actually doesn't know where she is? I kind of wondered if it, and I said that before, I kind of think maybe that would be a place she could go, whether on purpose or not. I don't know, but it does look like a bedroom, or like it was used as a bedroom previously for something.
Yeah, it has a.
I don't know.
Yeah, he made a purpose.
I don't know that they.
I mean, he purposely pulled down that bed, so to see, like, there's a bed in case you need it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Golden guy isn't
I
using
don't know.
it.
Do you think they blame Boyd though? I don't know. They'd necessarily blame Boyd. Maybe
I don't think so.
he's so kind of off the rails right now.
Yeah, I don't think they would blame Boyd. I doubt it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with her because like she's such a liability to have around anywhere. So and it's not like they can like lock her up somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, I honestly don't know what they're gonna do.
They
Maybe
gotta put
maybe
the rotten vegetable. They put the rotten vegetables in there and close all 4 of those doors, so you're on your own.
maybe that might be a good idea actually.
Wow. I somehow must have been way behind on the chat. Because I'm like, suddenly there's tons of messages. I find it intriguing that necklace that Ellis has in season 1 and season 2, he stopped and used her mother's one. On this season, he's back with the tree-looking necklace. Might mean something. I don't know. I do notice the necklace. I noticed it before, but I don't know. I don't know what it means, but I did notice it. Let's see. I mean, the one dude drinking blood obviously got stabbed in the head, with the nail. Yeah, I'm not sure. Some of these, I think, because we're farther behind, I'm not sure what they're in reference to. Some people have been saying that Martin could be Boyd's reincarnation. My blood is your blood is literal. That's interesting.
It is interesting. Yeah, I've heard that one. I like that. I like that idea. Yeah, and I do the same thing. Like, I get so like you're much more on top of it than me. I get so off on tangents when I'm reading people's comments and I'm discussing them because like there's so many interesting comments, but I'll go too far with it, and then the next thing I know, I'm an hour behind the chat or something.
Well, that's why I just kind of paused when I was going through my recap and looked through it, and I'm like, well, we talked about that, because otherwise I'm never going to get through the chat. So I try to. I've more been pausing my stuff. Randall was really scared of those ruins. That's a good point. Randall isn't necessarily a person who seems like he's scared, but at the same time, he's had a lot of shit go down on him. He has a right to be freaked out at this point,
Yeah, he does. I mean, even Rand. I mean, Donna's as tough as nails, and she's broken down. I mean, I'm not surprised. Randall is getting a little scared, showing some vulnerability. Yeah.
Okay. About the cabins. Could it be a bear? That's interesting because we do have a bear trap. I feel like would a bear come back multiple nights though? Is my question. And I don't know because I don't know anything about bears, but like they've had it happen there multiple nights. Like, is there really, I mean, there could be bears walking around, but then again, didn't they say it knocked? I don't think a bear can knock. Did they say it knocked? I might be imagining that and thinking about the other knocks.
I mean, it said footsteps. It said like footsteps and footfall in the closed captioning, so people were assuming it was human.
Right.
But animals can stop.
And then the next incident was knocking, like with the next group.
Yeah.
So
that's what I thought.
Bear gets up on 2 legs and knock knock.
Yeah.
Hit him with his head.
Maybe. Fletcher says
I kind of like it to be a bear. That'd be cool.
That would be like so lame though compared to what we expect it to be though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And Fletcher's saying it could be a
Flying,
giant spider.
I
don't remember
spider,
Ethan dreaming about
bear?
a spider. When did Ethan dream about a spider?
When he first arrived and he had that seizure, he woke up and he described a vision that he had where, a spider came down from the ceiling, somebody screamed, and it was like this very vague, weird thing. Something about the Lake of Tears. So he had a vision about that. Yeah.
Oh, I, for whatever reason, do not remember that at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's way back
That's pretty
beginning.
early.
Yeah, and he's saying that he's going to be scared if they make it in CGI. Yeah, I've said 20 times I don't want to see a giant spider. I say that.
Well, now it's a flying giant spider bear in my head.
Oh, okay.
I'm adding to it. Maybe I'll draw it. That could be a good drawing exercise.
Yeah,
Maybe.
and let's see. Susie's talking about the butterfly flag. See, some of these I think we're too far behind the chat. I'm getting confused. Cannibal Village, we see the evidence. Jane saw that guy drinking blood from a human skull near the right. Yeah. I mean, I think it's something. I don't know that it's all animals. I definitely think it's people. He says they touch, they break, they steal. Monsters, here they come for the 3. Kenny's mom is gone, 2 left. Yeah, we are assuming that the 3 are the cicada 3. But I guess it's possible they could have been referring to somebody else. Or to something else. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm turned backwards, stretching my back.
Oh, it's fine.
My back is killing me.
Because I mean, the three could be the most beloved. Kenny's mom, who is beloved, and the supposedly beloved Dale, and the supposedly beloved Tilly, and that could be 3.
Right.
Well, then there's Nikki, but nobody cares about Nikki, so there you go. Nobody cares about the EMT guys.
Right.
Nobody cares about Nikki. She was an NPC. She don't count. This is a good question. Susie says, does drinking human blood make you a cannibal? I never thought about that. It's not something
Gateway
that was on
drug.
my mind.
I guess it makes you a vampire and not necessarily a cannibal.
Yeah, I don't know. There's actually, I know, a disease that people crave human blood, like in real life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it makes them a cannibal, but I guess it depends whether you killed it. I would
It's not
say
a vampire.
drinking blood depends whether you killed the person or not, whether it makes you a cannibal. If you kill them to drink their blood, then I would consider you a cannibal.
Yeah.
If you just stick your fingers into somebody's wound, maybe not.
Could be vampiric behavior.
Yeah, and that's what they're saying. Then they're talking about the 3. Okay, if you're drinking from a human skull blood, I guess you killed the human. Probably did. Yeah. I would guess that there's a good chance if that was the blood from the person who owned the skull, they probably killed them. But to be fair, that blood could have had nothing to do with that skull. Like maybe they took animal blood and dumped it into a human skull. I mean, who the hell knows?
Yeah,
I know I'm reaching. I'm just saying.
This isn't human blood; it's animal blood. You just drink it out of a human skull. It's fine.
Now Fletcher makes a good point though. Dilly. Maybe we ship Dale. Dilly. Dale and Tilly weren't killed by monsters. That is a good point. They weren't. So if there was talking about 3, they probably don't mean them. Yeah.
Questionable with Fatima if she's a monster or not.
Yeah, oh, that's true. That's true. If she is. Susie says there's nails in the head of those statues. Almost seem like instructions. A bunch of them have nails in their head, like that one dude had in his eye. God, I hope not. I don't want to see people impaled in their face. Nails.
First, you get a bunch of railroad ties. Then you put them in the person's head.
Yeah. Let's not do that. I don't know.
If you don't like body horror, that's probably not good.
Yeah, Susie makes a good. Well, if they're going to drink their blood, then I guess it really doesn't matter at that point. Susie makes a good point that room looks like a jail cell, and I didn't think of that though. Maybe Tilly told. Okay, I'll add you back to the stage. I'll remove your other version from the stage. See if that works.
Ooh,
there you go.
Alive.
Yeah, I don't know why it's still showing me 2 versions of you though. I don't know, but you can talk now. Oh, welcome back.
Thank you. I think it's working now. Talking about those scars, did you notice that the puppet has the same scars on his forehead?
Does
he?
Statues?
Yeah, the scars that the totems, the kids, and Jim has.
Huh. Wait, Jim has a scar? I didn't see. I don't notice all these. I miss a lot of things apparently. Because I don't remember.
I'll have to look closer at the pictures of Jasper. I'll have to look closer at Jasper.
No, I can see it with Jasper. I just didn't know that Jim had a scar. That's why I said.
Oh, Jim had one. Yeah, definitely.
I'm clearly missing a lot of things. But yeah, I don't know what that means unless it just means it's important. I don't know.
Or it's a certain part of the brain, like Kelly had that rebar or whatever through her head too, in the same spot, like a lobe of the brain that's activated or something like that. I don't know enough about the brain to tell you exactly what that part would be.
I don't know, unless they're trying to do like a lobotomy or something. And actually, you talk about those statues, instructions on how to stab them with nails. That could be instructions for a lobotomy, though. That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, Susie says about it looks like a jail cell, and maybe Tilly told Elgin. I think he means Tilly told Elgin that she was going to kill her, and so maybe they're going to hold.
What?
He's going to hold Fatima. At least I think that's what that means. I don't know, but it does look like a jail
Deleted
cell.
scenes.
It does look like a jail cell. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wondered if it's something like that, but I don't know. Let's see. He hid Sarah, and he has motive to want to rescue Fatima from the box. I'm confused by that statement. I don't know if I'm getting too far behind, that I'm not understanding some of them, or.
Well, Elgin is connected to Fatima, like when she first said she was pregnant or something. Did he have a vision or was something like that? It was some kind of connection. He remembered something.
Right, but he hid Sarah. I don't remember him hiding Sarah.
I don't know about Sarah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about.
I mean, Father Padre hid Sarah.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
Father
she's
Padre.
referring to Boyd. Boyd hid Sarah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
kept
he
her
also
from the
hid Sarah,
box.
yeah.
So maybe
Oh,
he will do the
okay.
same for Fatima.
Yeah, that's two different statements. You're right. I'm reading it as being connected to Elgin, and it doesn't say that. You're probably right. That makes more sense. That Boyd had Sarah and has motive to want to rescue Fatima. Yeah, they're two completely different things. You are correct. Okay, I wouldn't mind. Fletcher says I wouldn't mind a season about Miranda's timeline and the cabin's timeline. Yeah, it would be interesting if we got a season that's all like the other cycle or whatever. But
Like
I feel if they did a whole season, though, I would miss our characters.
Yeah.
Unless they're colonial versions of those characters.
Yeah. They're talking about bears being able to knock. Okay, let's see. Maybe that secret room was where they trapped in the other cycle someone that was turning.
Maybe.
Yeah, somebody could have definitely died in there and like was locked in, and that's how they became the skeleton body. Felt like kimono. And you're fine, Susie. I'm just behind on the chat. It felt like the kimono lady brought Elgin to that secret room to end up like the corpse. He asked if this is where if it starts. Yeah, I don't know. Like we said, I think that if he thought it was his body, I feel like he would have been more scared. Yeah, I don't know.
It does make sense though, that other thought that it could be like this is where they trapped someone in another cycle who was experiencing the same thing as Fatima.
Mm-hmm.
Like it makes sense if it's it's connected to the kimono lady. She's there showing him this, and then we saw in the previous episode he was looking at the Polaroid of Fatima, and the kimono lady appeared in it. So there's the connection there, and I don't think it means that Fatima's turning into the kimono lady. It could be this is what the connection is.
But he could definitely bring her there.
Yeah,
I kind of
What
wondered
makes
if that
me
was going on.
Oh yeah, sorry. What makes me question that is he was making a little baby mobile for Fatima, and he was saying how like, oh my God, when she sees it, I hope she likes it. So the conversation that he was having with Kimono, saying, is this where it happens? It seems like she didn't say anything about Fatima's baby or Fatima herself becoming a monster, because he was still making that little baby mobile and talking about like how she would react. Yeah, so I doubt that he would make like a little baby mobile for a monster baby if Kimono was saying the truth. I just feel like she's not to be trusted because of how she's approaching him.
Oh
And
yeah.
I really think he knows better. Like he does not have the benefit that we give others, not knowing history. Like he fully knows what happened with Sarah. He knows better. And he's like going off on his own, living in a house full of a ton of people. I'm sure Clara would have loved to go with him. So he should have told someone.
I would love that.
Yeah, yeah, you should have. No, but she's right. See, he could have asked somebody to go with him. I mean, it seems kind of
Yeah.
cagey that he didn't. But again, it could just be he doesn't want anybody to know he's seeing this thing either. Could be something simple like
Just-
that.
Just a scene where like, oh my god, that's crazy. Not
Yeah.
everything else in this town, but you seen a kimono lady, that's crazy.
Well, they don't all tell they're crazy though. That's the thing. They don't share enough of the crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Why was Tabitha scared of the Ankui kids this season? Didn't she want to save them? I think she kind of was scared from the beginning, though. She was scared. Was it last season, season 1, whatever? She was scared before, but I don't know. Was she more scared? Do you guys feel like?
Well, let's
the same
let's
amount of
really
scared because like
examine.
I think she was maybe
call her
more scared when they
Repeticuity.
came to her house.
Yeah, I could see why she was scared. Like they startled her in her house, and they are really freaky looking kids. I mean, I could get why she would react that way. What I don't understand is why they did such a redundant scene. It felt like a rehash of the season 2 scene of her at the cave. All the kids came from different directions, surrounded her. She cowered on the ground. It was the same thing all over again, just inside a house. So I'm not sure why they did that. I wish they would have made something, a little bit more creative, a different type of scene with them. Like give us a little more information. We still don't know much of anything about the kids, so
Yeah.
I found that frustrating.
I think that's a good point. The observation that nothing has changed, because let's be honest, if we look at all of the scenes with Tabitha and the children, she is not helping them out of love or sympathy or kindness. She is helping them with the belief that that's going to save everyone in town, that they will be able to escape. So she never felt kindness or like love towards them. She has always kind of been afraid, and it's doing it out of fear.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's
That's a good point.
definitely. I agree. She's she doesn't know what to make of this. She just kept saying, "I tried to save you. I tried to save you," and I know she feels guilty, like she wasn't able to complete her mission, and it almost seems like she's afraid they're gonna hurt her if she doesn't do what she wants to do and save them. Like,
but I definitely think she maybe was more scared because they showed up in her house.
yeah,
I wouldn't. So yeah, I mean, I would think maybe that could be the case, but yeah, I agree. I think she was scared of him before too. I don't know that she wasn't. Amy says we're seeing people with one eye, scar above the eye, medication for schizophrenia. Are they trying to say these people are in a mental hospital? I hope not. That's another one of the things I sure hope not. But I was talking about the, doing a lobotomy, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I just say I hope not. That's my answer.
So Trophy.
But yeah, I mean, there is medicine. And what's the name that's on the medicine? Was it Thompson? Something like
Thompson.
that?
Yeah, it's Thompson. I didn't know if anybody knew any Thompsons.
Yeah, I don't know. It could just be like a writer on the show or something, and they stuck their name in it too. It could be nothing. It could be something. It didn't feel like she said anything because the scene ended after he asked if that was where it started. Oh, with Elgin. Yeah, we didn't get a response about is this where it happened, but I think it's because you're not supposed to know where is this what it happens means.
Yeah.
I like the comment about them potentially being in like some sort of asylum or mental institution, because it would be very much like Shutter Island, where they go out of their way to kind of give them therapy in a new way, maybe by building a town and letting them go around so that they could work through their trauma. It's like very Shutter Island.
Interesting. Could be. Yeah.
Never
Shutter
actually
Island had a
seen
great
that movie.
twist.
I don't know. My cousin spoiled me on it, so I never watched it.
love-
I'm like, damn you, I don't want to see it now after he told me that.
That's
Yeah,
too bad. Yeah, I think I think it was spoiled for me too. I forget how I found out the twist before the ending, but I still enjoyed it. It was really good.
I don't know. I just remember he was talking to me and he's like, did you see this? And he's like, this happens. Like, he just told me. I'm like, why would you tell me that? Now I don't want to
You're
see
like,
it. Yeah, well,
Yep.
that's him for you. Let's see. Victor yelling at a doll. Fatima thinks something growing inside of the symbol was seen in the hospital. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I definitely could see the mental hospital. I just, again, I hope it's not. But Fletcher's not wrong though. We do say we hope it's not this. We hope it's not this. We hope it's not this. Like, how many different things are there left, right?
Yeah.
She's
Fairies,
saying the
fairies,
monsters could
the
be
supernatural
doctors. trying
stuff, time travel's fine.
No, I know. I just mean we do say that about a
Alternate
lot.
universe, pocket dimensions, fine.
All
Quantum,
those things are
whatever
okay.
Dave was talking about, those are fine.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Susie's saying she was freaking out when the I can't talk now. Ankui kids were touching her. Did they actually touch her? I didn't remember them touching her. Why am I not remembering that?
They
They
touched
came
her
up
in
to her.
season 2. They definitely touched her in season 2. They
Oh,
were
in season 2. I thought she meant now. Yeah. And okay, let's see. We asked about M. Thompson. We don't know who that is. Fletcher says maybe the man in yellow is Thompson, Mr. Thompson, whoever this person is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why he would have medics in there though, unless maybe it's poison. Who knows? I don't
Well,
know.
and wasn't it antipsychotics
schizophrenic drugs.
specifically?
Yeah, it's schizophrenic drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whoever needs those, I mean, it would kind of be weird for the man in yellow to need those. Then every time we see him on the screen, we're gonna question everything he's doing.
Yeah.
Maybe soon.
Yeah. I don't know. I just assumed it's probably just supposed to be one of the dead people's medicines, and it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it could come back around, but let's see.
Kind of colony house meds.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm not sure what this is in response to. Worms, cicadas. A lot of bugs and
worms,
gross stuff.
cicadas.
Yeah, there's a lot of gross stuff at any rate. Back to I'm gonna go now that I caught up on the chat. Let's go back to the chronological a little bit and see what we missed. Did we talk all about Randall and Julie? I think did we cover all that? Was there anything else?
No,
Oh, I would like to add something to that specific thing, because there's a new development, something that I think would be important for the fandom to know. Julie did an interview on the What Is From podcast, YouTube. And during the interview, I got to ask her, how old is Julie? Because we're so confused. And
I had
said,
to thank you because that was a question I was going to ask, and you asked her, and she wasn't on for very long. So thank you so much. So much.
It's because it's really it all depends on that for me. I have been saying that Julie is a minor and that the relationship between her, Randall, and Elgin could just be like friends or like a brother and sister. Like it doesn't, every time she speaks to anyone, the fandom goes crazy and starts like relationship rumors. It's like, gosh, she can't speak to anyone.
Yes.
And so her answer was 16. She said, I believe Julie's 16. And she also mentioned, I have seen I have seen what people are saying about Randall and Elgin. And then she said something like, she like got really close to the camera, opened her eyes and said, but Julie's a minor. And
Mm.
like,
Yeah, exactly.
like she was saying like, this is like, you guys, she's a minor, please, like, stop. So I hope that now that she has made that statement, hopefully a lot more people watch it and they could kind of back off Julie, because even the actress is uncomfortable with it.
Yeah.
I think, and I've said this before, I think part of the problem is when people see it, they don't think about it because she's clearly not 16.
Yeah, she's 21. Yeah.
Yeah. But I thought Elgin was also like a teenager. Is he older too then, supposed to? I mean, I know you said when we were talking before he's in real
he
life.
said 19, 20. Didn't she say 20 in the interview?
I
Elgin
thought
was
he
like
did.
20.
Yeah, I thought he said something
Yeah.
like 20, because I remember thinking like college age.
Well, then I guess he's
Mhm.
still too old. Well, I mean, she's a minor. He's not,
Closer.
but he's not that much older than her. So that's a little different than Randall's clearly quite a bit older than her.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I thought Elgin was probably like, around the same age. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, because with Randall, it could just be like a big brother, like a knowing
Mhm.
little sister relationship. Because she was like, hey, do you want company? And he's like, no, being super
No.
mean to her. And she's like, okay, let me put my stuff inside.
Yeah.
Like this
yeah,
annoying little sister, with this hard, face brother who's actually a sweetie. I thought, okay, that's cute, but in that way, not in a romantic way.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
To be fair though, like I could see maybe her having a crush on them, but that doesn't mean like that they're going to get together or something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like if she's like a young girl, I could see her totally crushing on them easily. But that
But
doesn't
Randall, he's so
That's
charming.
mean. Yeah,
normal.
he's a lot bigger. I don't know.
Maybe she just Randall just tells her to fuck off enough times. She'll just, form
Yeah.
emotional attachment.
Yeah, it's normal, like for a teenage girl to have crushes on older guys. Like
That's okay. It's as long as he don't have a crush on her. It's okay.
Well, I felt
Exactly.
I felt like she had a crush on Fatima though early on.
Yeah, Fatima's definitely
That's a
not
good point.
minor, so
She
yeah.
did. And Hannah did that's kind of weird that she said this in this interview, because Hannah did an interview a while back saying that she intentionally played a scene with Elgin in season 2 as flirty when he was sitting on the
Flirty.
porch and she approached him. She said that she intentionally did that in a flirty way. So I'm surprised actually that she's seeing this now. I don't think she should be. I mean, I guess like a teenage girl might try to act.
I guess that's
flirty
the
with older
closest.
guys.
Yeah,
That's
what
like
I
the
said. I
closest
think
age
it's one
she's
thing
got.
if she flirts or she has a crush on them. It's just as long as it's not the other way around.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know, but I
I mean,
think her age
there's
definitely
no
makes
other
a difference
teenagers.
because we
There's
weren't
no
sure
other
how old
teenagers.
she
What
was.
could get, Elgin's the closest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 16 and like, again, she is a minor, so you don't want to get
Yeah.
together. But I mean, 16 and 20 isn't that far.
Yeah.
But she's still
It's
minor.
the closest they have
And
with
I
young
think
people in the show.
Yeah.
what she said, I think, is super important. She said, I have seen that. And she
Yeah.
also said, I have seen a
Mhm.
lot of gym hate. So
Yeah.
that means that she is lurking and listening to what the fans are saying. And I think that that may be the reason why the answer changed. Because I have gone into Discords and have like even videos had to like fight people because I will not let them do this to her and say like, hey, don't say that type of stuff about her.
Well,
She's
some
a
of it's got
minor.
kind
Right.
of creepy. That's why, like, when I asked AJ about it because somebody asked me about it, and like I didn't even know if I should like read it. I'm thinking this, I don't know about this, and then I
Yeah.
said something about it, and then I embarrassed the shit out of myself because after I said it, I was like, I don't know that I should have said that, but it's not me. I'm reading tweets. But knowing for sure her age, I think makes a big difference. That's a good point of reference,
Yeah. That's why I was so glad you asked that question.
Yeah, we
I
were
was so
like,
glad.
great minds think alike.
Let's see, where are we at in the in the chat here.
I mean, I think I even said that last night when we were talking in Discord. I'm like, somebody definitely needs to ask the actress what her age is.
Yeah. Are there
Anyway,
anyone?
please,
Well,
somebody.
people get a little overzealous on shipping too, which is part of the problem, I think.
It's just silly. Why do we have to ship people with each other? This is a horror sci-fi
Well, if it's-
mystery series. Why?
If it's like but if it's some 40-year-old guy that's trying to ship a 60-year-old in some kind of relationship, it's kind of this creepy and gross.
It is
Yeah.
creepy and it's just unnecessary. I don't need that in this show. Like, I really don't care about romantic plot lines. Why do we have to ship? People are too obsessed with shipping people, and a lot of shows just don't even bother doing romantic subplots anymore because there aren't as many episodes in a season. Like on Lost, there were a lot of romantic plot lines, but they had a ton more episodes to work with. So, like, we don't need that in every series. We don't have to, like, you see a man and a woman in any scene together, you don't have to automatically think, oh, maybe they're going to be a couple. Like, come on.
I remember you saying that, Julie, and I totally agree. Like you were saying, I don't want any romance. I don't want it on the show. I'm over the romantic stuff, right? And I feel like some of us too. We're like, please, like, don't. I have even seen people saying Boyd and Donna, Boyd and Bacta. It's like, Jesus
Boyd and
Christ.
Acosta.
I don't want to see romantic Boyd. I would lose respect. I don't want some people to be romantic.
Me neither.
I don't need it. Like, I don't know that some of them would necessarily bother me, but I don't need it. Like I said, like I could maybe see Kenny with Acosta, but do I really care? It's not like I'm, hanging on this idea of they should have them together.
Yeah, but I think the scenes between Julie and Elgin and Julie and Randall are deeper than if it would be a romantic thing. Yeah. I think it's better having a brother and sister thing, or just like innocent flirtation. I mean, that's like, I think it means more to the show than just being like hookups,
Yeah.
I think that's a good point because Randall is on the verge of either being a really bad person in town, or he could potentially walk it back and be a good person. And a relationship gets messy, right? You would be good and bad. But if he was to create a bond with Julie as a little sister, he would want to take care of her. He would have something to take care of, like a family.
I can imagine Jim's reaction to like Randall wanting to date Julie.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that would be violent because Jim is violent and Randall is violent too.
So here's my question. Fight Randall and Jim, who wins? I'm just joking.
Randall has a rifle.
Yeah, Randall has a
Randall's
rifle.
Got street. Right. I feel like Randall has those like Michigan or Detroit street smarts, but Jim doesn't have those.
I put my money on Randall if they fight. So Susie's asking, is there anybody's name that begins with M? I assume she's talking about the medicine.
Yeah, I was trying to say.
The girl that
Miranda? Not Miranda.
Oh yeah. Well, no, because we know her. What do we know her last name?
Yeah,
I don't remember her.
Kavanaugh.
We know her.
Kavanaugh.
Okay. But although who knows though? I guess she could have had a maiden name Thompson, but she was already married when she got there.
Was Megan schizophrenic?
Who's Megan?
Oh wait, Frank's name wasn't Tom. Was it Thompson? The only one I can think of is Megan, the little girl from the first episode.
Oh, the little girl. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember the one's name that they're talking about with the laundry, but I don't think it started with an M.
The laundry.
I can't think of the name though. I know who they mean, but I don't think it started with an M. She says Victor in the basement in the fort talked about a Mr. Thompson. Yeah, maybe it was one of the dead people he mentioned. That's why I said I figure it was just one of the dead people's drugs. And probably
all I heard
oh
was
my God. Yes, he eats the onions. Mr. Thompson likes to eat onions raw.
No, it was Mr.
Maybe that's
it wasn't
why
Mr.
he likes
Thompson.
them.
It wasn't Mr. Thompson. It was Mr. Gerber.
Oh yeah, Gerber. I don't know, but I said I don't know if that's important or not. I think it's probably just somebody that was dead, and they probably just like used a writer's name or something. That, you know what I mean? Like, and they made it show because it was like an in joke.
I think one of the
Definitely
guys from the Pixies.
wrong.
I think the guy from the Pixies' last name is Thompson.
The guy from the Pixies.
Yeah, the guy who's Black Francis. I think his actual original name is Thompson, like Charles Thompson.
Who? Wait, what? Say that again. Who's Francis? You're completely losing me.
The band the Pixies. Are you following?
No. Who's Amanda
The
Pixies?
band that does the
Band.
song.
Oh, the band, the
that does the-
Pixies.
Oh my God.
Okay, I thought you said Amanda Pick. Never mind. Okay, yeah, that's not something inside
That
the
do
show.
the
though.
theme song. That do the theme song for this show we're watching called From.
No, yeah, I know what you mean.
They had
now. I honestly
aliases.
thought you said Amanda.
No, I'm
Pixies.
just kidding.
I couldn't figure out what the hell you were talking about.
The band
Okay, that
has
makes slightly more sense.
aliases. The lead singer is either named Black Francis or Frank Black, but I think his actual name is Charles Thompson. I'll have to look it up because I can't look it up right now.
That's okay.
It could be a reference. It may not.
Yeah,
It could be a
definitely
writer
could be.
too.
Yeah, it could be any of that. The worms and cicadas were talking about Amy's theory and Victor talking to a doll, Fatima with the pregnancy. I'm not sure what that was in reference to something Amy said, so I'm not sure what that was about. Susie says Stoner Jolie's a flirt.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Well, that's okay if she's high right now. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Marielle, did they give her last name? I think Marielle has. I don't remember what it is, but I feel like I've seen it somewhere.
Yeah, they had those promo posters, but we had
Yeah.
to look them up.
Yeah.
Could be
She
Thompson.
agreed. She thought he was the same age as Julie. See, I definitely thought Elgin was younger, I guess, than he's supposed to be. So I would.
It's because he's shy, I think, because he's kind of shy and introverted. Kind of comes off
Maybe.
young.
I don't know. They're all a lot younger than me, so to me they look the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Acosta and Randa would be. I that's kind of funny, but yeah, I don't need that shipping either. But that is kind of funny.
So much anger, yet so much love.
Yeah,
Those two would terrorize the town.
they would. Oh,
I'd say
okay.
that. I want to see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Jim would lose his stuff if it were to happen with Julie. They did hook up for the show. Yeah, we don't unless she time travels, we don't need her hook up with Randall. Okay, well, at least I'm not the only one that thought Elgin was a teenager. Okay, let's see. She's just going through a bit of rebellion stage. Yeah, and that's why I said I think it's fine if she flirts with Randall, as long as they're not like sleeping together or, he's asking her out or something. I don't think it matters, but
She's like the only. Isn't she the only teenager there? There's no other teenagers.
apparently, if Elgin isn't, then yes, she is.
Yeah. So what's she gonna do with her time?
Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. I think it's innocent. Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna do anything that it matters. I think it's just people are confused. Okay, Fletcher's asking. He said this earlier. I guess he thinks maybe Acosta's first name could be Abigail. Does he think? I'm confused why or how that. I mean, I'm assuming he means Abigail, like Boyd's wife, Abby, but I'm not sure how she could be Abby. I mean, Abby died not that long ago, so she couldn't be her, like reincarnated or something.
Unless if you die, you go in the real world, like she said, and then she was in the real world.
But she was Abby was way older, so
yeah, and she wouldn't look.
No.
Yeah, I don't know that makes
Yeah.
sense. You'll have to explain that a little better.
yeah.
Let's see.
Need some
What
gap
if-
filling.
He says, what if Jade and Tabitha's reincarnation plot ends up in a romantic plot? Oh, yeah, there's people shipping them too.
Gabby.
Yeah, oh
Oh,
yeah.
good old Team Jab. Team
Yeah.
Gabby.
I don't know that I need that either. I mean, I like them as friends, and I think like they make nice friends, and I think it would be funny if Jim got pissed, but I don't see them romantic. Like just because Jim's
Just
already
gauging
bad
Jim's
enough. like he's already pissed enough at Jade. You know what I mean? Like, because Jade's leading her astray. I could just see like if he thought that it would. I don't know why I think that would be funny, but I do.
Yeah.
And
Just
yeah,
put Jim
she
in bad
doesn't want any
situations.
shifts, so she could have Jade to herself. Yeah, well, that's a good way. That works.
Yep, me
Susie,
too.
he's mine. I told you. He's
Well,
mine.
well,
He can be with
I
Tabitha.
like
Tabitha
Jade
needs
too. Jade's my
relationship
favorite
therapy.
character. But if you take Jade, I'll take Randall, and we'll get along okay, I guess. Okay, let's see. Tilly, we're not meant here to be forever, or meant to be here forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
Wah,
was foreshadowing, obviously, that she was gonna die. Let's see. Do we
She
know?
deserved it. I mean, Tilly, I will forever say it. She deserved it. That's what happens. This is a lesson.
wait, why? Why did she deserve?
Okay, hear me out. So
Yes.
she was getting away with doing a lot because of her age, and that is not fair. If she was a 20-year-old guy that was obsessed with Fatima and Elgin because she likes love stories or he likes love stories, and Fatima already said, I think you're weird. And
She
she's like,
did.
I'm
That's
not weird. I'm not weird. Is that what you think about me? I'm not weird. If it was a young man and then he continued touching her, Fatima said, get away from me. Don't touch me. Get away from me. Don't touch me. If it was a 20-year-old guy that kept doing that to her, we would be like, obviously, she defended herself. She snapped. She was warning him. But this old lady gets away with touching this pregnant woman after she said, stop it. Like, I think you're crazy and weird. Stop. And she continued.
Mhm.
That's what happens. Like, you don't touch people, you know?
I guess
Yeah, she was
that's
pretty
true. I don't
intense
know
at the
that
end
Tilly
too.
meant anything by it, but I guess that's true. That doesn't make it okay.
But she was grabbing at her and saying, "You're not alone,"
Yeah,
and like
she kinda
really
was.
intense. And it's like that's really crazy. It's like her reaction was just so dramatic and so like over the top. So I
This
can
is
I
what
can
you
kind
do
of
if
get.
you want to help. If you want to help, you see a pregnant lady, she's crouching down, you're worried about her, you run inside the house with your little fanny
You
pack
get
and
somebody.
you say, Elgen, your wife,
Or Ellis,
and
yeah.
he'll go and handle that. You don't go and touch her. Pregnant people get like really upset. Even like in the
Mhm.
real world, when you're pregnant, people will come and just touch your
Yeah.
belly.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it.
But even in the real world, you can't stab somebody for that, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a little too much.
Well,
a little
if they
overkill. You know, is the
maybe
word.
you could plead you could plead assault. If you said, hey, don't touch my belly, and they keep coming at you, no, I want to help you,
Mhm,
don't touch me, and they keep doing it, you
mhm.
might be able to defend yourself. I'll be the lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I see what you're saying. I don't know that Tilly meant it in an aggressive way. I think Tilly was just kind of like didn't listen, you know? Like I said, not that that makes it okay, but
Yeah. But I do understand her point. If it was a dude, it'd be a totally different thing.
yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
unfair
definitely.
because she should be able to get away with it too, just because she's an old lady.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she deserved it. She deserved to be stabbed.
Thank you.
I
Convinced
still
me.
think she's busted. She's dead. So I don't know. Let's see. Fletcher's saying, do we know the current time and what year it is? You know, that's a good
2021?
point. What year? Like, is it current? You know, I said that before on our other
2021.
show. What?
2021 or 2022?
Yeah.
Is it?
2022?
Okay.
It's only been like a month.
No,
since
I
they
know,
got
but I
there.
think he's saying, does it take
2022.
place in our time? I think is what he's asking.
2022.
2022, okay. Because I know when she
Yeah.
goes back to Camden, it does look like he could be living in an older time. But I think it's just he
Yeah,
didn't
but
bother
that's because
updating
he's stuck in
calendar.
time. He's stuck in his own mourning. He's stuck
Yeah,
in
I agree. I
waiting
think
for them
that's
to
all
come
that
back.
Yeah.
You know, that's why his house hasn't been changed. That's why his car hasn't been changed, because he's waiting for his family to come back. He's stuck
Yeah.
until he knows they're dead or not. So he's kind of like in stasis.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Camden itself is probably just a small town, you know? They're not super on the trends in Maine.
That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you saying? I'm not saying Acosta is Abby. I was asking because somebody was talking about that. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Henry's house did look very dated. It just seemed like an old dude who never updates his house. Like that's
It
Yeah.
is likely the case. I agree. We got in this conversation before because if you think about it, a lot of From Town looks kind of old and dated too, but that's probably because it was created a long time ago.
right.
Their
Life
floral
cycle.
wallpaper and all that. Infinite Umbra says, it'd be a good content video or long discussion, a listing of all the unexplained plot points so far. Yeah, all the hanging threads. We should maybe do that.
I'm gonna do that now. I just said in the chat that's a fantastic idea. I'm gonna do
Yeah,
that.
like
I don't
That's
think
it.
I have the patience.
Thanks for the
okay,
idea.
let's see. Let's see
you're
what
like
this
challenge
is.
accepted, Julie. I like that.
Challenge accepted.
They're talking about Tilly and her boundaries.
She has none. She deserves to get stabbed.
Yeah, those kind of things. Not nothing we need to necessarily talk about, but yeah. I don't know what this thing is though about Randall said Elgin's bag stank. I missed that part. I remember him like not liking the puke, but beyond that, I'm not sure what that.
Well, that
part was
bile
about.
colored one? Is it the bile colored one that Julie? Is that the same bag? The like bright yellow bile colored one?
I don't know. I don't remember if he had that on the bus or not, or maybe I don't remember that thing. But
Yeah,
I
I don't
do
remember
remember Randall
either.
saying something reeked of puke. I thought it was like his shirt that Elgin puked on that smelled
Yeah,
like
I thought
that.
he was
Yeah.
talking about the puke. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see.
You know,
We
with
didn't-
Eljan, and I really hate this because I can't have fun sometimes because I'm thinking of all of the things that I've read. But with Eljan, a lot of people make jokes about how stinky he must be because he doesn't shower. But
Aw.
looking at trauma,
He bathed
there
once.
is there is a trauma response, and because he kept his clothes on when he was taking a shower or a bath, looking at trauma, that is a PTSD response. People who don't shower or they don't want to take their clothes off. So because I know and I've read about that, I read on like all of the mental illness and like all of the stuff as research for the show. I'm like, oh my God. And I'm diagnosing people. I don't feel like laughing about it because all of a sudden it's not funny. All of a sudden it's like, oh my God, that's really dark.
I thought he just meant he stunk when he was saying the vomit stunk. Where did we get the Elgin? I guess I haven't seen people say about Elgin doesn't take a shower. I don't know what that's referring to.
He said I don't
know.
take baths. He said I don't take baths. That doesn't mean he doesn't shower. He just said I don't take baths.
That comment I assume just meant I don't take baths, I take showers because most guys don't take baths. That's kind of,
Right.
at least I don't think they do. Guys I know take showers, not baths.
Yeah, people have been pointing out his clothes, saying he's still wearing the same clothes. He's still wearing the same clothes.
Well, a lot of
Kimono's gonna
people
lock
on the
him
show
in
are
with
still wearing
soap and a bucket.
Voight's still wearing that blazer that has a hole in the sleeve.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I never thought about it that way. I don't know. I haven't seen those comments. But you're right. He has had on the same shirt with the raven on it, but that's only been a day or something.
Yeah.
It's not like they
I
have.
mean, it moves pretty slow. Time moves really slowly in the show.
Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, you're right with what you're saying. I never seen anybody say anything about the only thing I remember is him saying he smelled. I thought he meant the vomit smelled.
Yeah, I thought it was vomit.
Yeah, so I didn't think, I didn't take it that way, but I guess it could be. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. If he has trauma, he would not. But he could even not want to take a bath because he had a vision in the bathtub too.
But honestly, like if we were in From, there's no way I'm taking a bath and like relaxing there. I need to be like ready to go and run. I would not take a bath there.
I don't know if I'd be able to sleep there. I think that I'd be like him not sleeping, maybe.
Exactly.
Be afraid to sleep. So we talked a little bit about this, but we didn't go into it. We were just talking about the conversation with Kenny and Acosta. I did really like that because, and we sort of touched on this, that it did kind of feel like it was talking about us, like
Yeah.
how we all have theory. You know, every theory's been thought of, every question's been asked. But it was also interesting though too, because it's kind of like you do wonder that some of them don't question the odd things, but they've been there so long. I think some of them maybe have just kind of like, what's the point? You know, they don't have answers.
What's interesting is that these people, you say something like, demon baby or pregnancy that doesn't show, and they're like, there's no way. How did that happen? It's like, hello, this is from. I should be able to tell you I saw Bigfoot in the backyard, and you should be like, okay, yeah, that tracks. This place is weird. But they're always shocked. Like the puppet talking, that wouldn't be so weird. This is from.
You know.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
I
that
wouldn't
weird.
they could
believe anything somebody said. I
they
think.
could they could have had a town meeting where they're like, hands up. How many people have heard a dead person? Have somebody around them talking to them that's dead. That'd be like half the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many people have seen something supernatural? Maybe a kid in white. Maybe a kimono lady. Hands up. That'd be the other half of the room.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't talk, but at the same time, I understand why they don't tell people they're having visions, because they probably do think they're nuts, worry they'd put them in the box, who knows.
Yeah.
Fletcher says that Kenny and Acosta's conversation reminded him of Jade and Kenny's interaction in season 1, where Jade was trying to figure it out. Yeah, it does kind of parallel that.
Acosta was so out of line, though. She is just giving everyone attitude. I understand, okay, I don't like that she's giving Boyd attitude, but fine, you have like history with him. But to give Kenny attitude is like, I'm gonna walk into the diner and like attack you and give you attitude for no reason and still expect you to answer my questions. It's like, just like try to make a friend, girl. Make one friend and then ask them the questions in a like calm way.
Yeah, she needs to calm down.
I thought a lot of people were. I thought Boyd was even like acting out of line with Christy. Like everybody was on like edge.
Yeah, everybody was screaming in this episode, like about everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Boyd was wrong with Christy. Like the way he's just said, we'll figure it out. Like, fucking figure it out. Really? That was out of line. What was she supposed to do? That wasn't like Boyd to be that unreasonable. When he gets angry at someone, usually I think he's more justified than that. So that surprised me. Like with Costa, I thought it was more justified. She barged into his living quarters. That's just not where he works. He lives there. She's rummaging around his place. She just killed someone. I understand that. Like,
to be fair, though, does she know he lives there too, though? I mean, not that made it okay what she was doing, but I mean, she may not realize like that's also his house. Like,
she might not. She might not, but she still had a lot of nerve going in there and rummaging around. She just got there. She killed somebody. I thought
but she's a cop.
Oh yeah, cops have a license to kill.
She's
so
a cop.
Sure.
Apparently. What's I gonna say? Oh, we started talking about Julie and Randall, and we ended up off on the shipper tangent, and we never finished what we were saying about, at least I don't think we did, about them going into the ruins. Was there anything else? I'm just trying to see what we didn't touch on. Was there anything else about the ruins? So we started before talking about, can they even get down to where they were, chained up?
They need that Boyd
the torch.
But also it was a huge disappointment because they showed us a picture of them like almost walking in, and all we got is they saw them, they said we feel weird, and they walked out. Huge disappointment.
Yeah, what the hell?
Randall wouldn't even admit it though. He lied to her and said he didn't even feel anything. So
it was disappointing. Yeah, I expected more from that. That was a letdown. Like they teased some interesting things in this episode,
Mhm.
and then they just kind of it fell flat. Like there would be a tease, like something is going to be really interesting, like the Elgin stuff.
Mhm.
Like the Elgin stuff was interesting, but they didn't give us enough. And the Julie Randall stuff, they really didn't give us enough.
Or the
I-
Jasper stuff.
Or the
I'm going to
Jasper
say the
stuff.
same thing I've been saying. I think that they're at the point. There's so many people in this dang ensemble. They just can't do all the storylines in one episode.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
it makes me think they need to kill some of them. I don't want anybody to die, but I feel like if they got rid of like a third of the cast, they
I
could
called the
tell
herd.
the story. Either that or give us 2-hour episodes, you know?
Yeah, it's
I would love
frustrating.
that. 2 hours. Love
Me
it.
too. Like
Yeah,
at least
I think that's definitely part of the problem though, because I feel like they're hopping back and forth a little bit too much, trying to fit in as many as they can, and they just can't do it all in one episode.
right.
You
So
know,
it's
I feel like the other episode, whenever they made a comment about Jasper, I don't even remember when it was. It might have been when his father first got there, and he sort of made this comment like, "We'll do it later. We can't do it right now." And I felt like that was almost like them saying, "We're going to get there, but we can't right now because we can't do it all."
exactly, yeah. And sometimes as a result of them struggling to fit in all of these characters and their plot lines, that I definitely think like in this one, you really saw it struggled as a result. The episode struggled because it was choppy. It was
Yeah,
choppy. There were little
it was.
teases, like the stuff with Victor and the dummy and his father, like all this. There wasn't enough Victor and the dummy, and he showed up at Sarah's house, and then that was it. Like
Yeah.
it was like just one from one thing to the next. Let's check in with this. Let's check in. We saw Bacta for like 30 seconds, and then she's
Yeah.
gone. Like, let's just throw her, give her a tiny bit of screen time, which was really pointless anyway.
Well,
It was,
Well, she's gonna do the diner, so she's gonna make
Yeah,
the diner new again.
yeah.
The thing is that there's kind of like a choice. They can either do what they did, or they can do what they do in a lot of shows where like they focus on a couple characters an episode and then the opposite characters the next episode. The problem with that is they do that and then people complain because they didn't see those people at all. So I feel like sometimes it's kind of like they're probably like, well, do we put them in and stretch it out or do we not? They have to decide, you know, which to do. So I don't know. Speaking of Bacta, though, I think it will be cool if she fixes the diner. I think that like that kind of was a good thing for people having that there.
Oh
I think
yeah.
it was a good influence.
Yeah. And
Like,
they can
where are
shoot
they
scenes
eating
there.
at?
Maybe kind of fun location.
Like, this is where everybody came to eat all their meals. Where are they eating now? In
I
town?
guess
Like,
they're making their own food.
This is their houses.
Kenny
Tony
said that
house.
like Kenny said they don't even use this place anymore. Everybody was coming there to eat. Like Tien Shen fed the whole town. So I guess what do? Come get all the food from the diner and just go bring it to their house. There's no grocery store. So
Excuse me.
there's no grocery store, so they must like just come to the diner and get the food.
I mean, they're getting the food from all the food they're bringing back from the cabins. I just kind of assume they're probably feeding themselves, just like, you know, Jim was trying to make stew that day or something.
He was making lunch. He was trying to be a dad for once by making lunch.
That's true.
But yeah, I feel like it's a congregation place too. Like they all go, and I think that it'll help the town. I think it'll help Kenny too in the end. Like it might be hard for him, but I think in the end it would probably help. Let's see. Fletcher says Julie doesn't need Boyd's torch. She's a torch of her own made of weed. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. This guy explores. This is somebody else. Hello. The episodes are too short. Wish we could get a solid hour. You know, I never understand that. If you have a network that doesn't have commercials in between, why not go an hour? Some of the networks do. I don't understand why the episodes are still like around 45 minutes. I agree they should at least be
Syndication?
Yeah, I don't know. They need to be. Oh, that's what Julie said. Yeah, I just it's not long enough, but I think we all agree with that.
Yeah, I was disappointed when I saw this
Never
one was going to be like the last one was at least over 50 minutes. This one was 48. That includes the long recap and the long opening credits. So that's
most shows don't have opening credits that long anymore.
No, they don't.
It used to be they made them shorter because you know they needed to to fit more in, and they had to fit, you know, the episode within the hour plus commercials, but there's no commercials, so I just don't see. I mean, I guess they make it as long as they need to make it, but
I
or as
love a
long as
good
they think
credit
they do.
sequence. I love a good credit sequence. I wish more shows had them.
I do
Yeah.
too. I miss them. I
As
miss
long as
them.
it doesn't take away from the show, from the time,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's on a streaming service, so it's not like they have to fit it into a certain block of time.
Yeah.
So I don't get why they can't give us a full hour for every episode. Like, why not? They could do
Yeah,
that because it's not on TV
only
with
thing
commercials.
The only thing I can think of is syndication in the future, like if they were going to run it on Sci-Fi or something like they're doing with Teacup.
Oh,
But
okay. So
usually they just cut some of it out when that happens, don't they? I mean,
Yeah,
not that they should.
maybe.
I don't want to see it cut down, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that would be not great.
Unless MGM is going to be like every other streaming network and eventually add commercials. Although I don't know that they're doing well enough they can do that. I don't know. I think most people that have MGM have it for From. Let's be honest.
oh yeah, I only have it for From, and then I found out I think it's on Amazon Prime too, which I have. So I'm paying for
You have
MGM.
to pay for it through Amazon.
No, you had to
though.
pay for extra for it.
Oh, okay,
doesn't
never
give it
mind.
to you for
It's
free.
just you can access it through Amazon.
Yeah, you can.
I don't like doing that with my stuff though, because then you have to access it through Amazon. Like I should be able to log in anywhere I want, because that's why I get BritBox Center.
Yeah.
I hate they do that. Fletcher says From should be brought by Netflix so you can get 1 hour episode and good marketing. Yeah, but the problem is everything on Netflix.
I don't want to buy
canceled.
Netflix.
Yeah,
I already
but
bought MGM. I don't want to buy Netflix.
Yeah, I know. No, but Netflix will hardly ever gets past 3 seasons. So yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't. I mean, like Stranger Things is like the only one I think that got more episodes.
Well, Chilling Adventures of Sabrina got one, but it was kind of a split third season that happened to be the fourth season then because it was
So it's
split.
not really, yeah. Most shows don't get it on Netflix. So I've also said before, I think if they were on a bigger network, they maybe wouldn't get renewed because they'd have to have like a certain number of ratings or whatever. Where on MGM, I think they're like the top show, so they don't have to worry so much. Could the numbers 4 and 7 represent the lengths of the cycles? Yeah, I've seen the number people mention the numbers 4 and 7 before. I don't know. Could it? I guess it could. He's right. 3 years to go. Then we'll find out, I guess, right?
Yeah, like there's like 1931 that could cycle into 1978, like 47-year cycles, give or take.
Yeah, interesting.
Could be.
Some of the years in the lighthouse.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know people were saying like Tilly had 7 kids or 7 grandkids or whatever it was. I don't even remember now.
4 kids and 7 grandkids. Yeah,
that's it. I remember watching season 1 when it aired, and it would be super hard to find anything related to From. Weird name. You know, I've said this so many times. I don't understand marketing when they name a show like that. It's a cool name in theory, okay? But when it's a name that you cannot Google a show right, and you have to like, it never picks it up unless you type in like MGM and stuff. It's just weird.
Yeah. You always have to type MGM Plus in.
Better. I mean, they do that on other shows. There's like Before. There's one called Next. Like, just quit naming things like random words.
Right. They're doing that with movies too. You know, like movies and shows. There's something called C. There's a movie called Us. Like, stop doing
movies. I feel like movies aren't quite as bad because when you're Googling something, like you can put it's a movie, but like the TV show, it doesn't seem to pick it up for whatever reason.
It's
Scene's another one that isn't a great title for one, I guess. He's still talking about the numbers. Tabitha's hospital room. And dividing out the numbers.
Yeah.
Too early in the morning, the math for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cannot math.
We talked about Boyd Acosta. The only other thing I have written here, I think we didn't outright, is we didn't really talk about, well, we sort of did, about Henry's conversation with Donna. We barely talked about it. And the fact that, you know, it was just what he thought
let's
for
get a
1
drink.
second. Yeah, I mean, everybody has bad thoughts sometimes. They
Yeah.
don't necessarily mean anything. But yeah, like we said, could it manifest something and end up with Victor dead? I don't know, but I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not either.
I thought it was
'Cause
pretty
I
funny.
Yeah.
I feel like Henry kind of tortures himself, and I don't want that to be, the manifestation when he had that one off thought for 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's been through enough stuff.
Now he's gonna be through Victor. I thought it was hilarious actually because we have all been there with Victor. We love him, but we have been so stressed out. We have been like asking ourselves, why can't he just tell us the answer? And I thought it was funny because it's only been 1 day. Like you only got to hang out with Victor 1 day and you're already like, oh my God, can I send child support? Like, and go back home? How can I get away? He is a lot. And Ethan told him, Victor is a lot. He does too much. Like, this is what he's like. And I thought, yep, we've all been there.
Yeah. I think we've all been there with, like, not just the show, though, too. I mean, there's always somebody that sometimes you want to get away from. It doesn't mean you don't, doesn't mean you really hate them or,
And Sarah, like, she's so cute because she like opened the door. I love Sarah, but she opens the door and she's so used to Victor's nonsense. She's like, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
sure,
like,
why
sure,
not?
go to the basement. We'll go talk to her
Well-
down in the basement. That's cool.
Yeah, well, he's the only one that will talk to her, to be fair. So,
Yeah.
all right, let's see. Is there anyone in the chat I missed? Let's see. I did skip this one by accident. Acosta's giving attitude like Jade was giving. Acosta's like Jade and Randall. You hate him first, then you like him. I don't really dislike Acosta though. I know.
I don't dislike her.
My dog just went. Sounds like a little kitty.
Your dog dislikes
her.
She's in the other room. She's probably trying to get out of the bedroom. I'll be right back. I gotta go let her out so she can get out. You guys talk for a second.
We think alike. Jinx. I totally thought
Yeah,
the
I
dog
know.
dislikes her. I dislike her.
Yeah.
I like her. I don't have enough time. There hasn't been enough time for her to make an opinion. I think she has the same attitude as anybody else that's coming from, because they're all like that in the beginning, and they all think they're the one that's going to figure it out. So I don't really have any problems with her, and I actually like that she kind of calls out Boyd. I think they're kind of on an equal level with each other, even though she's younger.
I just don't think she had any business barging in there and rummaging.
No, she
through
didn't.
things. Like,
She didn't.
if this were the real world, she'd be in trouble for just shooting somebody, like screwing up and shooting somebody like that. There would be consequences. Like, she can't just.
Well, there also isn't monsters running around the real world because she was shooting at like monsters.
Right, I know that, but it's like there should be consequences. She shouldn't just get her gun handed back to her. She can't be trusted with it because it's understandable that she's freaked out in this place, so she shouldn't have a gun on her. Like it's kind of like the reason why they tie people up the first night that they used to when they'd get to college. Because people, you don't know how they're going to react, so she shouldn't have her gun for her own safety and for everyone else's. Like, she shouldn't have her gun. Like.
I still feel like I'd be shooting around everybody. I mean, not around everybody, around the monsters, even though it didn't work. I feel like I'd be the one that would do that and keep shooting and freak out.
Oh my God.
I don't know, but
that was so funny when she like held up her badge. She's like, "Look, I'm a cop." I would have just said, like, "Don't show it to me. Just wait till midnight and show it to the monsters."
That's fine.
But no, she was out of line, and I look at the emotional intelligence of the characters, and I feel like she displayed a huge lack of emotional intelligence. And being a cop, I would expect her to have a little more because she needs to de-escalate people. So with emotional intelligence, you would have looked at Boyd and said, okay, he thinks he's the big shot. He's like the sheriff in town. I want my gun. Am I going to antagonize him and get what I want? No. I'm going to go in there and be super nice and like get what I want, and then I'll do whatever. Like be emotionally intelligent, bow down until you get what you really want, and then do what you're going to do anyway. But how did that work in her head? I'm going to go in there, I'm going to be super rude, and he's going to give it to me, even though I know this guy
No, I
is
think
like me.
I think her idea was, I'm just gonna go in there and get it myself, and I will avoid Boyd.
Yeah. To be
And that
fair,
didn't
though,
work.
he did come into him calm and nice that one time, like giving him advice, and he
Yeah.
shot her down and was an asshole. So I kind of see her point of view a little bit, but yeah, I agree with you. She should know that it's not going to work. But yeah, I think she just thought she could get it.
Yeah.
But Fletcher makes a point that
Sneaky.
Victor had a gun, and that was what I was thinking too. Although I question that they knew he had a gun.
I don't think they knew.
I don't think he
As
did. Yeah.
soon as he pulled that on Randall, Boyd took it right away. I don't think that anybody knew that he had a gun. Like no one is allowed to have guns there unless you're a sheriff or a deputy. Donna confiscated Randall's gun. Like, I don't think they knew Victor had one.
That's
They
true.
definitely
They
wouldn't
put
trust
everybody's
it.
gun.
They
I
have
forgot about that.
They
thing
have a
with
rifle at
Randall's
Colony
gun.
House. They always have like people with guns at Colony House.
Well,
But
that's
they're the ones that are like the guards or whatever.
yeah. They're like the security guys.
I forgot about that. They told Randall, "Yeah, you can have the gun, but leave." They should have said that he should have given her the same, the same thing. Said, "You can have the gun, but you can go live by yourself."
Right.
Mhm.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't trust her with it though. Like she could go off on a rampage again and get somebody killed by mistake. I wouldn't trust her with a gun. Yeah, like she shouldn't be anywhere near one until she settles in and adapts to this place. She just shouldn't have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would really hope that in the next episode for me to like her, because I need like an it girl. Right now Sarah is my it girl. But I saw her and I thought, okay, she has like potential. She could be my it girl. But then she acted this way. What I need from her next episode is to apologize, bow down to Boyd, and then try to be like a friend to Kenny, and we add one more to the sheriff's station. That would be amazing. But a lot of people have been saying this, and I agree. Now that Tilly is murdered, she's gonna want to do her whole cop investigation. So that in itself is going to be putting her at odds with Boyd, because she might try to actually, like do a full on like who done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, I feel like Donna's my it girl. So I already have my it girl, and it's Donna.
Donna
Yeah.
was like so prison yard. I like she was walking the way she was walking
I
with
don't know.
Boyd. I'm like,
I'm in prison yard.
I was like, you know what? I think she might have been like Orange is the New Black. She was in prison. She was not hunting. She just got out of prison and then she landed here. Um, and the way even
Well,
you guys were talking about how out of character they were, Donna surprised me because Fatima and Ellis are the prom king and queen of Colony House. And she was like, okay, they need to get out. They need to leave, which is
well, she
fine.
wants to
That
protect,
is the right
she wants to
answer.
protect Colony House.
Of
Colony
course.
House is her main thing.
Oh, yeah, that's the right answer. But
Mhm.
being that she loves them so much, you would think she would have a little bit more tact. Like, you know what? I love them. I'll break it to them. She was like, nope, they're out. Like, come
Yeah.
on.
Maybe
She treated Fatima like a daughter. Fatima was like a daughter to her. So
Mhm.
that's really strange now that I
maybe
think
she's
about
just
it.
had it. Maybe Donna's just had it.
She's really broken down. She's been
I mean, she's been there for years. Maybe she's just had it. Like, okay, let's
Things
protect
keep going.
people.
Whoops, wrong thing. Things keep going wrong. I was gonna say, Fletcher said Jim told Boyd he had a gun and he didn't take it, only when Victor pointed it at Randall.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
may
I
also
forgot about
be,
that.
though, Oh wait, he told him before that. This was during a different conversation. They're right, he did, but I feel like with Victor saying something may have also made it worse. Like I think he didn't think Victor was going to necessarily do anything with it, and if he tried to get it from Victor, I think Victor would have gotten like upset. But yeah, well, he doesn't have it now. So the problem righted itself at any rate. See, wasn't Donna right? Fatima ended up killing a colony house member. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think they should have been there either. I probably would have thought the same thing. But if she did look at her like a daughter, you think maybe she would have, I don't know. I don't know if I want to say tried a little harder, but tried to do
It's
something.
not the
I don't
wrong,
know.
yeah, it's not the wrong choice. That is the right choice and the right answer. It's the
Yeah.
delivery. If I don't care about you, then yeah, Boyd, find them somewhere to stay, move them out. If I care about you, then Boyd, let me break it to them, let me talk to them. I will help you guys find somewhere that's comfortable. We'll move all of her stuff. Like she was just like hardcore. Like they need to leave. And you know, people are gonna start asking. Tilly is dead and they're moving out. It's so obvious.
Mm.
Are they going to find Tilly's body, or is she just going to be buried in a shed out back, or thrown in a lake of tears, or
I don't
another
know.
place?
The episode description for the next one says accusations start flying and truths come to light in the aftermath of a tragedy.
Mm.
So I don't think it's going to stay secret. This should be interesting.
Well, I don't think you could really keep secret somebody's dead very easy.
No, but like the way that it happened, you know, like they're going to be people like, you know, flinging accusations around apparently, like yeah, I think they might try to cover up how it happened.
Or they just leave her body and somebody else finds it, like Clara, somebody finds it, and they're like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
They
I don't
lie
know.
about it.
Oh yeah, she
It
just
becomes
fell
like a
on that
clue game.
She just happened to fall on that gardening tool or whatever it was that landed right in her heart.
It's like the clue game. Who killed Tilly with the shears in the greenhouse? And oh, then a constant can investigate it. It'll be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Donna told Boyd they don't need to leave now. When he said they could go to the sheriff's station, she didn't say she wanted him out. Yeah, that's true. But like the way she brought it up, it was clear she wanted him out of there. She just didn't want to say it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she said like it doesn't have to be right now, but we have to start thinking about this. You know, like she's not saying it has to be. She's not saying it has to be now. She said, like, yeah.
And then her conversation with Boyd. By the way, are you thinking about your dead wife? You should be. I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ, lady. You broke down in front of the mirror. You were crying your little eyes out. So you know how hard it is. And she's adding to his plate.
I was surprised by how cavalierly she brought up Abby. Like most people don't bring up Abby to Boyd. When Cautry tried to bring up Abby, Boyd was like not having it. Like don't you dare bring up my wife.
Probably Donna's probably the only person that can bring it up to him because they're equals.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it was just I was surprised by how she brought that up, and there was like a moment of pause where he was like, he looked like, oh my god, she she's like
did that.
Yeah.
But let's examine that. Oh, sorry. Let's examine that. They're equals. Okay. We have seen her add to Boyd's plate and be nasty. Like saying, you said you were gonna like save us all. And with the whole T-Chang, like she gave him shit for it. But let's examine what happened with they called him porn stash guy, who wanted to date the monster. And then all of Colony House got raided. Boyd didn't go up there and say, do you see what having a ton of people partying leads to? He didn't give her any drama about it.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
It's my mom.
Oh.
My mom just came in with my cat's food and just sneezed. Anyway, she's been sick. Yeah, that was. What were we saying? I don't even remember now.
We hear a sneeze and we forget everything. No,
It was about
now
Donna
you made me forget
and
too.
Boyd. It was Donna and Boyd. It was Donna and Boyd.
Boyd
It was
doesn't
like-
Yeah,
give.
about Boyd didn't go and say to Donna that she should,
Yeah,
take
he
care
didn't
of
rub her
people a
face in
little
it.
better.
Yeah, she didn't. She didn't. Yeah,
Because Fletcher's saying something that's true, though. I don't know that it was necessarily her fault what happened, but it wasn't
No.
really Boyd's fault what happened either.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, it wasn't.
I'll blame her.
Boyd just
Well, it's
I
takes
vote
Abby.
everything
here.
on himself.
I blame Donna, and I'll tell you why. Little Miss Donna is the queen of Colony House. Like, that is her palace. She's the one that like throws the parties. She is the leader. We understand that. Boyd is the leader in town. She's the leader at Colony House. She has her little bodyguards with the guns. If she knows that she has so many people that she cannot possibly supervise all of the windows and doors and people coming and going, she should be smart enough to know people are smoking weed, people are drinking. I need to like shut all the windows and like close them permanently so that nobody makes a mistake. And she
Yeah.
didn't. It's kind of like the drunk guy who didn't nail the window shut. Like, that's what you do. That's what I would do if I was throwing a party and there was going to be drunk people and people smoking weed. I wouldn't want them to make a mistake.
That's a good
Yeah.
point. Yeah, they
That is
should
a
just
good
not
point.
be able to open the windows at all. Like, because it's foolish. Or
Just
if they're
nail
gonna-
everybody in the building.
Yeah, it's really foolish when you think about it. To get like, she encourages everyone to get drunk and high all night and party, like that Fatima's anniversary party the night of the massacre. Like, Donna was like leading the crowd, like, like, you know the rules, like she was just encouraging them all to get drunk and high. And it's like, it's foolish to do that when all it takes is one person to just to get half that place killed. Like, one mistake, it's foolish to be doing that at night. They should.
I
Their
think
whole way
pretty.
of life is foolish.
I think drinking and drug use should just be a daytime activity in Fromville.
I think so too.
Yeah, just day drunks.
Day drunks. I'm telling you,
And nighttime, complete sober up.
it's idiotic.
I don't know. Fletcher's saying, which is true, they are grown people, but I kind of feel like if it was my place, I would, and I ran Colony House, I would be locking all the windows. I wouldn't trust people.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't encourage them to get drunk and high all the time either. I don't. I know their whole motto is like live for today and whatnot. And I get it. I understand they have a different philosophy, but
But bad things can happen. Like
It's
that.
risky. Yeah,
I
for her
wanna-
to be encouraging that.
And they have
I
happened.
want to encourage them to have Okay, never mind. I want to encourage them to have relationships with monsters. That was my joke. Okay, go on.
That's funny.
The flowers.
Yeah.
You have a
That guy was an idiot.
point. That's a really good point because he was putting out flowers. Did no one notice? Like, if you have people,
Nobody noticed. Yeah.
Well, Julie picked him up. Remember? Julie took him and she's like, "Oh, flowers." So
That's
why
where my
nobody
monster
saw them.
girlfriend put them down.
Yeah, I know. At least I'm guessing that's why nobody saw them. Hey, I have a question, Julie, because you seem to know more about StreamYard than I do. If I switch to another device and I like exit out of this window, will it kick you guys out since I'm logged into the actual account, or does it not matter?
Probably.
Okay, I won't do that. I was gonna switch to my iPad, but I don't know if I can do that since nobody else is like a co-host or whatever. Usually there's 2 other co-hosts in there. Ugh. I didn't know enough about it. But yeah,
I think you have the master switch to all of it. Like if you switch.
I don't know.
else
Like
will
we're
go.
all on the stage, but I wasn't sure if it would.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't even realize I was muted, but I was answering you that yeah, I'm pretty sure it would kick you out. It would kick everyone
Can
out.
you be in twice? Because I technically could just log in again and then mute my computer. I just don't want it to echo. That's kind of what I'm worried. Like if I switch to my iPad, I'd have to make sure I muted this one so it don't echo. But I would think you could log in twice, couldn't you? Just leave it in.
Maybe.
I guess I can
Maybe.
find out. Let
Yeah.
me see if it'll let me do it. If I echo, I'll undo it. How's that? I want to sit in a different place. This computer chair is killing my back.
Yeah, I need to get up and pace for a few minutes.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like trying to move around in circles, moving my back. All right, let's see. It's not, oh, it won't even let me take the dang same avatar. What the hell? Never mind. Don't mind me. Just you guys keep talking while I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, let me answer to Fletcher for the comments in the chat. I am biased. I love Boyd, but also let's keep in mind that Donna carries a level of authority, or she believes herself to be authority. With authority comes responsibility. So you do kind of have to own everything that happens, just like Boyd owns what happens in town. You can't have the position, the authority, but no responsibility because they're all adults. It doesn't work that way. And as far as like me being in from, you say I'd like to see PM and from. I've said it once, I'll say it again. I would love to be in from because I love the drama, but I definitely am not a Boyd. I'm a Dale. I would complain the whole way and I would give up immediately. I would sit on the curb and cry.
I think that would be my way. Is that okay? Am I echoing you guys?
No, you're fine.
Okay, because I muted my mic on the computer, but I can see that my video camera is still lit. That's why I wondered. But I'll just I'll leave both of them in, so people will see I have two of me there. But that's okay.
Yeah, you're twins now.
Yeah, twins. At least it'll work. I can rest my back, so that's a good thing.
Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink of water. I'll be back.
We're all like doing our break. No, I mean I kind of think I would do awful in here. And from I mean, because I'd be like that too. I'd be like I just want to go home and I'd sit and cry and wouldn't want to do anything. Although I also think I'd be like Jade trying to figure everything out. But I'd probably maybe I'd also be like him and be drunk all the time. Who knows? But yeah, I wouldn't do well in the town at all.
How about you, Scarlet Nine Lives? What do you think you would do if you were in there?
Scarlett must have went to stretch too. She's still muted.
She took a little break. Yeah, I'm a total Dell. I complain. I say, like little remarks. And I would think I have the answer, but I wouldn't. And I would totally I'm not a survivor, I love watching the shows and the zombies and apocalypse, but I know I wouldn't, those people that survive, like The Walking Dead, that's not going to be me. Like, I don't want to go through all that. I give up. Like, no, thank you. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, I would do. I've said before, I would do awful in a zombie apocalypse. Although I'm also very clumsy, so I would probably trip over something and die. But that's beside the point. Yeah, I would not. I would not be a survivor. I don't think either.
No, but Fletcher did have like a really good point about Boyd and his behavior. And we were talking about this with Julie the other day, that broken for Boyd wouldn't look like him crying. It would look just like he's acting right now.
Yeah,
Broken for Boyd would be dictator, because this man went through war and remained kind and compassionate, and now he's becoming a total, you know. So I think that this is his version of breaking. War didn't do that to him, but from us.
yeah, he's snapping. He has very little. He doesn't want to put up with people right now. But to be fair, I somewhat agree with like some of the stuff he said, because it's like, especially with Dale, like no one would listen to him. He's like, you can't just jump through the tree. It's not safe. I'm trying to protect you. Nobody listened. You know, I mean, now they know he was right, but people don't listen until they're made to listen to some extent. And yeah, I can understand his frustration with a lot of it.
And Dell was so right. People would be thankful to him because if we think about it, if Jade was running an experiment trying to eliminate different factors and said, I need a guinea pig, can one of you go through the tree so I can see what happens? Nobody would want to do it. So Dell kind of was that guinea pig and nobody needed to ask him. So I was thankful because now we know.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that that it showed them what would happen. Like, I think they kind of needed to see that, you know. Sorry if I'm making noise. I'm trying to turn my power strip on and it's not, because my iPad's gonna die. my charger isn't working so well. But yeah, I mean, you're right. What Dale did was helpful, even if people don't realize it was.
Oh yeah, but I know I'm an extremist, guys. I am not somebody who's like, I always go to the extreme. So that my opinions are going to be wild and extreme, but it takes all sorts in the fandom. All opinions and like points of looking at the show. But yeah, like I know people don't agree with me, and I know that I'm biased. I love Boyd. Like I just love him. I think that he's such a dad. That's how I look at him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's very protective of everybody, and he's done, for the most part, he's done a good job. I mean, Acosta was kind of right when she said he wasn't doing a job. People have died lately, but I mean, he found the talisman and he's protected them, and that's why they all look up to him. But he needs to some extent, keep his calm. I think he needs to get a little better at that. Yeah, he needs to rein in his temper. I still wish that in a way that he was getting along with the Costa better, because I think that what she said before about, they need to keep the people busy, and like her suggestions were really good. And I think that she could really, in that sense, be an asset to the town, but he's not listening to her. But, I mean, now I understand he's not listening to her, but before I think he should have, and I don't think she deserved it.
Yeah, I really hope that in the next episode she and Boyd and Kenny somehow work it out. And we have kind of seen Boyd take a hard stance and then he kind of softens up and tries to work with people. So maybe it'll even be Boyd who tries to work with her and tries to, like bring her into the fold of the sheriff's, like little guard with Kenny, because that would be nice. That's what I was thinking for her. We need another person in town that can help Boyd and Kenny.
Yeah, I definitely think she could be an asset. They just need to get along. Fletcher said it's weird Dale wanted to leave Fromville and ended up the way he did. Tabitha didn't want to leave, and she actually wanted to save the children, or didn't want that and wanted to save the children, and ended up leaving. That is kind of ironic that she didn't even. I mean, I guess she wanted to leave, but she wasn't really after leaving. I mean, she was trying to save them, because I think if she knew she was going to leave, she probably wouldn't have left, because her family was there. So that is actually kind of ironic if you think about it. Huh.
Maybe that's even an important clue.
Yeah.
Like if you want it, you know how the forest gives you what you don't want?
Mm-hmm.
If you want it too much, it won't give it to you. And Tabitha wanted to stay there with her family or get out with her family. So it gave her the opposite.
Yeah. It makes me think, though, of the one line from Harry Potter. I know this has nothing to do with that, but it just reminded me of that, because there's the idea that he could only get the Sorcerer's Stone because he said somebody who wanted it but didn't want to use it. So it's kind of like the only person who can leave is the person that maybe isn't trying to leave. It's just, I don't know. It's interesting to think of, because I hadn't really thought about that.
But he's totally right.
That's true. And he made all of those remarks. So it's almost like he cursed himself right there at the tree.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the key. You have to go in there and think of the opposite. There's a recent show that had a similar storyline where you could travel to different places, but you had to think about where you wanted to go. So maybe it's like thinking the opposite.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it's just the town wants to screw with people in any way it can. So it could be that simple too.
That's so true.
Yeah. Yeah, the town definitely I think wants to screw with everybody. Although I mean technically if you talk about manifesting things, Dale did say he wanted to be poolside, but if I think if that's the case, then the town has a very bad sense of humor.
Oh my God, he said that?
Yeah, at least that's what I don't remember the exact quote, but that's what other people were saying that he said that. Because there's also the comment that Boyd said that they had concrete proof that they could go home. So there were a couple of those jokes in
I
there.
know that one for sure. That one was like, oh my God, that's dark.
Yeah.
Um, I thought in this episode we kind of had a little bit of that with Tilly saying, I'm not afraid of dying and we're not here for a long time. And she was not there for a long time. Like she literally just said that and then this horrible thing happened to her.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could find the quote. I don't know where it's at, but I don't remember for sure, but I remember people saying it, so I assume he did say it. But yeah, I don't know. It screws with them, that's for sure. Um, yeah, I'm kind of curious though if other people like did things the right way or were trying to leave for the right reason, or I don't know, any number of reasons if other people could actually leave, or if it was more of like a one time, thing.
I think what's interesting is the observation. So if we put what Fletcher said together with what we were saying about the children, Tabitha has not been wanting to help them really. Like she's doing it because she's thinking this is going to get me what I need. I need to leave this place. I need to save Julie, right? That's why she initially did it, because she wanted to save Julie from the
Yeah, that's it.
cicadas. So it's not in her heart. So maybe you have to put it all together. She has to actually want and feel something for these children. And to me, what that would look like is when they show up, yeah, it's creepy. They're at your house, but maybe ask them some questions.
Mhm. Whoops, you went out there. Oh no. You might have to go out and come back in because you completely. Whoop,
Oh,
wait.
okay.
No,
Can you
wait.
hear
Now I
me?
hear you. I hear you now. Yeah, you went out there for a
Oh,
second.
okay. It kind of cut out. Sorry.
That's
So
okay.
maybe she needs to like have it in her heart to help them because she's
Yeah.
doing it the opposite way.
I think that she definitely did it originally to try to help Julie, but I don't know. I think she still wants to help them. Maybe it wasn't the original reason, but I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know how much of it she wants to make everything work so they can leave and how much she actually cares. But I think to some extent she wants to help them.
Or try communicating with them. Maybe you
Yeah.
don't speak the same language, but like lose a little bit of fear and be like, okay, Ankui, what are you trying to tell me? Like with your hands, show me.
Yeah.
Like
Try communicating
where are
better.
you? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I'm frustrated by this. I just didn't see the point of rehashing that. Another scene with the Ankui kids that's just like another one, and she's not gaining any insight from it. She's still like, what did we get from that scene like that progressed that plot? Nothing. Like we didn't get anything new at all that progressed that plot forward. Not a single clue of anything new that we can take away from that. Nothing. So I was frustrated with that. I was hoping they'd come up with something more original. I mean, in season 2, every time she saw the kids, it was a different vision. It was like a different number of kids. Every time it was a bit different. This was really just the same, except it was in her house.
The
So
only thing I can think is that it was the point that it was in her house and it was like escalating. Like, 'cause she's
yeah,
not listening, so now we're going to come after you, type of thing.
yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted more from it. It is still too much that's so unclear about those kids and what exactly she's supposed to be doing because clearly they're not alive. So how is she supposed to save them? Like it's some kind of a riddle. Like give us a clue.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Fletcher's saying, did Boyd ever go to the cabins because he's been too busy? I don't think he did.
No, and Kenny kind of mentioned the fact that, Boyd is kind of afraid to go back to the woods now. He would never admit it, but in episode 1, Kenny was saying, I can't let Jim go out there by himself. I know what it's like to this was foreshadowing too. I know
Mhm.
what it's like to lose a parent to this place, and I'm not going to let Jim. I'm not going to stand by and do nothing while Julie and Ethan could lose both of their parents. So he insisted on going out there with Jim into the woods, and he said, "I understand why you don't want to go back out there again, but
Mhm.
somebody should." So I think Boyd, ever since he got the worms and barely made it back alive, I think he's afraid to go back out
Well,
there.
yeah, to be fair though, I think at the beginning when they went to the cabins and he went with Jim, they didn't know what was out there, and I think Boyd was afraid they'd end back up where he was. You know what I mean? Like now that they know how to get there safely, I think probably if he had time, he could go without issue.
I think he's more needed in town.
Yeah,
Like,
I just think it hasn't. Yeah.
right,
The-
yeah, more
this is
needed.
exactly where he needs to delegate. So Acosta could be a good addition because he can do it himself. It needs to get done. Kenny says it's important. A third person would be great because then he could delegate and say, well, you go out there and do it and report back to me.
Yeah.
I don't know why Kenny isn't officially a deputy again because Kenny seems to have completely forgiven Boyd at this point. It seems like their relationship is back where it was essentially. He's backing Boyd up all the time now. He's standoffish. When Boyd tries to like comfort him and stuff because Kenny doesn't want to talk about his grief, but it's not about Boyd. Like I don't get that there's any kind of tension between them anymore. It's just that Kenny doesn't want to talk about his grief and his mom. But like other than that, Kenny's been backing Boyd up. He backed Boyd up during that very contentious town meeting. He's still acting like his deputy, but he never took the badge back, which I find odd. Just he's still walking around with his gun too, and he shouldn't have been allowed to keep his gun once he gave up his
That's a
badge.
good point.
Especially when he was so mad at Sarah, he should have taken the gun. Like
Mm.
that was weird. But I don't know why he doesn't just take the deputy outfit back, take the badge back. No.
Yeah, I found something interesting. This doesn't have to do with that, but somebody posted it. I happened to see somebody retweeted it on Twitter, and it looks like, from what I can tell, it came from the person at Probably a Parent. I want to give them credit. They have a list of all the different songs that run the jukebox and what they mean, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah. Someone in my friend's Discord also like compiled a list of all of them. I don't know how he did it, and then studied all the lyrics. It's amazing what the fans do with this stuff. It's the detective work, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even remember half the ones that are in. I'm like thinking, I want to read what this, like, I don't even know what the songs are. I, yeah, that's interesting. And it's cool that they all seem to have, meanings.
right.
This sounds like this is all music. I'm sorry. It isn't just it isn't just the radio, because it also has, what Jade was playing and stuff. But that song, from this episode, "Ooh Child," was by the Five Stair Steps. I don't know. Never heard of the group. Heard the song before, and I equated to, I think it was in Guardians of the Galaxy. I think it's in one of one of the Marvel movies. I think. Yeah,
Right.
you're right. So yeah.
Yeah. I wonder like if I mean, did they plan it out so far ahead that they would know all the songs that they might want the jukebox to play? I mean, was Celebration actually on the list, the original list? I doubt it, because they probably didn't plan that out that far ahead. They didn't plan the entire series. Yeah, it's interesting. But
Oh, they probably just thought this would work good in that scene, you know?
they just added it this season. Yeah.
I still think with the jukebox, um, I do feel like this is a game and both or multiple teams have access to it. Like it's something that you get to use because it has been helpful. Like it played a song for Boyd when he was wondering, should I go out into the woods? It played a song to encourage him. And then when Jim and Tabitha were fighting, it played their song to kind of remember, that they love each other. So it's been helpful, I feel like sometimes. And then others, it's been really cruel.
Yeah, it's kind of I've gone back and forth on what I think about that, whether it's like some kind of spirits of the dead type of situation where, it's they're controlling it, trying to help them and send them messages, or whether it's something more nefarious, like the if I had a boat thing. Boyd was looking for a sign. It's just to me it seems more like, I don't know. I go back and forth. I know that this big bad didn't seem to want Boyd to go out there. Like it doesn't want people going out that far, but then again, maybe it did want him to go out there so that he could get the worms, bring it back to town, unleash the cicada entity. That entity later said it laughed at you for bringing it to town through Sarah. It told him that. So like, I wonder, like, what was it, a big bad that sent him that if I had a boat thing, lure him out there, or I don't know. I honestly don't know. And then the celebration thing.
Yeah, that was just mean.
I know some people are saying, like, some people have said that maybe it was meant as a celebration of life kind of message. And Kenny's mom once said something about celebrating. So maybe it was like a nice message, but it had the wrong tone, though. It was too
Yeah.
celebratory for when he literally just got the news about his mother. Literally, like the tone was all wrong.
Yeah, I think it was definitely meant to be cruel.
Definitely.
Just like I think the one in this episode, I think was meant to kind of piss off Acosta a little bit.
I think so. Yeah.
I always thought if it's magical and it was T Chang, she could have proved it by playing a song in their language.
Or
Oh.
just play
Like a
something that had
special
meaning
song
to
for
them.
them. Then we would know, okay, that's a special song that like it had to be T Chang.
Definitely. Definitely. Yeah. I just don't buy it that the celebration song was anything but cruel and trolling him really hard. Like I was in disbelief watching the scene. I was laughing even though it was very dark humor because it was just so surreal that actually came on and he just found out about his mom. That was crazy. We saw that in the trailer that he was going to smash it. So I knew it was going to be something messing with him. I just never expected that. That was crazy. Wow.
Yeah, that was. I mean, that was just kind of mean, though. I mean, that was the point, but it was
It
just
was mean, but it was funny in a dark comedy
in
kind
a
of
very
way.
dark way. Yeah.
A very dark way. He's like, I felt so bad for Kenny. It was a horrible moment, and then I couldn't help laughing at that song. No. Ugh.
There's an inconsistency in this episode regarding the jukebox. He like slammed it and like basically destroyed it. That's what it looked like.
Yep.
But the one that was playing was the one that he destroyed, and nobody's using the diner unless he went in there and cleaned it up and moved another station's jukebox to that spot. That would be the only way to explain it, that he like cleaned
Yep.
it up.
He smashed that thing to pieces. He smashed it to smithereens. And yeah, in this episode, it looked intact. I think Kramen Uncle said that earlier, and it was like, how? So I think they must have made a mistake, I guess. But you'd think they wouldn't make a mistake like that in a show this detail oriented. I don't know. Or they're just trolling us, just putting in random stuff. Just,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, somebody could have fixed it, but I kind of feel like the diner's Kenny's right now. Unless Kenny fixed it, I don't think it would be fixed.
Yeah, he was saying like we're closed right now when she came
And
in.
he could have. I could see them explaining it like we saw him going back there looking at the yard, the little jars of stuff, and like running his finger through his mom's like writing. So he could have come back and said, "This was my mom's place. I don't want to like leave it like that. I want to like fix it, clean it up." That would make sense. But we didn't get to see any of that. And of course, we pay attention to every detail. It's not making sense.
Yeah, I feel like if he like what you're saying makes sense, maybe he would want to fix it, but I would think if that's the case, they would show that. So,
Regarding the puppet, do you believe that it's going to talk? Like we heard the puppet voice, the like, "Hi, Victor." Do you think it's going to talk, or where are we going with this puppet story?
you mean in the trailer, or did it talk before? It didn't talk before, did it?
Yeah, in one of Victor's memories, he was like, "Hi, Victor."
Okay, I didn't remember if it actually talked to him. I was thinking it was Christopher talking in that scene. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I think I took that to mean like based on the way he remembered it, I took that to mean like Christopher was making the dummy talk at that point because this was before Victor described the scene where Jasper and Christopher were arguing and they deliberately didn't let us hear what they were saying. And the voice was so exaggerated, it sounded like a silly voice that a man would make a puppet say. Hello, Victor, so I think it was probably
That's
Christopher.
how I took it.
Yeah.
I think it would be cool if it did talk, though, but I also think it would be freaky. So
I would love for it to talk. I would love to hear it say something. I don't expect it to give Victor any answers because it won't want Victor to have any answers, but whatever big bad or whatever is making it talk. But I think it would be fun if it just said something to taunt him. That I would like to see that. Like the voice on the radio, the voice on the phone, just say some sinister thing. I would enjoy that. I like the haunted dummy trope. Love haunted dolls. It would be fun if he did that. Yeah, I would enjoy it.
yeah, that would be funny.
I could see it
And
happen.
creepy.
And creepy, and I could see it happening too. I don't think it's going to tell him a bunch of answers. That just wouldn't make sense. It's not going to be that easy. But yeah, I think it might talk. I hope. I would like to hear it talk.
Yeah.
This next episode has to wrap up a lot of things because it's gonna take whatever we have left to follow up on all of these storylines. There's just so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. There are only 3 episodes left, and then it's just the finale after next week, a two-part finale. So,
Oh, that's right. I forgot it was considered a 2-part finale. It does say part 1 and 2, doesn't it?
yeah,
You think they'd air them together. It's too bad they're not airing them together.
yeah. I'm actually glad that they're not because it's gone by so quickly. I don't want it to be over.
No, I don't want it to be over either. It does stretch it out.
Only 3 left. It's hard to believe. I feel like it just started.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. It went really fast.
It really did.
We need to find something else because it's gonna leave a huge void, pun intended, in our life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still going to be covering it year round. Like that's, I'm going to be doing theory videos. I'll try continuing to do a weekly live stream and see if people still want to do it. Like I'll still cover it, but it won't be the same. It won't be as exciting, of course.
I think it depends if people continue to do rewatches and stuff. Like you could, like I wouldn't mind doing like we've done on some of our other shows. We've done like full rewatches. Like do like a weekly show, start at the first episode and watch a couple and then talk about it, you know?
Yeah, especially with this show, when you go back, like with all the information that we gather this season and all the things that we learn, when we go back to the beginning and rewatch it from the beginning, sometimes you'll notice some things that actually have significance that you
didn't notice before.
Yeah, like especially within the context of what happens this season. Like there might be some things that were really significant that we wouldn't have known were significant until now. So
Right.
those rewatches of this kind of show are great for noticing nuances and details, and this fandom is so rabid that they'll do weekly. There are channels that do weekly live streams all year round, whether they're rewatching it or not, just to talk about it. So
I didn't know people would keep doing it in between. That's interesting. Like I said, I could see doing a rewatch, but just to keep talking about in between, I didn't realize people were. But that sounds like fun. I'm sorry if I echo a little bit. I'm moving my iPad as I'm walking, but so I need to get something out of the fridge. But it's not that everybody needs to know my business, but
yeah.
Maybe you could, Julie, have you finished watching Lost?
No, I haven't had time. I'm so far behind my viewing of Lost. I'm only on like episode 8 of season 4, and I've been stuck right around the same part of season 4 for the last month. I just haven't had time.
Too busy watching From, huh?
Yeah, and it takes too much mental energy. Lost is so detailed
Same type of thing, yeah.
I'm having a hard time. Like if I wait like a week or two between episodes, I'm confused now. I don't know what's going on. I don't remember much. I need to be watching it more frequently. So I think I'll just pick it back up when the season ends and I can actually focus on it.
Yeah, because that could be a good way of examining From when it's the off season. If you finish watching Lost, then you could make videos about similarities or differences, because there's a huge audience for that. A lot of people are saying this is just Lost in a different universe, but it's the same thing.
It's not though, really. I mean, there's like similarities, but I think like the fact there's a big mystery is similar, but yeah, I don't know. We started our original podcast was a Lost podcast when we started way back. God, that was like 20 years ago, wasn't it? I keep forgetting. It's so dang long ago. That was like our first, I think our first podcast that we did was for that. And then we did a rewatch I think it was at the 10-year anniversary, I think. We did, we rewatched it and did, weekly podcasts on it. It's a good show, but it's different. I think they're both different. I think that people compare it too much to Lost. Like, I don't think it's going to, end up the same story or whatever, like some people seem to think.
Yeah. I think there are strong parallels. They're not going to want to do like a rehash of this other show. Like they're going to want to forge their own path and yeah, like I definitely see the parallels. You've got like Boyd. I can see parallels to Jack. Like the savior complex, feeling like he's got to save everyone, and that's among many other things. But that's a whole other story. Yeah, there are loads of parallels, but I don't think watching Lost could allow you to predict what will happen in From.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, yes, there are a couple, people that work behind the scenes that are the same, and like obviously Harold was in it, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the same story. I see Dieter's back. Must have went and took a nap and came back. Yes, we're still going. He said they wishes they went further into the forest talent tent and talisman tent and keep walking. That's why I said earlier, I said they need to take the van and take a talisman and go and see how far they can get. Maybe there's, an end somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, I really think now is the time. Like now is the time to really, they know that they can venture out into the woods with a talisman. Now is the time to investigate more. Boyd is leery of it, understandably so, because the last time he went out that far, he wound up in that Martin dungeon dream state place, getting the worms. So it's tricky because they could go out there with a talisman and a tent, but look what happened. I mean, there was something worse out there. There was something that first of all dragged the tent. They thought they were safe in there, but they got dragged, and then they wound up in that position. So it's like it seems like the further out you go, the worse the entities might be.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it did happen at night, but I don't know that they would be. I mean, I feel like a car would probably be more stable than a tent. Like a tent, they could move. A car is, I mean, not that a car is like as big, as heavy as a building, but I feel like if they took the van out, that they'd maybe be more safe. But it's kind of like, in a way, the same thing, like with what we were saying. I think this was when you had left for a minute, about Dale, that like he went through and it really did serve a purpose, because now we know what happens. So it's like, if they go out, though, the problem is if it doesn't go well, then it could not be good. Like it would tell them one way or another, but like, who's going to risk it?
Yeah, and I think that it's risky. The further out they go, I think the worse the entities would get. I think the monsters are like Martin said. I used to think the town was the worst part or something like that, and the monsters are only the tip of the spear. I think the further out you go, like the worse the entities are. It's like there are levels to it. The forest really doesn't want people going out far. It wants to keep people in town, I think. So. But
and the problem is repercussions. Because if I was Boyd, I would make use of the people that I don't care about because they just came into town and I'm not attached. Like Acosta.
Let them
I'd be
experiment.
like, help me out. I would be like, sure, I'll give you your gun, your bullets. Help me out. Go out into the forest, take a tent, take a talisman, report back to me. And Randall, you want to help me? Go out the other way. Go to the cannibal village, stay there, look around, report back to me. But the problem with that is that if things go wrong, there's repercussions, and not for the people that venture out, for others in town. Like, he knows firsthand that he went out and the people that suffer was 3 of the other random people, and really the whole town, because they couldn't sleep for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's really hard to tell. I don't know. I mean, we know that they couldn't escape the town on the road. I just, something kind of makes me wonder if it's by nature what they're doing, and that maybe if they go the other way they could, but probably not. I mean, it's probably like Teacup, like where the line goes through the forest and everything. It's probably the same thing. They would still end up back at the tree if they kept going, forever. Dieter says maybe Martin is like the other entities. We need to do the opposite. So we need to go further into the forest. Yeah. You don't know if you can trust what Martin said. It's hard to tell.
It's just the worms that make me think that maybe Martin was actually telling the truth about that part. He brought the worms back, the cicada entity, and nobody could go to sleep safely. So
yeah, if Martin was good, though, I mean, Martin could have been a plant.
Oh, absolutely. I think he was. I think he was, but I think there was a kernel of truth in what he said. I definitely think he was a plant.
Yeah. Okay.
Doing the opposite is a good point. So far, people haven't moved the tree out of the way because they didn't have prior knowledge. But I was very disappointed in Tabitha, and I know she's tired of hearing people being disappointed in her.
Yeah.
But in the ambulance, there was enough people to push that little tree out of the way, like to scoot it enough to fit the ambulance through. Like there was like the 2 people up front, her and Acosta. They could have like pushed it. It wasn't a big tree. They got a smaller one. So they could have potentially done that. And she knew that how things work. She should have told them, let's push it out of the way. Like, just trust me.
I don't think they would have listened, though.
I just run. I wanted her to run, jump over the tree. Like, no one else had any motivation to do that. Understandably, it didn't make logical sense for people to leave their vehicle and walk over the tree like a lot of people have wanted, fans have wanted them to do. But she knew what that tree meant, and this was not her vehicle. She should have tried running. She was standing outside there. I know the cop was there. She's
I
triggered.
think again it was like you said, trolling, because it's like they had the perfect opportunity for them to try walking around it, and they didn't.
This was the perfect opportunity because it was not her vehicle. She knew what the tree meant, and they just wasted that opportunity. I think they were trolling us. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought she might try it. I thought, like, this is the opportunity. They can finally settle this and shut the whole fandom up about this once and for all. Like, I thought she'd jump over the tree, keep running, and still wind up in town in Frumville, and then we would know. But
And the thing is that she was outside. That's a great point. Like, somehow the cops got distracted enough that she exited the vehicle.
Yep.
So, and then she willingly got back in. Come on. Why would you go outside?
That was foolish. Yeah, like she was right out there. I was just waiting for her to take off running. She didn't. Oh, that drove me crazy.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to get an answer to that, though. I feel like that proved we're not going to get an answer. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of a thing. Like, why did nobody ever try to go past a tree?
Like, I understand it. Like, when they don't want to leave their vehicle, and they like, the logical thing to do would be just turn around and go the other way. They don't know what's coming. They don't know what's going to happen. But in this case, yeah, that was frustrating that she didn't.
So there's been mention how it's a different tree each time.
Yep, it's a different tree.
Now, I've said part of it, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think a big part of it may just be simply that they used a real tree when they filmed it, and they clearly couldn't use the same tree when they filmed it again the next season, so they used a different tree.
Yeah.
But people have said, you know, and this might have actually been you that said it, I can't remember, that the tree is in the town where they're coming from, you know, and like it's before they get to the town, so it's always going to be a different tree. So that makes me wonder, like, is the tree the point of no return? And I think that is why they need to try it, because like they say, once they see the tree, it's too late, but everybody has tried, you know, turning around. No one has actually tried going past it. And because there's got to somewhere be a point that, I assume that there's a certain point they can't go back. Or is it just that, like, they somehow slip into this other place and, you know, they're done for? I don't know. I mean, they could go over the tree or around the tree, and you're right, she could walk over it and back in the exact place. It's hard to tell. Let me add you back to the stage. There we go.
I think it's possible that there could be a way out if you cross over the tree. The crows always swarm overhead right on the other side of the tree, as if they're trying to scare people away from going over there. I think it might be a way out over the tree. And I don't know. I think that I know the tree is different every time, but I don't know. I kind of think that the tree might not even exist in either place, but in sort of like an in-between space between.
It's like the doorway between the two. That's interesting.
Like a liminal space between the two dimensions, and neither here nor there. Like, that's what I think. You know, like, it's not in Frumville because they turn around and they just go in circles. They never see the tree again. And if it were in the real world, I think we'd see more than one vehicle showing up at once a bit often. You know, it's always almost always just one at a time.
Yeah. Does the tree even exist, though? Like, that's what you're saying. Like, it may not even really be there.
It might not even be there. Like, it's possible that it could be an illusion. That's another thing. It could be in the Frumville dimension and just be an illusion. They've already, reached that place, and they turn around. They never see it again because it disappears. It was an illusion. That's another possibility.
That's why they need to go approach it.
This place is full of illusions, so that's absolutely
Mhm.
a possibility that it's just not even real. Like they could physically touch it, but there are other things they can physically touch in Fremville that are not that are kind of illusions, you know, like Jade's visions. They choke him and stuff like that. They're not real. They're just illusions. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be.
Although I wonder if you say that, and I was just thinking as you were saying that, again, kind of spitballing as I'm saying this, but we were talking before about like, could he be like one of those people reincarnated or whatever? Maybe
Yep.
it's not so much they touch him as he feels it because it's like a memory.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, though, it doesn't seem like they're capable of physically harming him, even though they seem to be
Right.
physically touching him. Like he didn't have any effect from being choked at all. Like he wasn't clutching his neck or anything. Like it didn't seem like he felt anything. Yeah, he got stabbed by a bayonet. It doesn't seem like they're capable of hurting him. It's interesting, but they look like they're physically touching him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you trying to say something, Scarlett? It sounded like maybe you started to say something.
No, I was just listening along. I was wondering if you thought. I wondered if you guys thought that animals could enter liminal spaces, like the crows or dogs, and exit into the real world, or do you think that animals are kind of stuck there too in Fromville?
I mean, I think the fact that they randomly have had animals walk through from the forest might mean that they were trapped there. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know, because we've seen like the crow that came into the town and, hit the window of Colony House, but maybe it came through there, or maybe that's why we see dogs and then they disappear. Maybe they don't have to stay. I don't know.
I heard a really interesting theory about that, about the crows. I got to try and remember exactly what it was, but it was basically like, it basically said that we've never actually seen crows flying around once they're in town. They see the flock of crows at the fallen tree, but we don't actually see them flying around town. The only times we've seen them are the dead crow in the tunnels, and then that crow that came crashing through the window. And someone left me a really interesting comment about this on one of my videos, like saying that birds kind of have a natural GPS system sort of thing, and that crossing through the dimension, like let's say this is another dimension, crossing over could completely disorient them. And so like that could be why the crow came crashing through the window like that, and the other one wound up dead in the tunnel. And there was more to it. I wish I could remember all of it, but it was super interesting. Like, yeah, like the things people come up with are fascinating. It never occurred to me that you don't see the crows flying once you're in town. There's one point where you could hear, like this season, there was one point in the woods where like in the background, you could see in the captions, it said crows cawing. And then the person in my comments said that maybe that was when when the ambulance was crossing back in. It was right around that time, like somehow one of the crows like slipped through with them, and it was so disoriented that it came crashing through the window of Colony House. And like yeah, it's fascinating stuff. And like, are the crows on the side of good or evil? Like, are they controlled by the evil?
Or are they just crows?
Or are they just crows? Yeah.
Deer says there has to be a reason there's a tree, because if they're in this from world anyway, they could just end up in the town without the tree. Yeah, but I guess the point is that it could be more of like a representation of something than an actual physical tree.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a lot of trees. There's a lot of trees in this. The faraway trees, the bottle trees, the down trees.
Trees are important.
Lots of
Oh,
trees.
yeah. There's so much emphasis on trees. I think it could be a clue that there's some connection to family trees and bloodlines. Why are there all trees in our faces all the time, right? The faraway trees, the fallen trees. paintings of trees everywhere and drawings of trees.
Yeah,
and
there is a lot. There are a lot of trees.
it's a lot.
Trees
you know?
on the talismans. They
The-
have
yeah,
like
the
little trees on them. Yeah.
Yeah,
and Victor said the trees are moving. It's a
Mhm.
lot.
but you asked about the animals though. Where did the dogs go?
Mhm.
I want to know about that. 'Cause that is
See,
something
there
weird.
was a theory that the dog could travel in between the worlds and was the hiker's dog and the hikers that found Tabitha. And they could just move within the worlds.
Maybe I was thinking more of the dogs we've seen way before with Boyd though.
Yeah. Could be the same thing. They can move in and out of the worlds, or they could just stay in there.
I think they're just an entity part. Like the dogs belong to the boy in white. They're not like
So they're not really dogs. In other words, yeah, that's possible.
not.
Yeah,
let's not
boy,
wrong.
they're not dogs.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the tree. If we put this together with the theory we were like coming up with the other day, saying how the forest has to claim like retribution from
Yep.
the family bloodline. This
Yep.
could be literally signifying your family tree, I need to claim you. And the falling down of that tree could be like another one in the tree. I have claimed another one in this tree. Like,
Oh,
you know
I
what I
like.
mean? Like a tree standing, that's your family bloodline. But as
I
you're being claimed by the town, the tree falls down. There is nothing else for you. You're not in the real world. You've been claimed. It's
Oh
done.
my God. That is perfect. That is fantastic. And it also fits with what Kenny said. He said, like, he specifically said about family trees. He said denial is a major branch of my family tree. And the first thing he did when he found his dad's body was go out to the woods and start chopping down a tree still covered in blood. Like you can't get more clear imagery than that. He just lost
Yeah.
this huge part of his family tree, his father. And this would make perfect sense if the fallen tree represents, the Frumville is taking, this piece of the family tree, this
You're
curse.
saying it's like
bloodline.
severing their line, kind of, as they're
Yeah.
stuck. Well, that's
Like,
interesting. That's
claiming.
kind of cool imagery.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Interesting.
And you know how we were talking about the curse, right? Like somebody puts a family curse on you
Yeah.
because your ancestor did something awful.
Yep.
And how we had never seen in media or anywhere really anybody be able to get out of it. Like you could find a loophole, but you can't really get out of it. Like usually the witch puts the curse on the family because she was burned at the stake or something.
Mhm.
And then that's it. Like the family is cursed. And there's not really a happy ending there. But we were talking with Dana Marie, who knows a lot about like curses and all of that. And she said, with something like that, it would be appealing to the person. You can't get rid of it. You could look for a loophole, but then your children and your children's children would be in trouble still. So it's endless work. You would have to appeal to the original person who created the curse, to their better nature. You would have to ask them, like if maybe they could spare you or stop it. Which I think kind of coincides with the name of the show. Like in Europe, it's called Origin. So
Yeah.
maybe that's what it is. Like go appeal to the originator of this curse. Go ask them.
Yeah,
I don't think it'll be that easy.
I don't think it would be that easy either. I don't know. Like, I mentioned, I talked about that in my video a few days ago, how like, I think that the title of the show, it's all about like where these people come from in terms of their heritage, their ancestry, not literally that they came from all different places around the country, which is weird, but it's about, it's their origins. It's about where they came from, I think it's reincarnation at the moment, and it's all about figuring that out and maybe how to break the cycle, like figure out some kind of. I think that they have to complete some kind of mission, Tabitha and Jade, and they just haven't been able to figure it out. So in every cycle, they just have to keep redoing it over and over again. But it could be something like a curse on a family bloodline. That's another possibility too that I would consider.
Yeah.
It could be either.
Let's see. Dieter says, I don't know where the origin comes from, but in Belgium it's just called From. It's coming later this year. Oh, that's right. Dieter doesn't actually have it where he's at right now, right? That's why he's watching the streams.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why he doesn't. Like, he has to find a way around it so that he can watch it, because they put it out at different times depending on the country. It's weird.
Yeah. Things are always, they do that, and it's strange because I know there's a lot of shows that, like in Canada, they come here before they come to Canada, and they're filmed in Canada. I used to have this conversation with Canadians.
Yeah, they have this Nautilus show about the Nautilus. Obviously, it's a steampunk show, and they were supposed to show on Disney Plus, and they haven't. But now they're showing it in other countries, and it's supposed to come to AMC sometime in 2025 for the US. So it's kind of weird. It kind of goes both ways.
Yeah, I think it just has to do with who buys the rights and stuff.
Yeah. At least you're not gonna dump a show Snowpiercer almost got dumped. They filmed a whole season of that and almost trashed it. And the Nevers had a second season that is kind of in some kind of weird I was gonna say purgatory, but it kind of in a weird space where they showed it on a Tenna TV, but didn't show it on any stream.
Yeah, a lot of it just, like I said, it depends on where they get the the rights to air it and stuff.
Speaking of cats and purgatory, and the animals that we see there being dogs, I think that they on purpose have not shown a cat, because if they showed a cat, we would immediately say, okay, cats travel from the living to the land of the dead. They're all dead. But it's a dog.
Well, they have service.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know, but there is only, and that's why I said
service
before.
Lives in Hades.
I think I've said before. I think sometimes the town provides what they need, because it just seems weird. They only do have a few animals and that kind of thing.
I mean, Service is in the realm of the dead.
Oh, Cerberus, yeah.
Yeah, the three-headed dog.
Yeah, but these dogs only have one head, so.
Oh, I don't think they show a cat just because they just, they have they have to CGI some animals. They got the domesticated animals, but I don't think the cat's in the budget.
That's funny. Yeah,
I don't know. I
don't know.
Card cat that is diva.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, they have some animals that came in that they needed for food, and I think that the town, let them in or whatever, provided what they needed. That's what I always think. We got somebody else new, Diggs, BTW7. Hello, thank you for coming. That person's on Twitch. I don't know if they're coming from my Twitch or NDV Media's Twitch. I don't even know how to run Twitch. I link to my Twitch, but I've never actually run anything from that, which I think is funny. But thank you for coming. Appreciated.
Yeah, the providing what they need speaks to what we were talking about when it comes to retribution, where there's something that is owed, and you owe me this. You owe me your pain, and you owe me your life. So I need to have you here. But because you owe me that pain and that life, right? We talk about hope and how the forest feeds on their pain or their suffering, you need to keep them alive so that they can pay you what is owed to you. So if you don't feed them, you're not really getting what you need from them.
Exactly. Like
Yeah,
it's
but
like
also if they all
I always
die,
feel
they
like
can't
huh?
mess with them either.
I always felt like it's kind of like they're like animals in a zoo in that sense. It's like they're being fed, they're being given what they need so that this place can continue feeding off of them. It's not just about massacring everyone. I think the place could do that at any time, but it's feeding on their pain. So yeah, they provide them with their basic needs, their livestock and whatnot. It's like a creepy it's a creepy like horrific zoo that they're in, like zoo animals. Anyway, um let me see. Yeah, hey Diggs. I've never even gone on Twitch. I don't know what that is. Like, there's so many different so many different platforms. I don't even know. Wait a minute. I know what Twitch is. Okay. I remember now. I did have a friend who used to like show me she would like stream K-pop videos for me in her Twitch and people could join and watch together. That's okay. I hadn't used it in a couple years, but like I only used it for like a few months and yeah, it's a fun platform. Yeah, it's cool that like I've never done like a simulcast thing on more than one platform before. Never even occurred to me to do it. I don't even think people would find me on any other platform anyway because I barely use them. I just created a Twitter for my channel, but I hardly ever post anything on it because like it's just too much work. It's too many different. There are too many different platforms and too many different like aspects to promoting a channel. I don't know. I stick with YouTube and Discord, and I do a little bit with Twitter and Facebook, but
I've always used Twitter, I think, more than anything, so that's why I'm still over there. I'm still learning Discord, I think.
yeah,
But
to
yeah,
learn.
I don't know. I think Twitch seems like it would be maybe fun to use, but I mean, StreamYard just sends them all at once, which is good.
That's cool.
Scarlett,
But
do
yeah,
you
I
happen
tried
to know
thinking
if
it
there's
before and
like
didn't
a
have
lot
it.
of do you happen to know if there's a lot of contact on TikTok for From?
I know
You're
there's
asking
some.
me? I have no idea.
You're in everything, so I thought you would know.
I know there's some.
What?
I don't really use TikTok. I was
I don't have
trying
a
to
TikTok.
connect to TikTok because I saw this one person on TikTok who actually now I know it follows me on Twitter. They they TikToked my tweet saying about like there was going to be answers, which I thought was really cool. So I tried to get in TikTok, but like I can't. The stupid they make it now you can't connect through your Twitter account. So if you signed up through Twitter, you're screwed because you can't get through unless you have your password, and you can't get a password because it was through Twitter. So I'm gonna have to make a new account. But there's some stuff. I know there's some stuff. Yeah, Infinite Umbra is saying it's a marathon discussion. Yes, we're going on 6 hours.
Talk about curses. We brought our
think-
curse to your station.
Yeah, I know. I think in about 6 hours, though, I think I'm going to have to drop because it's after 4 a.m. I'm struggling here. At least I'm on
Dance,
my
puppets,
couch now.
dance.
Yeah, at least I'm on my couch instead of my computer chair. My back isn't doing quite as bad, but it's been fun. I'm just surprised we think of so many things to keep talking about. From will go on forever.
It's got many
An
aspects.
obsession.
Yeah,
There's an endless amount of things to talk about with this show. I just have to I have to
Totally.
stop. I have to start having some self-control because then my body pays for it. I'm in way more pain. And
We're gonna We're gonna have to make a From Anonymous eventually here.
Yeah.
I think so.
That's
For
hilarious.
real.
Well, that's why I finally moved over to the couch. I just couldn't sit over there anymore. I'm like, I'm going on my iPad. Screw that. No,
Yeah,
but
We're
I
we need help, and the
Yeah.
first step is to admit it.
yeah, yeah, we need to do that. Okay, how many people are going to join our group? Probably a lot if we make it from the
probably a lot, I would say. I don't even have my treadmill to help me. Like I used to get on the treadmill in between, doing different from stuff, different, like if I was in the live chat for hours or whatever.
So at least you're moving. Yeah.
But yeah, now I can't. My treadmill's broken and it's freezing outside and it's also dark out. So I don't know what I'm going to do. Like I have to just pace the floor in this little kitchen. It's terrible.
Well, at least you're moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do though. You're right, we'll have to keep doing stuff once the show ends for the season, or we're gonna go nuts.
Yep. Yeah, I can't quit it.
I want to do From
Have you
Christmas
gotten
carols,
into-
and I'm gonna write some parody Christmas carols for December.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Make some folks. What were you saying, PM? She started to say something.
Oh yeah, teacup. So everybody that loves From has been saying teacup, teacup, and I tried watching, but I'm so obsessed with From. I just can't attach to any other character or any other show. I was like, I don't know, this is just not From. Let me just rewatch it again.
Yeah, it's not
Wow.
from. I liked Teacup, but not everybody did. It seems to have kind of mixed, at least from the From
It was
fans. I've
okay.
seen kind of mixed reviews, but I liked it. I thought it was pretty good.
It wasn't really what I thought it was going to be, and there's too much about the. I don't know. I won't spoil it. Too much soap operation-ness in parts,
Oh no, I hate that. I hate when
which I
there's too
know
much-
Julie doesn't like.
I think that's funny. I actually think that it didn't have as much character development because it was so short. And
Yeah,
it seemed to be more the mystery. But yeah, I don't know. Some people do, some people don't. But it's not From.
And it's the characters. It's like I don't care. I don't care about you. So I need to like care for them in order for me to watch and like hope for them and like suffer and all this. From has made me cry. Like I have actually cried at some of the scenes because I care for them.
Yeah, I have too. But I tell people you
Mhm.
can't go by me because I cried everything. So you can't. I am not a good person to judge it by. But yeah, I know with some of like Victor and his father scene, like they're hugging, and I'm like, I'm bawling during this scene. I'm like, I'm really not the person to judge it by. But yeah, I find a lot of From emotional. But yeah. Well,
How
what
about you,
else?
Scarlett?
Sorry.
Scarlett, have
What?
you like cried watching the show?
Well, I was thinking some of them. I mean, the scene where like Kenny crushes Sarah's ornament, and you can see the pain that Kenny has and the pain that Sarah has, and that kind of made me tear up a little bit because their situation was just so bad.
Yeah, sad for both of them. I was gonna say, is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else from the episode that we haven't gone over.
Haven't pulled apart, stitched back together, then took out the stitches.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping people would like submit stuff they wanted us to talk about, but
You can put a question box at the top of your YouTube, a little white question box, and then people just put their questions in there.
oh, you can't. You mean like separate from the chat?
Yeah, like kind of where you lock your Discord and your StreamYard links, you can put a little question box. And then if somebody has a direct question, you can put it in that box. And then you can open that box. You can just see all the questions. And you can skip over people saying hi to each other and stuff and get to the meat of the thing.
Okay, I'll have to try that. I don't know. But I mean like on Twitter, I thought maybe people would send them in ahead of time,
Oh.
but they didn't. It surprises me, but I don't know. Because I'm curious what people like. What do they want to hear about? that's different than what we've talked about, because we've talked about everything at this point. We're starting to go in circles, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying I watch What We Do in the Shadows. I mean, I watch other shows besides From.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do too. But yeah, I think we've talked the
Gotten to the
episode
end.
this week to death. Yeah.
Gotten to
We're
the
getting near
end.
6 hours. All right. Yeah, Julie. Okay, Julie's muted. I was gonna say, is Julie still there? PM dropped out. I don't know if she's coming back and just went and was redoing it, or she was leaving. But
I'm
Yeah,
still here.
sometimes she leaves if it's wrapping up. She'll leave.
yeah, I just hate to disconnect if she's coming back. But I think I'm about out of things to say for this episode. I'm getting
I'm
sleepy.
beat. I'm just plain beat.
We're nearing 6 hours. I figured we'd finish the 6 hours, but I don't know if I can think of anything else to say for 13 more minutes.
Yeah,
My
at that
brain
point.
is
Oh, wait,
fried.
she said her phone died. Said I'm on the iPad now, but I think it's the spirits telling me to stop. Yeah, I think we're all kind of winding down now.
Yeah.
I think we've.
Yeah, but usually if we're doing lives, me and Julie are just getting started about the 6 hours, so we're just trying to rev up.
I think I'm just worn down, like last week I really knocked
From
myself
Tig.
out more than
It's from
more
Tig,
than
Julie. We all have from Tig.
I have from
Yeah, that's
sure.
funny.
for
We do have
sure.
from tea.
I
But
really do.
But
I think we all need some sleep. I know Julie sounds like she needs some sleep. I definitely need.
yeah,
some
she
sleep.
does.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Should I get my
almost
bell?
4.
I mean, I ring the bell on our lives, so
Yeah,
I tell her
ring
to
your
get
bell
herself home.
and wake us up. But no, it's getting near 4:30 here, so
Oh yeah.
I don't know what time it is there, but I'm falling asleep. As much
That's
as I
crap
want
it
to
up.
keep talking.
Yeah, it's almost 4:30 here.
Yeah.
I got like 4 hours of sleep. I was up all night Saturday talking about the episode, and then I was like responding to stuff on, because like with a channel, like I never realized how many different steps there are to it, and I like to respond to every last comment, and I don't usually get many, but I just happened to get a video that had a lot, so I felt like I had to respond to them all, and then I had like all my Discord DMs were backed up, and I felt bad. I had to respond to all those people, and like it's just.
I get it, but it's not supposed to be bad for our health.
No, it's not supposed to be.
I think our from Teague is starting to make me spout nonsense at any rate.
Become from madness.
Me too. I start saying stupid things sometimes. Like I'll get off and I'll be like, "Why did I say that?" I start talking as if I forget that this is a public thing that anybody can listen to, because I feel like I'm talking to family, and so sometimes I gotta be careful. Like sometimes I say stupid things that like anybody
That's
can
funny.
listen to. you
Yeah,
know?
Pam says I'm a fromaholic. Yeah, we're definitely fromaholics. But
We
I
are.
think it is funny because you're right, because we're kind of now just sort of chatting amongst ourselves. And I find it funny and interesting that like we still have 11 people listening to us.
Sure.
which is we appreciate. But I just wonder, how insane do we sound? But then again, I think if they've been here that long, that they're kind of obsessed with it too. So
Exactly.
Well, we'll have people fall asleep to us and have dreams or nightmares
I was gonna say, is that a good
with
thing
our
or a bad
voices.
thing? If they fall asleep to us.
They fall asleep to us all the time, and then they'll wake up and be like, "You're still streaming." We'll get a full night of sleep.
Considering you've gone over 8 hours, and then again, we're almost at 6.
The lifestyle choice.
Yeah.
You could get a full night of sleep in some cases, like
Yeah.
the 8-hour live. Like they came back.
Yeah,
and
you
like,
could. You
Yeah.
could. I'm just wondering if people suddenly found it because the numbers are going a little bit up, which makes me
Yeah.
laugh.
oh, that's what happens. Like people will go out, and then new people will come in.
Yeah.
and-
Yeah. Europe's waking
In
up,
Europe.
so you get those people.
Yeah. Nikisha just woke up.
Oh, see, that's
They're like, yeah, we're still here. We were just saying we're winding down, but we're seeing new people pop up. That's funny though. If you went to bed and came back, that's bad. That just shows we're on too long.
That's a
That-
bad
that-
sign.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was just saying. Oh, it's too funny.
Yeah, it is. Well,
Well,
anything else? All the people in the chat, tell us if there's something else you want us to talk about before we go. Give us ideas of what you want to hear. I think we've talked about everything. Don't tempt me. PM says don't tempt her. I don't mind doing it as long as I can stay awake. Yeah, see, where our number people are like dropping in all of a sudden. Like we're getting more now than we had, 10 minutes ago, which I find funny.
so this is
Sorry,
why.
1 second. I'm swallowing
away.
pills that I forgot to take.
So you tell people to hit that like button.
Yes, hit that like and subscribe, please.
And ask any questions you want about From. Or really
Yeah.
anything at this point.
Yeah,
Whatever you want.
that's
Just
true.
put a question in there.
Yeah, just put your question in the chat and we'll talk about it. We'll answer it, right?
Yeah. I like a lot of film and TV and music, so any of those things. Just whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah. We should mention they're probably the same people that have been in and out, but for anybody new, make sure that you check out the schedule for all the interviews that are coming up. I need to put it on the community page. I just recently found out you can put like blogs on YouTube. I didn't know that before. But I need to put the list on there for the new interviews that are coming over on the following weeks. But I will add that, and your link is still in the description for people to go listen to Julie's show. Probably we'll disconnect here and she'll be talking over there. So. Right?
Okay, let's get started, Julie. Let's go over there now.
Oh God. I have to cut back. Like my From addiction is out of control.
Yeah.
So. I mean, I'm
Are you
going to be
close to
live.
1K yet?
I hit 1K today or yesterday,
Oh!
I guess.
12-hour live. Let me get the Greek code ready.
Is that how many people you mean you had listening, or how many followers you have?
I hit 1K
Subscriptions.
subs yesterday.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was exciting.
That's very cool. I have the subscriptions, but not the watch hours. That's a problem.
Girl, see, that's why you need these. That's why you need these. The lives. That's what did it. I got the watch hours before I got the subs because of the lives.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want to start. I need to start doing regular deep dive videos that you do too, that aren't live, of the stuff that I'm writing, taking time to write out. I just feel like it's the end of the season. Why bother? Like, part of me feels like that, but the other part of me is like, gotta do it. And then Dieter says, how do you think the season's gonna end? Well, I mean, I know how the season's gonna end. So I can't really answer that. Like I could just say that you will get answers. That is the most I will say in anybody to spoilers, is that you will get answers, because I could say that and that's not really a spoiler. I mean,
she's giving us hope.
Everything's gonna be I don't think everything's gonna be answered. Obviously, you should know there'll be more questions, but I don't know. I mean, I really like this, the end of the season, and I think that we got some good answers. So yes, Dieter, I've seen screeners. I'm one of the few people to talk about it that hasn't seen it in the wrong way, but because I know everybody's. I just wish people would not do that though, because I feel like you're ruining it reading it. It's not the same thing as watching it. Watch it and you will enjoy it. That's all I got to say. But yeah, those are the kind of questions I can't really answer, because it's hard. Like, I can tell theories I've had from watching it when I saw it, but to say what I think's coming, it's kind of like, well, that's a hard question to answer. And no, I cannot send you the episode. Sorry. But yeah. All right. Wow, we're still. I guess we might as well finish for that. I was looking at the time. I guess we might as well finish for the 6 hours. We've got 4 minutes left.
Oh,
I do
that's
the same
Julie's what
thing.
you're doing.
I do
Yeah.
the same thing. I was really close to 8 hours. I was like, I gotta go to 8 hours. Like I can't just leave it on 7 hours, 55 minutes, or whatever.
And then you keep doing it, huh? Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
then it
ask
ended,
questions, Dieter. We got a couple minutes left.
then it ended up being 8 hours and 4 minutes or something. Like I had to at least get to 8 hours. I mean, it was just so close, and it was gonna be like a new record. So I was like, what the heck? I'll just do it.
If PM says her families and friends are worried about me. I think mine are too.
My mom thinks I'm insane. She's like, "What are you doing talking, like staying up all night talking about this? How can you possibly have this many things to talk about this show?" She thinks I'm nuts, and I don't blame her. And like this is just the beginning. I'll be live 4 more nights this week. So that's 5 nights out of 7.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I could do that. Like I do my weekly show, and now I'm doing this, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't have enough hours in the day. I need sleep as well.
Because I have my own 2
Dieter said that they
lives.
put your face on a milk bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julie has disappeared into the internet ether.
I have. I have my own 2 lives, Wednesday and Thursday, and then I guest on Bigford Entertainment's From Live Tuesday, and that used to be just 2 hours, but now they're getting more people watching, so now that's going longer. And then I'm on Nadia's live, which is a horror channel, on Friday for From also, and thankfully that's 2 hours, and they cut it off because like if I did 5 marathon length lives, I think I would collapse. I can't do it. Like
you're gonna end up more time on shows than off.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy. I still find things to talk about though, and it's different when you talk to different people about it too. Like you go on
Yeah.
different live streams, you're talking to different people, you get different perspectives. So I still don't find it, even by the end of the week, I don't find it too stale to keep talking about. I can still, you hear different perspectives. So
Yeah, I know. I kind of felt like when I was worried that after we did it last week, that when I went on to our Tuesday show, that it would be all repeat. And I mean, I feel like some of the stuff that I've, said is similar, but you get to hear everybody else's, and that's kind of cool. Everybody has different opinions. I don't know. I want to, like I said, I want to do more, and I don't mind doing them, and I wouldn't mind going on other people's shows. I don't know if I could do a bunch of 6-8 hour, streams though. I think this one was longer than I should have.
I should have gotten off sooner myself. I've got to get off sooner on my own lives too. I have to. Like it's not good for me.
Well, I've been ringing the bell, Julie. I've been ringing that bell. I got a handbell, and I ring it when you say 4 hours. But then you're like, you hit the snooze. You hit the snooze on the handbell. You can't hit the snooze on the handbell.
I'm like 20 more minutes. Yeah, I know you've tried.
Yeah, PM's right. We're all still here. I'm just surprised since we're
Well,
all
we got
just
around 5, so hey.
chatting about random stuff that people are still listening, but we appreciate it.
There was a live where we weren't even talking about From anymore for like the last hour or a little more than an hour. There were still a bunch of people watching.
Oh yeah,
that's hilarious.
That entertaining.
Yeah. Well, we do our show on Tuesday, and we talk about all different shows, but at least we don't talk this long about all different shows, or we did. But yeah, I want to next season. I want to do. I'm hoping for a podcast. I want to do a separate From episode, because then it doesn't cut into our other show, and we're not limiting it. Because I feel like when I do the normal show that I do with that's not the deep dive, that we're limiting it to talk about other shows and not going in as much as we could. But
yeah, because there's so much to dive into with From. There's just so much. You need a whole live to focus on that.
Yeah, definitely. But that's why we started. Well, I mean, we started partially doing the 9 o'clock, so we weren't hopefully overlapping as much. But now we're at least getting a full hour of From to talk about on our show. Although last time I think we ended up an hour and a half. We went into the other show anyways. So.
Oh, I could never limit it to an hour. I would have way too
well. I agree, and I would at least do probably 2 hours even on our regular show, but my co-hosts don't necessarily agree with that. So, which is why I started doing this with you, because then I can at least talk more. But,
Yeah.
but yeah. But
I usually just talk to my boyfriend about the show, and he doesn't watch it, so I just describe it. I kind of probably sound like Tabby getting like chucked off the lighthouse. But he finds it amusing. I sing him songs I've made up about the characters like Tilly, and he seems to be amused.
Nice. Okay, bye PM.
yeah, whoops. When you type it, it goes through like 5 different times, all the different networks.
What in the world? Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's because we're logged in on all of them, and all the channels are getting my message.
Huh.
Yeah, that's weird that does that, but I guess it's because people can be writing from different spots, and I've been trying to filter everybody in through my YouTube, but not everybody watches through my YouTube, so
That's smart then,
yeah.
The different platforms.
Yeah, it's just weird when you see it pop up like 10 times. It's going from everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Let's see here. I was trying to see if there was anything that I tweeted earlier that was interesting to talk about. Most of them are just clips that I made while I was tweeting. I like to just kind of comment on what I'm seeing. That's why I said the thing about the ultrasound. I didn't think it was that interesting, but apparently other people thought it was funny too. I said it, and after I said it, I'm like, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. It was an in the moment comment, I guess. But
And maybe find those worms, any residual worms with the ultrasound.
yeah. See if there's any there. It just might be.
Or Fatima's baby is now on void. Da da da.
Now it's definitely a soap opera, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Well, at any rate.
Maybe I should start something about Boyd being pregnant. Now Boyd is pregnant.
You know what? The truth
They're
is,
on people's chats. Boyd's pregnant. It's happening next episode.
Well, I was just going to say, the thing is the way this show goes, just like how they wouldn't
it could
believe
be.
Fatima. I think I would believe them if Boyd said he was pregnant,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm about talked out. I feel bad going because there's still people here, and I know everybody's listening, but I'm like getting the worst headache, I think, because I've been on here way longer than I should have been.
No, don't feel
Want me to get my
bad.
bell?
Yeah.
I can get the bell. Would the bell help you?
No, that will not help my headache. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
But thank you everybody for coming. I appreciate it, and my regular show will be back on Tuesday. And make sure you check out Julie's live streams at the link in the description. I'll eventually say it right. Good night, Nikisha. Nikisha's going back to sleep too.
Good night.
And then obviously, like I said before, our special guests start not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday on the 12th, with Nathan Simmons. I can't think today. I'm starting to blank out because I'm getting too tired. I can't even remember the actors' names. That's how bad
it was Nathan Simmons. The girl plays Sarah. I can't remember her name.
Yeah,
and then there was
Avery Conrad. She's on the 19th, and then
yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I haven't gotten to
because
talk
I
to
haven't
them.
seen her as much as I've seen Nathan and Elizabeth.
Yeah. I know some of them have done more than others. And Elizabeth Saunders will be on the 26th. And I'm still trying to get more. I mean, people sometimes just all of a sudden will write and be like, yeah, they can do it. So we might still get more.
That's cool.
Hoping to. But I hope you guys both want to do this again next Sunday. I need somebody else who will talk this long with me.
We'll make it 8 next Sunday. Make it 8 hours.
Yeah. Let's not do. Yeah, you're right. Maybe next week will be even longer. That'd be bad. All right, guys. Well, thank you, everybody. I like I said, I feel bad. I see there's people in here watching, but if I do that, I'll end up like you. I'll just keep going on forever, and then we'll never hang up. So
yeah, you gotta eventually just. I know it's hard. Like it
is.
yourself away. And I hate
we
signing off.
gotta
still
pick
there.
a time though that I get more live people. We don't. I mean, I'm like we get a lot of people, but I haven't gotten a lot of people like all at once. Like you've gotten like big groups of people.
Yeah.
Hopefully the more we do it. But yeah. But thank you everybody. You can always follow me on Twitter too. I'm always posting from stuff over there too. So all's the updates and everything. I need to start a Discord. I need you to help me. I need to start a Discord. Then I can contact people. Then when I have updates, I can just tell people and people will actually see it.
Yeah, it's super helpful. You should totally do it. And I'll give you tips. It's great. It's really helpful when you have a channel.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I'd like to do that. But the only other thing is, I mean, I am talking to Elizabeth Saunders. Well, now today. I'm doing my tomorrow again when it's today for the junket, which will probably be up after the next week's episode. It depends what I end up asking. I haven't decided yet. If it's spoilers, it'll be held. But and I still have Pega's interview for after the finale. So, all right, guys. Well, have a good night. Get some sleep.
Yeah, you too.
You too. Thanks for having me.
Sure. Thanks for coming. Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night.